Hello and welcome back to the KCC channel. I'm Rob and I hope you're having a wonderful day today. Today we continue with the compilation videos which are aimed at people who are working or people who are driving or people who just have a heck of a lot of time and want something on in the background. Today we're jumping into some malicious compliance. Our first story today comes to us from Enigma Guy. Fill out a health and wellness survey within 24 hours of every shift after getting most remaining benefits and reimbursal programs? Sure thing. Long and silly petty. Let's jump right in. After reading a story about the boss that calls the worker off the clock to berate them, made me think of my petty little story with my company. Like many other companies, our leadership recently released news of upcoming changes that even though profits for our company are up, they are eliminating most of the remaining perks that are still standing. Company-supplied phones for anyone except the tops of the departments, gone. Reimbursements for things like safety shoes, eyeglasses for those of us in the metals and fabrication areas, gone. All 401k matches, merit increase and/or bonuses frozen until figures reflect pre-pandemic levels. Much larger profit margins, even though workload has increased. Our direct area has had a few manpower losses due to a few folks deciding to retire and a few that decided to purchase work-from-home opportunities. Hiring freeze to replace anyone. All of this while the majority of the higher-ups and anyone who works with a computer and argued they can work from home are, working from home. Which in our eyes is essentially a substantial raise/savings for those lucky individuals that can work from home. Fuel, daycare, etc. With the cases on the rise again, they decided to implement a health and wellness screening that must be completed every shift within 24 hours to the start of that shift and presented at the security checkpoint. There is even a nice link to where you can complete it on your phone via an app for our convenience. Already annoyed at the above mentioned cuts, and now they're wanting me to use my personal phone and data to complete a survey before working hours, I read the requirements again. It just had to be within 24 hours to the start of the shift and presented at the security checkpoint. We were working on an average between 12 and 14-hour days, so I was easily able to complete and print a physical copy of the survey at the end of the day for the following day's requirement. That next day, I showed up to security and gave them the paper. She just kinda looked at it and asked what it was. Told her it was the wellness screening so I can enter the building for my shift. She replied, "Oh, well it has to be done before your shift. This has yesterday's day on it." I pointed at the disclaimer that said it just had to be within 24 hours to the start of the shift, which it was. Which, to her defense, is kind of silly because a lot can happen between the day prior and the start of a new shift. Looking slightly annoyed, she said, "Oh, okay. You can just use your phone going forward so you don't have to print it out." Thanked her and said it was actually easier for me to just do it at the end of my shift, so I didn't have to think about it in the morning, especially since I didn't have access to the Wi-Fi until I was already past the security checkpoint. Third morning, I did the same thing. She rolled her eyes and put the paper to the side. Didn't realize it at the time, but I was informed afterwards if we didn't use the app version, it didn't have a digital record, so they had to save all physical papers in a folder and retain them in their office. The fourth morning, the head of security was at the door, and as soon as I showed the paper, he asked why I was choosing to do the physical paper instead of the app. Didn't want to get too in-depth, but told him it was easier for me to print it out at the end of the prior workday, and these guys do not pay my phone bill, so I was not going to use my personal phone and data to do a redundant survey off the clock every morning. He tried to argue the paper option was really only for the plants and not for the offices, and I was the only person printing them out in lieu of using the app. Told him I did not see where it said plant use only on the form, and if that was the case, HR would need to update the verbiage. Couple of coworkers in the area caught part of the interaction and how the guy was complaining to my boss as soon as he hit the door about 10 minutes later. I filled them in on what I was doing and they decided to follow suit. All 15 of us completed the survey at the end of the day to bring in the following morning. Friday morning arrives. I'm sitting in my car watching as a line forms and everyone has a paper in their hand. Can make out security guard's face. She looks pissed. Finally get out and go to walk in, big crap-eating grin on my face and say good morning. She doesn't say a word, just does the temperature check and snatches the paper out of my hand. Around first break, I see our HR rep walk into the shop and talk to my boss. He looks over at me and points in my direction. Oh boy. and she walks over and introduces herself. We'll call her HRQB because she looks like she could play for a minor league. Good morning, I'm HRQB with Human Resources. We received a call from the head of security, and they're saying you're giving them printouts of the new health surveys. Do you need help with setting up the app? Oh, no, that's not necessary. I actually already told him it is easier for me to do it at the end of my shift the day prior, instead of doing it on my personal phone in the morning. I don't get very good reception here until I'm on the Wi-Fi, and that's past security. Well, you don't need to be on the Wi-Fi here to complete the survey on the app. You can even do it at home before leaving for work and take a screenshot of the confirmation. That way, you won't have to waste paper, and the security team member at the door won't have to keep it in a folder and drop it off to the office every day. It'll save a lot of time and energy. Well, unfortunately, the company has taken away all of the company-issued phones except for select individuals, and I am not going to do the survey on my personal phone or during non-work hours. I agree, doing the survey every single day is a bit redundant and wasteful, but it isn't my paper and proof is required for me to enter the building. While it is tedious, I'm pretty sure that security is on their phone for 7 out of the 8 hours that they are stationed at the door. Think they can take 2 minutes to walk down the hall to drop off the papers at the office? Pretty sure I could have poked the vein on the side of her head and caused a stroke. I thanked her for her time, and my team lead came to pull me to help with the job and save me. The first few days of the week following, most of my coworkers kept printing out the physical copies, which I thought was hilarious, but it was pretty short-lived. HRQB must have worked harder than she's ever worked in her life, because wouldn't you know it, come that following week, an email came out with a link to a new survey that only had to be completed one time online, and if after that at any point you had flu-like symptoms, tested positive, or were near anyone that tested positive, they held you to the honor system to report it to supervision and HR. OP was told a bunch of times in the comments that it's very illegal for the company to not reimburse you for PPE that is a requirement to perform your job. A simple call to OSHA or filling out the form online would really help in this situation. The big takeaway from this though is that you shouldn't have to install anything on your personal phone for work. If they say you need to install an app and use said app to gain access to the workplace, then they need to provide you with a phone as well. Do me a quick favor, have a look down below the video. If that subscribe button's still red, it means you're not actually subscribed to the KCC channel. Please hit that subscribe button for more daily Reddit stories. Our next story today comes to us from Angelina Mercer. Can't you just take the subway to your destination? Let's jump right in. Hello everyone, I'm so glad I finally have a story for this sub after being a lurker for such a long time. So to set the stage, I live in Istanbul, and us Turks are known for our bad city planning, but Istanbul is extra famous for it. It's regular for us natives of the city to endure complaints about how bad the traffic is, how awfully structured the roads are, and how long it takes to get to literally anywhere, yada yada, from our friends who came from other parts of Anatolia to work or study here. I just want to get that point across for foreigners about how bad Istanbul traffic and road structure is. If you have a car, it is legit normal to have a 2-hour commute home at the very least during rush hour. Anyways, so at my work they provide a service bus because our building is in the outskirts of Istanbul where they haven't connected a lot of public transportation means yet. This is also a common occurrence for us corporate slave folks of Istanbul. Big companies like these are usually located away from the central parts of the city, and people who live close by take the same service bus, and the bus is pretty crowded. About 20 people who all live in close by towns to each other. Like I said, I want you to understand how bad the city planning is. To get to these central parts of the city from our building in the outskirts would take no longer than 30 minutes, but traveling between the towns and dropping everyone off is the rest of the 1.5 hours. So a Karen joined our bus the other day, and she lives in Taksim apparently, which is a very famous town and is literally connected to every bus, minibus, subway, etc. imaginable. Even you foreigners might have heard of it. She is the only one out of 20 people who lives there, so the bus driver asks her if he can drop her off at a public transportation station that connects to Taksim, which would literally be any station in the entire city. But she refuses, and also complains about the bus driver all the way to the higher-ups of the company. And the bus driver gets scolded and disciplined, and was told to drop her off at the exact location she wanted to be dropped off at. Cue malicious compliance. Next day, the bus driver replans the route, keeping Taksim in mind. She is right about in the middle of the drop-off order, and I kid you not, it legit takes an extra 2 hours in traffic just to reach Taksim. This is without including dropping off of other people or reaching the city center, mind you. And of course, once you set the route as it is, since it's impossible to get out of traffic, she can't tell the bus driver she changed her mind and go to somewhere else. She can't get off the bus too, she has to wait with everyone else. Or she might get lynched at work the next day if she hops off at this point. Tired workers are even more tired now, and also pissed because they didn't want to suffer in the hell that is Istanbul traffic any more than they already had to. Bus driver insists on dropping her right in front of her doorstep. She finally gets off the bus and everyone is giving her a stink eye, because while she did get off, the rest are gonna have to wait in more traffic to get out of Taksim now. All in all, she wasted at least 3 hours out of everyone's time, including hers. Probably more out of people who are going to be dropped off after her. She now asks to be dropped off at a minibus station at somebody else's drop-off stop. Never complained about it ever again too. So you mean to tell me it's taking 2 hours to go 10 kilometers? You could probably walk it faster than that, although OP did say in one of the comments down below that you don't want to go walking or bicycling anywhere in this city because it's all busy streets and you'd probably get mowed down by a car. Our next story today comes to us from Malix Revan. You want me to cancel all your subscriptions? Yeah, I can do that. Let's jump right in. Sorry if my English is not the greatest, but it's not my native language. I used to work at a call center for one of the biggest teleproviders in our country. Mobile subscriptions, internet, landlines, all that. The call center I worked at was also only for business clients and not private customers. So it was not unusual for a client to have a lot of mobile subscriptions. One thing to note, I am not sure how changing a mobile provider in other countries works, but in my country, you have to get the other company you want to transfer to order the numbers from where you are now to them. You cannot cancel your subscription and then have it transferred. If you cancel your subscription, it stops working right away. If you want to transfer after that, then you need to order a reopening of the subscription on that phone number for it to be able to transfer to the other teleprovider. And the reopening is treated as a new order and a new subscription, so it's an ordeal to go through. Also, and this is important for the story, if you have a debt collection case for an invoice with the teleprovider you are currently at, you will then no longer be able to get new subscriptions with that company until the debt collection is paid in full. Now, on to my story. I get a call in from a customer who had maybe 10 to 15 mobile subscriptions with us, as well as an internet subscription, and apparently they worked with sales. The customer was very angry on the phone. He tells me that they have received a debt collection case from us for an invoice they had not paid, which was true. There was an invoice in our systems that they had not paid, and it had indeed gone to debt collection. He then told me that he knew about the invoice, but had just not bothered to pay it. What did you expect to happen if you didn't pay it? He then proceeded to berate me for sending them a debt collection and demanded that we cancel it immediately. One other thing to note is that none of the people that worked on the floor of the call center have the authority to cancel debt collection cases. We need to send a case to another department for that. He would not let me send a case, nor would he let me call a supervisor to maybe expedite things. He said that I should cancel it right away, or he would cancel all of their subscriptions right this second. Cue malicious compliance. Normally when people threaten to cancel their subscriptions because of reasons, they mean they want to transfer to another provider, and I usually refer them to contact that other provider so they can start the process. This time, however, since the customer was being a butthole, I did not do that. I asked point blank, "Do you want to cancel your subscriptions with us immediately?" "Yes." "Are you sure?" "Yes." "Okay then, I will cancel all your subscriptions right this second." "Good, butthole." Then he hung up. I logged the call with every detail that he had said and asked me to, and added an extra line of, "If any doubts, just listen to the recording of the call." I got at it and went ahead and canceled all of the subscriptions this client had with us. All of them. Even their internet subscription. After about an hour, one of my coworkers got a very angry call from the client, who was forced to call from another phone because guess what? Their subscription was canceled. I was done for the day, so I just went home, but my coworker filled me in the next day. The client had yelled and screamed that they were no longer able to call out or receive calls, as well as their internet was down. He had read the log I created and informed the client that they had terminated our services, so of course they would not receive any calls, nor make them. They demanded that we open up the subscriptions again so that they could do their work, but again, my coworker had to inform them that it would not be possible, since they had a debt collection case that needed to be paid first, or else none of the orders they put in would go through. After more screaming and profanities, my coworker had to end the call. The next day, I had the evening shift, but I had saved the client's information to see if anything else had happened. Apparently, the debt collection got paid, and the subscriptions reopened. They also had ordered a transfer to another provider. I have no idea how much money they lost, but for a sales team to not be able to work for over 24 hours, I can only guess that it was a lot. Also, as a cherry on top of things, they were in a contract period with us, which means that they get a small discount on their subscriptions if they're with us for a set period of time. If they break that contract, which they did when they told me to cancel their subscriptions, as well as transferring to another provider afterwards, they had to pay a fee of over $300 per subscription. That was at least $4,500 on top of what they lost the 24 hours they couldn't do anything. All because they didn't want to pay a $30 late fee. Let me just make a little note over here. Do not piss off this OP. There we go. Perfect. Okay. This story was epic, and I think one of the best things about it is we don't find out how much money was owed right until the end, and this whole thing was over a paltry $30. Wow. Our next story today comes to us from Cole Carmot. Wait, now I'm not supposed to think what the customer wants? Let's jump right in. So 2 malicious compliances in 2 weeks, new record for me. This can serve as a sequel to my previous malicious compliance, as the cast and the premise is the same, just reverse. As a quick catch up, I work at a printing hub as a print and copy expert, working with the machines to get them to print, setting up files, and quality checking things before they come out. It's a pretty laid back job, and I really enjoyed the technical side of it, not so much my coworkers however. Don't get me wrong, however, I have no doubt they are good people, but I feel that they have settled into the job a little too much, and every little change gets them riled up. And then there is my manager Kay, who is a good person at heart, but recently, stress has been causing her to take it out on the employees. I stick with it because up until now, she has been good. She at least deserves for me to stick through a stressful moment, especially coming into holiday season. Anyways, the incident. 3 days ago, I was working with the big color machine printer. A rather large job came in for 200 books. This particular job was a rush order and needed to get out the same day, and the value of the job exceeded over $2,000. It was also a very important client I have worked with in the past, so I wanted to be extra sure everything was okay. When I printed my proof and leafed through the booklet, however, I noticed rectangular boxes where text should have been. This is normally caused by our computers or printers missing the font that the customer had used, and I suspect they used a different font than they normally use for the Halloween season. Please, people, provide your print studios with PDFs, not Word documents. So I called up the customer to figure out the font they needed. No answer. Well, frig. The thing was, this order needed to start printing immediately in order to reach the deadline, unless I dedicate using both color printers we have to print the order, which is actually not recommended as the color calibrations are different on both printers for some reason. I emailed the customer and put the order on hold. I knew the customer would want those fonts. Later on, my manager, who we will call Kay, asked me about why the order was still on hold, and I explained that the file was not correct. I even brought up the file and showed her. She agreed that the file was incorrect, however, she insisted on printing the order anyway. The order is a rush job, and they absolutely need that order immediately. I understand that, but the file is wrong. If we produce the file and the customer rejects it, then we are out money to produce the job. SLA is more important than a quality job. We won't get money if we fail to deliver on time. Silently reminding myself that SLA includes quality. Kay, I have dealt with this client before. I know they will reject this. I'm fairly certain they would prefer waiting a day to get their stuff rather than receiving something they can't use. Cole, just print the order anyways. Dying inside. Yes, Kay. So this is funny because last week Kay got after me about the exact opposite situation. There was an order we couldn't do correctly because our machines were dumping toner on the files. I assured Kay that I was certain the customer wouldn't mind the toner dump, but she said I wasn't thinking of the customer. I was thinking of the customer as I was the customer. See my previous post for more information on that. Quick note that previous post was narrated on KCC in video number 807, linked at the top of the description down below. Now, I am thinking about the customer and being told to ignore that. Okay, sure. So I printed the order, all $2,000 worth of it. It was a massive ordeal which I knew was all going into the trash, but I did what Kay asked. Before I left for the day, I checked our business email and saw the client didn't email us back. Also tried calling again and no response. I took one of the books with me and left for the day. Rather than go straight home, I stopped at the business I knew would be selling or giving out what we were producing, since it was on the way, and showed the cashier. The cashier was absolutely horrified and immediately contacted the manager, who was out for the day. The employee thanked me for going out of my way to inform them and gave me some store credit, which I used on some paintbrushes for minis. Don't ask to see them, I just started. Oh yeah, did I mention this place was one of the local gaming stores I started going to? I knew those booklets weren't supposed to look like that. The fallout didn't happen until today. The order was completely thrown out and we were forced to redo the entire thing at no charge. $2,000 down the drain. Kay, for the first time I can recall, tried to throw me under the bus when head office asked us what happened, but my coworker supported me and I pointed out on the job ticket that I had actually failed the quality check. I had no idea how that order went to shipping. I don't know what has gotten into Kay lately, but she has been extremely off. Before people start offering advice on how to proceed and such, I have already started recording situations like this and other odd occurrences happening around the facility, and advising my coworkers to do the same. Also updating my resume just in case. I really would not rather leave this job, but better safe than sorry. OP mentions in one of the comments down below that Kay normally takes responsibility for her actions, so something feels really off and like she's a different person. OP, it does seem like you value your friendship with your boss, so maybe have a chat with them and say, hey, you're not the same person you used to be, what's going on? You are absolutely correct about recording things that go on though, you need to have some kind of exit strategy. Our next story today comes to us from Revolution Friendly 56. I'm glad I can blow up in your face and you don't do anything about it. Let's jump right in. Have you ever had such a bad boss but you really needed the job, so you swallow your pride and bide your time and wait for the opportunity to rub it in? A few years ago, I had a female boss, let's call her B, who does not believe in leading by example since she leaves by 2:30 or 3 p.m. each day, but preaches in our weekly meeting about how great her leadership is. Not only does she never give 40 hours a week as the head of the company, I often walk by and see she's doing personal stuff during work hours. As you can imagine, this is a failing business that still pays its bills via prioritization of terms and due dates, but has at the helm the most incompetent leadership team who got there via nepotism. I came to the conclusion each of them are incompetent because of the logic of many individual actions that's turned out badly more often than not, and the sheepish mentality of the collective. Yes man, instead of the voice of reason they are supposed to bring. Often, I would voice my concerns at certain direction of some of the policies or actions being undertaken, and the boss would blow up in my face, privately or in front of others. So many times I just wanted to get up and say, that's enough, I quit. But I keep calm, and sometime later she would come by again and say we work so great together because we can have disagreements and she can blow up in my face and I don't say anything. Oh, just you wait. A few years go by and a key customer contract was coming due, and we were told to bid on a new contract via the RFP process. I was responsible for collecting the data from operations, and the boss was supposed to evaluate the data and turn them into a competitive bid rate for the projects. Instead of using historical data as a basis for input into her model, she came up with her own gut feeling inputs for some of the key variables. Source of data is via chatting with her insiders. As the person putting the bid document together, I questioned some of the rates as they seemed unrealistically optimistic. Her response, just effing do as I say. At the very least, I wanted to make the bid document look pretty and polished, so I actually spent a lot of time outside of office hours working my butt off to make sure we got the tables that align perfectly, everything is spell checked and sounds nice, and next Monday I showed her the final product. She's like, why did you bother making it even nice looking at all? Look at the customer tender doc they gave us, it's full of mistakes. I can't believe what she said. She also said because I did this without asking her first, Basically, it was a waste of time. I wasn't going to get time off in lieu. On the last day before the RFP submission deadline, I final checked the documents and rate sheets and remember what she said about do as she effing says, knowing full well we will probably get the contracts for the projects we underbidded. I said nothing more. Sent. I was there for the big celebration for winning the major contracts. I was also there when reality sinks in that they will be losing money for the next several years. We work in a tight industry where bad news travels fast, so a breach of contract would be the end of a company. I left shortly after. I heard that they really had to downsize the overhead, and the ownership stepped in and got rid of most of the top-heavy management. Now, I noticed where OP said the sheepish mentality of the collective, and unfortunately it's not really true in most cases. In a lot of cases, people just go along with everybody else because they're worried about their paycheck and they're worried about what would happen if they disagreed with the other people in management. Our next story today comes to us from Flaming Wolf 91. Manager told me to ask the dishwasher for help, so I did. Let's jump right in. For a little backstory, I used to work at this fast food place. The manager never did their job and let it fall on everyone else. For many different reasons that would take a whole other post to mention, I decided to quit. When I turned in my 2 weeks notice, the manager ripped it up and threw it away. Then went on about how they were so upset that I decided to leave. They usually took it personally when someone quit. 2 weeks later, I'm working my last day. The manager scheduled me to close and do deposit for my last night. Usually, there are 2 cashiers, 2 runners and baggers, a dishwasher, and at least 3 people in kitchen, plus a shift leader, me. My last night, the manager scheduled the 2 cashiers, 2 runners and baggers, and the dishwasher. However, only scheduled 1 kitchen worker and me. I called to request online ordering be turned off, which was normally done when we occasionally had less than 3 kitchen workers. The manager would sometimes just cut it off when they didn't want to do a lot of work that night. However, the manager denied my request because they would get in trouble. I complained that there's no way we could do all online, dine-in, to-go, call-in, and third-party orders with 1 kitchen worker and me, who had to deal with customers, system problems, help in the kitchen, and supervise the other workers. The manager told me that if I needed extra help when the orders got too backed up, to call the dishwasher up to the lines to help for a minute. Good idea. I pull one of the runners into the kitchen to Expo and have one of the cashiers rotate between the register and running when the runner needed help. I asked the dishwasher to come up to the line to help at about 6, and we were slammed until closing at 10. We had been 30 minutes behind on orders all night, so the dishwasher did not get to any dishes that night. I go to do deposit, and the dishwasher starts walking towards the 3 sinks full and floor full of dishes in the back. I ask what she is doing, and she answers that she's going to do the dishes. I tell her that her shift was over and she could go home. She says that she doesn't want to get in trouble for the dishes. I tell her that the manager said I could call her up when I needed help and that I needed her help all night and not to worry about it. If the manager said something, to say that I told her not to worry about them. What are they gonna do? Fire me? She leaves. I finish deposit and leave the 3 sinks full and floor full of dishes and go home. Never heard a word from the manager about the dishes. I asked the dishwasher about it and she didn't get in trouble for it because it was my call to not do them. For the record, the manager has left sinks full of dishes multiple times on the nights they closed if someone else was opening the next day. I knew the manager was opening the next day after my last shift, so payback? After trying to make my last shift a disaster out of spite, I made the manager's morning a disaster by having no dishes to open with. Okay, good story and all, but I'm still stuck on the fact that they let an outgoing manager on their last shift work the evening shift and be responsible for the deposit when they leave the store. What? That never happens. Our next story today comes to us from Show Me the Beaches. My supervisor told me that he won't pay me for the time I spend completing the yearly learning modules required for my job. Let's jump right in. I'm an RN and I work 2 jobs. At this one particular job, I work PRN as needed, and my last scheduled day there was over a week ago, in anticipation for my baby that is due any day now. Another key detail, pretty much everyone who works at any healthcare facility needs to do learning modules that need to be completed and typically redone on a yearly basis, on topics including HIPAA, sexual harassment, active shooter situations, bloodborne pathogens, etc. my supervisor texted me today to say that 1. I needed to complete my assigned learning modules by the end of this month, and 2. He wants me to send him my transcript after I've completed the learning modules. Admittedly, I could have completed them earlier, but I forgot. So okay, I can do that now, but I ask him how I'll get paid for the time I spend on the completion of those, since the only way I get paid is by physically swiping a badge to clock in or out using a time clock on site at that healthcare facility. He tells me I won't get paid for the time I spend on completing those, and that I should have completed the learning modules earlier while I was working, before I went on leave. We have been swamped at work. I don't know how I would have had time to complete them. His response pissed me off, and I had a feeling he was lying about not getting paid, so I quickly wrote up an email to the HR rep asking if I am eligible to get paid for the time I spend completing the learning modules if I complete them from home. She says yes, that I would just need to inform my supervisor how many hours I spend on them, and he will submit that to payroll. I didn't include my supervisor on my original email when I asked her that question, but I noticed that the HR rep conveniently CC'd him in her email response that she sent to me. I can only imagine the look on his face when he read that email from HR. So just a moment ago, I emailed my supervisor to let him know I finished the learning modules and that it took me 3 hours to do so. And as requested, I included the learning module transcript in the email. I copied and pasted it into the email in such a way so that it lost its formatting and looks like a jumbled mess that he gets to decipher. That's what he gets for trying to screw me over from getting paid. I would have made doubly sure that I CC'd the HR person when I sent that email to the supervisor. You know, just making sure there's a little bit more accountability there. Our next story today comes to us from Dorian Tallis. Short and sweet, city folk come at the farmer. Let's jump right in. I grew up on a dairy, struggling every day, 365 days, to help my family live. About 10 years in, the farmer's land next to us has a single house built onto a small plot near the irrigation riser, and a younger family from the city moves in for a quiet life in the country. Over the next year, the cops are at our place a dozen times about smell complaints, noise complaints, work started at 5 a.m., tractors and all, and other complaints about anything this family could think of, basically trying to get us shut down for existing outside the bounds of their imagined country life. In the winter, my dad would drive our tractor around to all the neighbors' houses on our mile-long and dig the snow out of their driveways so they could drive to work, a costly and time-consuming endeavor, but one of the main things a farmer can do to gain praise and feel good every day. Well, about 3 weeks into winter, this guy from the new house shows up at our door asking us to not do his driveway so early in the morning because it was waking him up. My dad explained he had to do it at 5 a.m. because he did it before he started the other chores that took hours. The neighbor insisted he do it later or not at all. That was the last time my dad did his drive. Turns out, you have to wake up about 5 a.m. to use your snowblower to dig out your own car if you want to get to work on time. You know, it honestly serves them right. If they had that many complaints about me in the first place, I wouldn't have been that nice neighbor. I wouldn't have been clearing out their driveway. Screw them, they can do it themselves. Our next story today comes to us from Captain Morgan 87. Just do as my supervisor says? No problem. Let's jump right in. This happened more than 10 years ago, so while it isn't as detailed as it could have been, it's very much burned into my memory. 2 to 3 months into my first job out of education, I'm working as a croupier. Enjoying it, that didn't last, fitting in nicely, etc. One day, I am dealing a game, give a payout and carry on. My supervisor questions to me whether I paid out correctly. I say I think I did, and went over my calculations which were correct. I'm at the stage where people can see I am picking everything up quickly, so I have been afforded just enough respect where the supervisor isn't sure himself. He got it checked on the cameras with the pit boss, and even though my calculations were correct, the chips I got out were not. Paid out slightly too much. Not a big deal to be honest, but I did get taken aside by the pit boss a while after, and basically told that if the supervisor says I'm wrong in these situations, to just go along with it. The chain of command in casinos is very rigid, to the point where to question something a superior says or does can be treated with contempt in most circumstances. It was a very informal chat, and I get along with both the supervisor and pit boss, but the message is clear. Do as the supervisor says under any circumstances. This is no problem to me. It was my error, and yeah, these guys are going to be right over me at this stage in my career, far more than the other way around. The very next night, I am dealing a far bigger game with the only big punter of note in the building. Realistically, I shouldn't have been on this game with my experience level, but what the hell, I'm being trusted enough to do it, so let's have a good time. First big payout comes. I'm slightly hesitant, but get my chips out and ask the supervisor to check the payout. Different guy from the night previous, but someone else I really get along with. He has a brief look and exclaims, "You're short 10 pinks, mate. A pink in the casino is a 100-pound chip, so I'm a grand short." I have a look. There is no way I'm that far out. At this point, I'm not 100% sure I'm right, but I am 100% sure he is wrong. My personality is definitely the one where I would try to go through this with him to see if we can reach an agreement. However, the words of the previous night are ringing in my ears. Do not go against the supervisor, just do what they say. Okay, no problem. I get a grand more, get the check, supervisor is happy, and the money gets paid out. This happens roughly 5 or 6 more times, ranging from 500 pounds more to a whopping 2,500 pounds more one spin. Each time I do as I am told. I get replaced a while later, with the punter delighted to be leaving with a healthy profit, and I go on break. While on my break, the guy who I considered my mentor at the time, rest in peace, is also there, and I go through the spins with him. His immediate reaction is, "Crap, son, every one of those have been overpaid. I would talk to the pit boss when you go back down." Head back down, the casino is basically completely empty, so before I go stand at a game with no punters, I ask the pit boss for a word. I explain what I believe has happened and ask just for a quick check on the cameras as, yeah, I might be wrong, but I don't think I am. The reaction of the pit boss was essentially, "Don't worry about it, mate. I was watching the whole game. Everything looked above board to me, even though you lost money. Good job on keeping the game moving." I plead one last time to just have a look. Nothing is going on right now. He sends me on my way to a table directly facing him at the desk, and he does have a look. The next 10 minutes, I can only describe as the soul of a man slowly draining out of his body. With each spin he watches, the corners of his lips drop little by little, the color of his face lightening second by second, and his posture haunching each view. Of course, I am standing there just watching him as he gets the manager over, followed by the deputy manager, who was also there and definitely keeping an eye on the game. Towards the end of the shift, the pit boss informs me that yes, I was right, and I've paid out roughly £7,500 more than I should have. This was a significant amount of money for the casino at the time, fairly quiet, but a big chain of casinos, so nothing catastrophic. Internally, I am freaking out, but calm as a cucumber on the outside. I say to him exactly what he said to me the night before. I was just paying out what the supervisor told me to. For the record, the chances of the supervisor working with the punter was slim to none. He was just distracted by the toddy on the other table, trying to chat them up. Investigation comes up with a neutral manager who wasn't present at the time. And although most of the details have left my memory, the key part of the investigation boiled down to, on the games in question, you got the payout right every single time. Internally dancing at hearing this bit, but every time, your supervisor tells you to add more and you do it and pay out. Were you aware that you might be right and he may be wrong in these instances? I was aware I may be right, but I was by no means 100%, and I trusted someone with 20 plus years experience to be right over me. If you thought you may have been right, why not question it at the time? Well, the night before, I was explicitly told to do as my supervisor says under all circumstances, not to even think about arguing the toss, and nothing bad can happen, not to mention that this would not have been brought to anyone's attention if I hadn't said anything. Considering the supervisor, pit boss, manager, or even the deputy general manager didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Definitely a good half minute of silence following this. I'm in this weird mental state where I'm scared as F, they're just going to sack me, but also thinking, wow, I'm actually the only competent person in this whole situation. What follows was a verbal warning for myself. Definitely shouldn't have even gotten that, and should have appealed, but was happy to just take it and prove myself from there on, with everyone else involved getting written warnings and more. However, I was essentially rewarded with being able to learn a new game, which helped push up my wage a decent amount. and got a fair bit of respect with the boys for basically showing everyone else up. Oh, and I never saw that punter again. To me, it's absolutely BS that you got a verbal warning for this. You were doing exactly what you were told to do. Yet they don't look at it that way. They say a mistake was made, so you need to be punished. Huh. Wow, what a place. Another thing to think about here too though is that the person playing the game at the table, who got £7,500 worth of incorrect payout, well, they didn't say anything either, so there's a little bit of blame on them too. I guarantee you they knew they were getting more, but they didn't say anything, and I totally don't blame them for not going back to that casino again. Our next story today comes to us from The Giant Killer. Don't touch the iPad? You got it. Let's jump right in. Longtime lurker, first-time poster. English is not only my first language, but what I got my degree in, so please ridicule any errors you see mercilessly. Until recently, I worked at a fine dining restaurant. I was there for 3.5 years, and the majority of that time I was a busser. By the time I left, I was the most tenured person in the front of house by a fair margin, including managers, which we burned through ridiculously quickly. And everyone I directly worked with had good things to say about my work ethic and how I was with the guests. I could be abrasive as a person, but if I was in your section, you'd have a smooth night professionally. Some background, our restaurant was 90% reservation. One wasn't required, but if you wanted a table at a certain time, you made one. On occasion, we'd have walk-ins or someone wouldn't show up to their reservation, but the number of covers you walked into was usually pretty spot on to what you'd end up doing. Most of them were for two, but we'd also take larger tables. If the night was all two tops, we wouldn't set up anything else, and anything bigger than a four top, we'd have to push tables together. Not an issue, but a little time consuming to make sure every server was cool with the placement. Setup took between 2 and 3 hours, depending on how busy we were. Lastly, you'd figure out how busy we were from an iPad the hosts used, or that's how I did it. One winter, we had a shakeup. We had a new manager from our corporate parent take an open spot for a short-term contract. We'll call him Dave, and he quickly became one of my favorite managers. He was pretty no-nonsense and respected that he didn't know how our restaurant ran. Thus, he was open to talking through our reasoning and basically expected that we were good at what we did unless we proved otherwise. Our hosts were mostly young women or old girls, like still in or just out of high school. In several instances, it was a first job ever, because the compensation was, and still is, pretty crappy. You'd get what you pay for, and many of them didn't have the refinement one would expect when paying over $100 a head before tax, tip, and alcohol. One, who we'll call K, was pretty protective of the iPad, at least when it came to me. When I came in, I would breeze up to the host stand, look at the numbers for a minute, then go set up. She, apparently, brought up that I would do this for no reason to Dave and to his boss, who told Dave to get me to knock it off so HR wouldn't have to mediate. That would have looked bad for basically everyone. She never got upset when anyone else looked at the spread of tables, but I digress. He asked why I was touching the iPad. I responded that I was looking at the numbers, the big tops, special requests for tables, stuff like that. He asked why I wouldn't wait until pre-shift for that. I told him that was 15 minutes before service. I might be able to change things in time if that happened, but I'd miss the rest of pre-shift, and if I had to put together tables, the restaurant would be at least partially not set. He asked specifically what I needed, and I told him a breakdown of the tables by time is what I looked at. He said he'd make sure I had one when I came in, and told me not to touch the iPad again. Cool, works for me. The next day, I come in and it's waiting for me. Handwritten because the app we use doesn't play well with printers. The day after, I asked him for it and he said he had forgotten. He'd get it to me. Took him half an hour to write it out and double check that he didn't miss anything. The malicious compliance here is twofold. At some point between day 2 and 3, Dave realizes that he has other stuff to do rather than write out the spread of tables every day. He's been asked to not let me touch the iPad, and I've told him I won't. So he talks to Kay and tells her she needs to write it out, and it needs to be done by the time I get in, about half an hour after she does. She, like Dave, realizes it's a lot of work for something I'll look at for 30 seconds, and asks him to let me look at the iPad again. Sorry, no can do. We've gotten complaints, and we don't want HR to get involved. Kay comes to me and offers me the iPad when I get in. Sorry, I've been given a direct order. I'll take the spread when you're done writing it up though. I'd planned on relenting after a week, but the servers ended up loving seeing what was coming in when, and it became a staple of the host's job from then on. Kay ended up quitting after getting into it with another manager, but her contribution of a handwritten spread by the host is still going strong as far as I know. I know they said they had trouble printing from this iPad, but come on, couldn't a screenshot have been taken and either emailed to OP or emailed to the manager and printed out by them on a computer? I just feel like there's a bunch of other ways this could have gone instead of taking so much time to write it out by hand. Does anybody else feel like this place wasn't firing on all cylinders? Our next story today comes to us from Shiveria. Manager told me to replace a hard drive over a phone with a user who has been known to screw it up or quit, so I quit. Let's jump right in. This was back in 2018. I was trying to find a job and I was getting desperate. I ended up getting a temporary job at a call center that did tech support for pharma sales reps. The first 6 months were fine, my contract kept getting renewed and it was going fine. They even onboarded a new client and I got to know them and they were wonderful. I ended up having a good relationship with them. As time went on, things were going a bit south. Things that we normally would not do, we ended up doing. As an example, doing hardware replacements over the phone, and we were bending over backwards for the OG client. The reason why was because contract negotiations were coming up, so they were trying to make themselves look good. So much so, the second client was going to the wayside. So I was one of the few who handled their tech tickets for the second client. They were very appreciative. Not to mention at this time, layoffs happened to some of the best people, and their trainer, who trained me, was also laid off. I never got told why. At my 1-year mark at the company, a user who has been known to fry laptops called in. His hard drive had failed and wanted it fixed. He was told he needed to send the laptop in, but he did not want to. The agent sent him a hard drive and told him someone would walk him through it. Background on this guy is he fried other laptops doing this because he wouldn't listen, and that agent always got fired. My boss told me I would need to be the one to do it, and I expressed concern and told him I did not feel comfortable doing it. He told me to try and it'll go fine. I told him no way was I doing it. He then said I would need to do it or quit my job. I told him fine, I quit. He then tried to talk to me about it and I shut it down. I told him I was quitting and I turned in my company stuff. The second client reached out to me a week later asking what happened, so I told them the truth. What I did not realize was that they were also in contract negotiations, so they pulled their contract and went to another outsourcer. So did the first company I found out. That first company was one of their bigger clients, so losing that hurt them. I don't know what really happened to anyone after that. It might not seem too exciting, but this was my malicious compliance I had. With that good rapport with client 2, they should have found out where client 2 went to, like what company they were working with now, and then went and applied to that company with a direct reference from client number 2. Does anybody else want to know how this guy was destroying the hard drives though? Because you have to try pretty hard to destroy a hard drive. Our next story today comes to us from Tales of Fantasia. Extreme overtime and just a copywriter? Fine, watch me do only my job. Let's jump right in. So I used to work as a copywriter in one of those companies that crunch out annual reports for publicly listed companies. When I went for the interview, I was told that overtime was not a common thing and that employee welfare was a thing here. Pay was average, paid leaves average, great location though, but you know, a job is a job. Took it and came into this horrible crap show. 1. The company had a severe shortage of both copywriters and graphic designers. So everyone was practically working overtime every day. 2. The company had to throw me into a meeting with the chairman of a large conglomerate here and I had to totally pretend I knew what the F I was supposed to do there. Thankfully, it turned out alright. I was given a crash course by a colleague who was too busy to teach me much as well, and the supervisor often came over to make idle chat and was offended when you did not reply her. I managed to clear my work in the first 2 weeks being there, coming to work on time and leaving work on time, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. However, one day, my colleague messaged me and told me that the supervisor was unhappy that I was leaving work on time, and it reflected badly on me. So, silly old me made it a show to stay back for another 10 to 15 minutes, even though I have finished my work. Then comes the crunch. All the companies are giving us the statements from their board of directors, chairman, CEOs, as well as financial numbers, while we're supervising our graphic designers to push out the designs for those reports. Here comes the tricky part. I was hired as a copywriter, but over time, my job scope included managing clients as well as an accounts manager, though it was never stated, just expected, and I was the only person in the office to take this on, despite having more senior members on the team. The people I spoke to at the client side, usually in the finance offices, liked me and often texted me occasionally to ask how I was doing, aside from how the work went as well, of course. On one of the days, a graphic designer had stayed for 22 hours. Yes, 22. We weren't expecting overtime pay because that is not covered by the law. We were paid over a certain amount and therefore, overtime was not part of the package. However, according to the law, as an employee, you are not allowed to work more than 12 hours a day. However, your employer can ask you to work more than 12 hours a day in the following circumstances: an accident or threat of accident, work that is essential to the life of the company, national defense, or security, urgent work to be done to machinery or plant, an interruption of work that was impossible to foresee. I apologize, but I simply could not see how the F that was humanely possible. I had returned to office the next day to discover my designer hunched over the computer in the same clothes, bleary-eyed. I approached the supervisor and asked her why the F she was still there. "Excuse me, why is the designer still here? I already included in my timeline plenty of time to work on this. We are way ahead of schedule. Why did she need OT for 22 hours? When can she go home to sleep?" "Well, she can go home and take a shower and come back. She has 2 hours. Ask her to leave now." "I'm sorry, did I hear you right? She's been here for 22 hours, and she has been working from 8 to 8 for the past few days. Supervisor, let her go home." "You're just a copywriter, don't tell me what to do." Okay, so I know for a fact that she had broken the law. I have finished enough work in advance to be free for approximately 1 week. So what do I need to do? F the overtime pay, F this place. I quietly went back to my desk and started sending job applications with my resume, started keeping copies of work that I have done, and started keeping email and WhatsApp archives of conversations with my supervisor, something I started insisting on for things to be in black and white. Over the course of the day, several conglomerates' finance officers text me to ask how the annual report is going. I told them that I was told that I'm only a copywriter and they should therefore speak to my supervisor on how the project is going. "Huh? But we want you in charge." "Sorry, talk to my supervisor." Lunchtime comes and goes. Supervisor asks to see me for a one-on-one meeting regarding my performance. I head in with a stack of things that I have done and sit down. She did not look pleased at all. "I want to talk to you about your professionalism. You told your clients that you were no longer an accounts manager and only a copywriter, and you referred them to me." "Yes, I'm only a copywriter, right?" "You know, we are lean on manpower, so everyone wears different hats." "That is not true. No one else in the office is wearing a different hat except me." "That's because you're paid higher." "I'm sorry, supervisor. You know that is not true. Everyone in the office knows each other's pay slips." Supervisor was silent. So the thing is, we have a very loose-lipped HR accountant who, over lunch, often talks about people's salaries to us. Not that any of us minded, as unprofessional as it was. "Then we need to talk to you about your performance. You've been underperforming, and many of our clients are unhappy with you." I know that these are untrue on both accounts. "I see. Okay, so I'm sorry. What is the point of this conversation?" "I want you to resign, so at least on your resume, it doesn't look like we fired you." "No, I want you to fire me. Here, when I am fired, I am entitled to an entire additional month's salary." This woman was trying to save money on getting me to resign. She leaves, and at the end of the day, I was told that I was fired via an email from her. I went to HR and spoke to them, confirming that I was now able to clear my annual leaves, a grand total of 21 days, brought forward from the previous year. Additionally, I asked HR via email as well whether I am able to delete anything that I am no longer working on since I am not involved with any of the projects. HR replies and says yes, I am able to do so. Therefore, I trashed the entire draft of all the corporations that I have been working on. That 1 week surplus, graphic concepts, drafts of messages from the chairman of various companies, and I even shred the notes that I took. I head home, tell my parents that I got fired, and the next day onwards, I was on leave. However, there was now one big problem. Supervisor was replacing me to go for the meetings with the bigwigs in the corporations, and apparently, they hated her style of asking questions and working. The finance people asked the boss when I'll be back, and I get a phone call 1 week later. "Hi OP, how are you?" "Good, thank you. I hope you are well." "Yes, just wanted to ask if you're still interested in working in this industry." So to sum it up, she came back to offer me a higher salary. F no, I told her that I wasn't interested. Coincidentally, within that week, I got a job offer for a job that I'm still in right now. On the last week of my notice, I returned to the office to give back the properties that belonged to the company, and supervisor wasn't pleased to see me and didn't want to speak with me, until I told her that I would be contacting the Ministry of Manpower over overtime matters. Her face turned pale, and she tried to stop me from leaving to have a more in-depth discussion, but I wasn't having any of it. I get home, open up my email, and contact the ministry as promised, complete with emails, screenshots, and more. They get back to me in a few days and tell me that I was right, that there were too many hours involved, and they would investigate accordingly. Fast forward 6 months later, I text an ex-colleague who is still there to ask how things are holding up, and he told me things were bad. The moment I had left, apparently one of the accounts managers had so badly offended some of my ex-clients that they decided to stop working with them altogether. And when COVID-19 came, these precious dollars vanished and half the staff was retrenched. The Ministry of Manpower apparently dug out a lot of dirt as well and fined the company. The supervisor, she became hot-tempered and paranoid. A lot of the existing staff are planning to resign as well. Supervisor and boss, both of them don't know any better. A 22-hour shift with a 2-hour break and then get back to work? Are you absolutely out of your mind, supervisor? You know, OP, if I were you, I wouldn't have given them any notice that I was going to contact the ministry. I would have just done it and then listened in to hear what the fallout was after. Our next story today comes to us from NerdFury83. If it's not in writing, it didn't happen. Goes both ways. Let's jump right in. My new manager at work is one of those people that absolutely has to be in control. Even when you're exceeding every scorecard measure, keeping your head down, not putting a toe out of line, she still asks you to come to a meeting room to discuss some minor issue or another. Recently, she pulled me into a meeting to discuss me being late from work. Protocol is to call in, say we'll be late, then submit a schedule adjustment request when we arrive. She accused me of not calling in or submitting a request, but I was able to prove I did, only instead of leaving it at that, she insisted I now needed to call her and explain why I was late. That's not the process, I told her, and she said she was making a new one, so now I call her at 6 a.m. on her day off to let her know if I'm going to be late. She also had a meeting with me because my scorecard for a stat was 99 out of 100 with a target of 50. She had to point out the 1 out of 100 that I missed. She also did the same for a handling time issue where I'm hitting on average 600 seconds with a target of 1500. She needed to tell me about a call I took too long on. Suffice to say, complaints have been raised to her manager, following an incident where she was asked to follow up on something for me and claimed if it's not in writing, it didn't happen. I've been asking for everything in writing and repeat that mantra back to her when she claims to have told me something. Last week, she asked me to see her after my call. I walked over and she wasn't there, so went back to my desk. She asked me why I didn't stay around, and I reminded her of the time she put in writing that I wasn't to spend more than 1 minute waiting for her if she asked to see me and was to go back to my desk to take calls, not wasting time. She asked me to come over again, and when I did, she wasn't there. This repeated twice more before my shift was over. Each time I documented, logged out at 14:35 p.m., came to your desk, you were not there, spent 45 seconds waiting, returned to desk, and took another call at 14:38 p.m. in chat. She messages me to ask what time I finish. I tell her it was 2 minutes prior, and she says we can catch up now. I tell her that my shift is over, and ask if she'll approve an overtime pay for an out-of-hours meeting. She tells me not to be silly and it'll just take 10 minutes. I refuse and say if I don't get paid, we can do it tomorrow when I am being paid. She's typing, then not, then typing, then not, choosing her words. I know she's angry at being challenged, and she decided to employ one of the tactics she used when she managed a team for a company where this was standard practice. Okay, well, if you'd like to go home now, I can always make it a formal meeting. A formal meeting where I work is code for a meeting with HR, documented on your record for misconduct and repeated issues. She thinks she's won. Not a problem. Make a formal meeting, ensure I have 24 hours notice, send a formal invite, and I will bring a support person with me. I log out and leave, but not before grabbing screenshots and saving a copy of the chat logs. Next day, she's called my bluff and has a meeting scheduled. I send it to my union rep, and she comes in on the day. HR sits down with us and opens with, "So we're here today to discuss some concerns. Your team leader asked you to attend an off-the-cuff catch-up 3 times, and for some reason you refused." I quickly clarify what actually happened. My manager claims otherwise, and I repeat her mantra. If it's not in writing, it didn't happen. Then I supply receipts, her demands to put things in writing, her chat, my timestamps, my call logs, and her message to me afterwards. My union rep stares at the two of them with a small smile and asks, "So do you maintain the position that the employees should attend meetings unpaid, and that misconduct investigations are a good use of resources if they refuse?" HR said there may have been a miscommunication, and that I could return to work. I have it put in writing that I am not accused of any misconduct and have been cleared of any false accusations, with nothing documented on my staff file. Yesterday, my team was advised that our team leader had decided to pursue opportunities outside of the company, and we were getting a new manager. Right, the team manager has decided to pursue opportunities outside of the company. This is basically translated as, the team leader made us look bad and we are not happy. Seems to me like team leader was on a little bit of a power trip, became a liability to the company, and the company toasted them and the risk has been mitigated. Our next story today comes to us from Rowan Ever. "You keep halving my time estimates? You're right. My estimates should be more reliable. Let's jump right in." A couple of decades ago, I was working as the only technical writer in a fairly large team of developers. Our manager was Cambridge educated, liked to cut estimates, and was particularly convinced that my job was easy and quick, and that I was lazy and terrible at estimates. He'd point out that the worst typist could type a page of text in an hour, so I should be getting through at least 8 pages of user manual a day. When he halved my time estimates and gave me the new deadlines, I, like the doofus I was, slaved away, worked unpaid overtime, and squeaked on over the line, and then usually ended up taking a couple of days of sick leave to recover. That eventually got me called into HR for being unreliable. Something in me snapped at that point. The next project, the same scenario played out. I gave my quite good time estimates, he poo-pooed them and halved them. I shrugged and accepted his pronouncement. He pointed out that I really needed to get better at estimating my time. Malicious compliance time. 2 weeks before the end of the 2-month project, he asked for an update. "Oh, I'm a bit over a third of the way through the documentation," I said calmly, as though there wasn't a deadline staring me in the face. He blinked and asked for an explanation. "Well, I told you it would take 4 months to do the amount of documentation you asked for, and it looks as though if I don't do any overtime, it's actually pretty close to correct, based on my progress so far." I beamed at him as though I was completely unaware that he had managers and a CTO who were expecting my documentation based on the information he gave them, along with the product it's describing, of course. Much to my surprise, it didn't even seem to occur to him to yell at me. The sheer confidence with which I delivered the devastating news had utterly confused him. He ended up helping me to cut down the requirements and then finished completing the documentation to meet the deadline. I worked my usual hours, and if he asked me to do overtime, played dumb and said, "No, sorry, I get sick if I do that, so I don't anymore." He worked a lot of overtime. I would walk past his office to see him staring at his computer monitor, biting his fingernails, and looking very, very worried. He wrote a lot of substandard documentation, and being a perfectionist, that really upset him. He didn't see his family much for 2 weeks. I spent a lot of my time at work trying not to cackle like a warlock who's had one too many pep pills. Once he had some time to recover, he called me into his office to discuss new ways of estimating time for documentation, and carefully suggested that maybe half a page to a page of documentation a day was a fair general estimate, maybe, and perhaps at some point we should look at hiring a second tech writer. It's very true that some people can listen to an explanation and understand and accept it, although others need it demonstrated, sometimes forcefully, before they reach the understanding and acceptance. I mean, I think that was about as close to an apology as you're going to get, OP. At least they changed. Our next story today comes to us from CrackSnap7. You want the exact amount? You get the exact amount. Let's jump right in. When I was 13 or 14, I decided I wanted a PS3. My dad refused to buy me one, but my uncle made me an offer I couldn't refuse. He said that if I worked at his sweet shop for the 2 months of summer break, he would buy me a PS3 and some games in lieu of payment. For teenage me with no commitments, this seemed fantastic. My uncle sold a kind of specialty snack known as a mini samosa in his shop. They are like samosas but smaller, about 3.5 to 4 centimeters in size, about 1/2286th of a football field for my American friends. They were sold by weight in sealed packs of 250 grams and 500 grams, as these were the most common amounts people bought. Making those packages turned out to be my job. You see, sometime between now and when Uncle started his business, he realized that 250 grams was roughly the weight of 28 mini samosas, and thus 56 were 500 grams. So instead of weighing each packet, I was told to just pack by counting individual items, which was easier and saved time. We also sold them individually for people who wanted larger, smaller, or unusual amounts. This was also around the time when our government started airing customer awareness PSAs. Basically, just telling customers to beware of fraudulent business people. This is relevant. So one particularly hot afternoon, it was just me and my uncle at the shop. In India, frequent power cuts were very common during summers, and thus there were no fans or AC running. Both tempers and temperatures were running high at the shop that day. It was then that the villain of our story, Mr. Karen, made his entry. He was a local resident and a regular. He seemed angry from the onset when he barged into the shop. He took a look at the fans and saw that they weren't running, then angrily picked up a 500-gram pack of samosas and asked, "How many samosas are in this thing?" "That's 500 grams, I said. "I said how many, not how much," Mr. Karen literally screamed. "Again, how many in this?" 56, I replied immediately, since, I packed them. "How can you be so sure? You didn't even count. You're trying to cheat me." Mr. Karen was now in full-scale Karen mode. "I demand you pack me 500 grams of those individual ones, and don't you dare cheat me again." I looked over at my uncle, wet with sweat, fanning himself with yesterday's newspaper. He slowly nodded. I beamed a huge smile. "Sure, sir, whatever you want." So I took a bag, picked up some samosas, and started putting them on the balance. I kept counting samosas as I put them in until they were a little over 500 grams. Then I removed the last samosa and the weight fell below 500. Now, keeping eye contact with Mr. Karen, I crushed the samosa and started putting its powdery remains in the bag until it was exactly 500 grams. But wait, there's more. Mr. Karen apparently didn't seem to mind powdered samosa, but instead asked smugly, "So how many samosas now?" 48, I claimed triumphantly. You see, sometime in the past, my uncle's old chef retired, and the new chef made samosas with a little bit more filling in them. They looked the same size on the outside and only weighed a couple grams more each, and since he made them in bulk and also sold to other shops in the area, the price wasn't too much of an issue. So my uncle let it slide. But those couple grams added up on mass orders, and that is what Mr. Karen found out the hard way. He looked sheepishly at the pre-packaged samosas and then at his own package and asked if he could buy the former instead. "No, my nephew made a package specially for you at your request, so that is what you have to buy." My uncle finally spoke. Mr. Karen silently took his pack, paid, and left. He was a lot more respectful during his subsequent visits. I was reminded of this story yesterday when my PS3 finally died. As evident, English is not my first language. In fact, it's not even my third, so please excuse any mistakes. I absolutely love seeing those disclaimers of "English is not my first language" because they usually write so much better than the actual English people on Reddit. I guess that says something about North American school systems, but we won't go there. One thing's for sure though, when Mr. Karen walked into that store that day wanting to get some samosas, I bet they didn't realize that they'd be walking out with a serving of humble pie. Our next story today comes to us from Tokyo Flex. Shocked Pikachu boss. Let's jump right in. I worked at a restaurant/events venue some years back. Essentially, I was AGM of the place, and it was my job to coordinate service in the dining room, private event spaces, and music venue. Service concerts, private events, weddings, you name it, I coordinate and execute it with staff. This was the most challenging job I'd ever had at the time, but after a while, I'd found a groove and was doing the work of 2 or 3 people. New GM gets hired, I like her, she likes me, she recognizes my hard work and is glad to have me. I put in 50 to 60 hours a week, regularly there until 2 or 3 in the morning wrapping things up, last person in the building. I have a good relationship with the CEO and the COO, HR of the company, as we were one of 6 large franchises across the country. They like me and we have a good rapport when I see them. I'm working my butt off, but really having fun too. Fast forward a few months and the relationship between me and GM sours. She is colder and more hostile toward me every day. I'm not sure what's going on, so ask her if we can talk. She calls a closed-door meeting and arrives with a folder with some papers in it. She pulls out her cell and asks my permission to record. Yeah, sure, have fun. She then proceeds to lay out papers in front of me documenting all my shortcomings. 7 minutes late, timestamp verified. There was a blizzard that day and I wasn't late. I volunteered to come in early as other employees refused to drive, and so was technically 53 minutes early. Inappropriate language in front of team members. Managers were joking and doing Sam Jackson mother effer impressions, and I used the S word. No one else got written up. Complaint from rehearsal dinner 9:12. The bride in a sleeveless dress was cold. We turned the heat up. And on, like 15 total completely fabricated charges against me. At this point, it's clear she's out to get me, but I have no clue why. She tells me I should probably think about putting in my 2 weeks notice. Okay, I immediately start looking for another job and actually nail one shortly with a better title and pay. Yay! Important to note, we always had these big weekly meetings on what was usually my day off, so I'd have to come in on my day off and sit in a meeting with a bunch of other managers, event directors, and chefs. These meetings were mandatory. I was never happy about it, but I complied as everyone else relied on me to coordinate services and events. After one of these meetings, I went out for a quick beer with a coworker who was a captain, essentially an event manager for us who would run smaller events. We got to talking and she told me that GM was afraid I was going to take her job and wants to get rid of me. GM had let it slip to chef during setup of an event and captain overheard while working. Wild. I don't want your job, I'm too busy already. So, malicious compliance. Our HR policies were a bit wonky as COO/HR didn't really have experience with HR stuff. He was a great guy, but had cobbled together some awkward policies. In our official handbook, it was stated that the company prefers a 3-week notice, accepts a 2-week notice as industry standard, and in cases where the employee feels wronged, threatened, or unfairly targeted, a 1-week notice is acceptable. Also, if the employee feels wronged, threatened, or unfairly targeted, it is acceptable for said employee to go over the head of their wronging, threatening, unfairly targeting boss directly to HR to submit their notice. So I follow company policy. I send COO/HR an email giving my resignation. I briefly outline my reasons, thank him for all his wisdom and help, and give my 1-week, 168-hour notice effective immediately, as of noon CST, the exact time I'm submitting notice. I don't get a response from COO/HR. That's because he's on vacation in Greece. A week later, I cheerily show up for the mandatory meeting at noon on my day off. The meeting commences, and GM is making a show of trying to call me out in front of the group for answers about the 300-person wedding event I'm due to run tomorrow, trying to cement my incompetence to them. She tells me we're out of a certain brut champagne, no we're not, and asks me what we're going to do to sub for the party's toast, intending to catch me caught in the cold as it's too late to order an appropriate substitute. My response? Don't know, don't care. This is my last day, and I finished work 15 minutes ago. Good luck with the wedding. And I walked out. Cue shocked Pikachu boss. The entire table was O-faced. There was a volley of emails after that between GM and COO/HR trying to deny my sick and vacation payouts, but I had technically followed all company policies. She had to put her signature on my final check. Sweet. Oh, I absolutely love how they were scared that you were going after their job, but now they get to do your job for you. I think one thing I would have done differently though is I would have come after them to pay me for the time for those meetings, because that's my day off. If you want me to work, you're gonna compensate me for it. Our next story today comes to us from Squirrely. You sure you want all that paperwork? Let's jump right in. At the time of Malicious compliance, I was a project manager for a smaller industrial construction company on the Gulf Coast. We were adding on to an existing chemical plant in multiple phases. The first phase of the project went well. The client rep was easy to get along with and was very reasonable. He reported to their PM, but we almost never dealt with her. We would have weekly status meetings to discuss cost projection and forecasts, schedule updates, change orders, and requests for information, all of which always went well. Towards the end of the first phase, the client was bought and merged with another company. This wasn't a problem at first. We finished the first phase under budget, ahead of schedule, and were awarded the second phase. The new owner decided that the previous PM wasn't adequate and wanted her replaced. Pretty commonplace when things like this happen. They want people they know and trust. This change also changed the representative we had built a relationship with. While funding was getting worked out for the second phase, at the request of the client, my company kept me and 3 of my direct reports on: project manager, cost controller, construction manager, and admin. We assisted with scope development, contract T's and C's, constructability reviews, material ordering, and general planning. After 2 months, the client gave us the green light to proceed, so we got to work. I am not what is referred to as a change order artist in my industry. Unless it's a change of scope or an extreme unforeseeable weather delay, I try to steer away from requesting more money as much as possible. Sometimes there's no avoiding it, especially when the scope of work is lacking, but we had ample opportunity to vet and assist in defining the project scope, and I had estimated we would have roughly 25 change orders. Some jobs are not so lucky. We had accounted for 30 minutes every morning for safety talks and work permits to be given to the crew foremans, which is pretty standard for this client and facility. First day takes 3 hours to get permits. I think it's just growing pains, new people, it will improve. Second day, 3 hours. Third day, 4 hours. Day 4 is our first weekly meeting, and I bring this up with some draft test COs, RFIs, and report to see how the new PM wants to see our weekly data moving forward. We discussed the permitting issue, and I explained that I'm pretty flexible and believe in a give and take relationship, but I need help with permits if we're going to meet the project deadline and budgetary constraints. The PM decides he wants change orders submitted weekly, in arrears 1 week, to have real-time numbers. This goes well for a couple of weeks. Permit issuance time went down, and I fell into my give and take attitude. I wouldn't include every delay or change, believing this was the high road and trying to build a relationship. Then something happened. The PM got weird. His whole attitude and demeanor changed. The PM states he now wants change orders submitted every day, per discipline, per instance. I try to explain we have 4 disciplines, and that would be an enormous amount of unnecessary paperwork, and that I'd rather have a conversation about these, as some of them will not be worth the paper they're written on. But he insists, every deviation, every change. I want everything on paper and submitted daily for approval. All supporting documentation needs to be included. His attitude change clicks with me now. He thinks we won't be able to keep up with the mountain of paperwork. He even made it a point to amend our contract with this, stating if we didn't follow this, we would lose billing rights for extra work. Cue malicious compliance. I sit down with my cost controller, construction manager, and 8 foremen to explain what the client wants. Any scope change, permit delay, operations delay, or scaffold delay was to be radioed in immediately to the cost controller to request a new cost code to track hours. We would track any materials or equipment rentals to these respective codes as well. We would develop an estimate on the scope changes, and on the delays, we would provide actual hours and submit these requests at the end of each day. Once the work for the scope changes was completed, the original CO estimate would be actualized. The individual COs would then be submitted as independent invoices at the end of the month, in addition to our normal scope invoices. This was not a large project at all, valued at about $8 million for 4 months of work and 100 construction personnel. When the project was all said and done, we had submitted roughly 800 change orders valued at $1.6 million. The PM and his team would have to review 150 to 200 invoices a month, some of which were only for $54 for a 15-minute delay. The cherry on top, the client now took too long to vet the invoices and wouldn't pay timely per the contract. Every month, the client had to pay an additional 3% due to late payment fees. Petty? It sure was, but I gave him exactly what he wanted. I ended up making my company and me a lot of money on that project. Well, OP, I hope you got a hefty bonus out of that one because you made the company a lot more money in that case. I love when somebody new comes in and takes over and tries to micromanage every little thing, especially for a company that's been around for a long time and knows exactly what they're doing. It usually just doesn't come out in the new manglement's favor. Our next story today comes to us from Gasping Jill Franks. I adhered to the sickness policy to the letter. Let's jump right in. In the early 2000s, I worked in the UK for a huge American insurance company. I managed a team of 10 to 12 administrators. The job was dull, the people were mainly great, and it was a steady place to work. Now, with this being a US company, the benefits package was poor compared to most UK rivals. Things like paid annual leave and paid sickness were the statutory minimum it was legal to give in the UK. I had this guy join my team who I shall call Dan. Dan was about 22, 23, a bit of a plodder, definitely just there until he could find something better, and I couldn't blame him. One Monday, when he'd been there about 3 months, he didn't show up one Monday morning. I was initially concerned, but when he hadn't called or shown up 45 minutes later, I started looking for his home phone number to check he was okay. Right then, my phone rang and it was Dan. He told me on the Friday night he had gone out with friends and got really drunk. When he got home, he decided to deep fry some chips, fries on the stove. He fell asleep, and when he woke up, the pan was on fire on the stove, black smoke billowing everywhere. Now, I think I would have just run, but as he was pretty drunk, he decided to open the kitchen window in his apartment and throw the fiery pan outside. He managed to get boiling hot fat all over his dominant hand. Fat spilled all over and caught fire, so he ran and called the fire service. On the way out, he grabbed his wallet, coat, and 3 CDs. Along with the clothes he had on, this was all that survived. He was really upset and told me he had no insurance for his possessions. He was going to be off sick for some weeks. The doctors thought he may need a skin graft on his hand. I told him to leave things with me, I would sort stuff out at work and would call him later. I called our local HR team, who said there was very little they could do due to his length of service. He only had 6 paid sick days left. He had taken a few already. I was shocked. I asked if we could bend the rules. No. Is there a fund we could donate something to him from? No. Feeling this was really mean, I called HR in our head office and got the same answers. Very shortly afterwards, I got a call from our local HR manager, Claire, who was usually nice with me. We were on some of the same staff committees together, but today, she wanted to know why I had tried to go over her head, yada yada yada. She said that the sickness policy was clear, and I had to follow it to the letter. Did I understand? You bet I did. Cue malicious compliance. I filled in all the paperwork to send to Claire, some of it authorizing the deduction of Dan's pay, as he would exceed his sickness benefits that month. I think Claire was surprised I had rolled over so easily. I wasn't known for that. About an hour later, I sent her an email asking her to proofread a poster I had created to go on one of our committee notice boards. It was all about Dan and what had happened to him, and suggested ways the different teams could raise some money to help him out, as he had nothing, and unfortunately wasn't entitled to any sick pay. I immediately got a "please don't progress this any further just now" email from Claire, and half an hour later or so, she called to let me know they were granting 3 months paid sickness leave initially, and a goodwill payment of £5,000 on behalf of the company to help him get back on his feet. Dan was amazed at the magic I'd worked, and Claire was pretty frosty with me for about 6 weeks. I absolutely love this. Hey company, let's grow a heart and actually do something for somebody who works here. Otherwise, you're gonna get thousands of complaints from the employees. It was great to see how quickly the company rolled over in this case. I think I can speak for the whole KCC community when we say that we hope Dan can get back on his feet and have a really quick recovery. Our next story today comes to us from Unused Thought. Stop what I'm doing so you can install a surveillance camera? Whatever you say. Let's jump right in. So, a bit of a preface here before we get started. If you're not familiar with industrial painting, not your average house paint. We have to mix in catalysts to make product work. Let junior high science take it from there. Recently, during the whole COVID downturn, I went back to one of my original trades to pay the bills and picked up a gig in a coating shop. The department manager has never picked up a spray gun once, allegedly did some blasting 20 years back, but is generally lost in all aspects of the job, aside from gouging customers and employees to line his pockets. I guess I should mention, him and his brother are the owners as well, so the ripping off is fully condoned. So recently, they had the bright idea to install new security cameras to find who keeps leaving doors in the shop open on weekends. Truth is, they like to obsessively watch the cameras instead of actually going to the shops to look or actually doing something. And I'm fairly sure it's drunk owners wandering the shop at night, but that's another story. The day comes around that the tech comes by as I'm spraying, ignoring the big light and sign saying stay out due to fumes and such, and stops me to ask where he can come install. And I tell him about 3 hours until I'm done, clean my pot and pew-pew, and let the room settle and paint set, as he has to bring in a lift and I don't want dust or cold air coming in while the coating sets. Tech accepts the answer, goes to do his other installs, and then our hapless manager wanders in, screaming why the new camera isn't set up yet. He tells me that it has to be set up right now and to stop my job and go do some paperwork instead. I explain that my catalyst is live, and I have maybe 90 minutes before the whole batch flashes and destroys the pot, line, and gun, costing about $1,000 all in on a good day with their cheap parts. He won't have any of it and unplugs my air feed. So I dropped my pew-pew, grabbed my stuff, and went out to do a couple estimates that ate up the day, and manager couldn't bother to do them. Next morning, I go about seeing if I can at least salvage the pew-pew from the mess, and in comes the manager and his brother, wondering why I'm taking the pew-pew apart, which is routine maintenance for cleaning and filters if you know your basics, and not spraying. I asked how they knew what I was doing, playing a poor game of being ignorant, and they pointed to the camera. So then, I pointed and asked about being stopped and not allowed to clean my tools. Being a bit of a meticulous note-taker, my book has when I stopped that job and went to estimating, which lines up with when the camera came online, which by then was past the kick time for the paint. But the priority was to get that camera up, to watch and not understand what I do for a living. So now, I have a brand new assembly being shipped out, complete with the shiny new Binks pew-pew and tips on corporate expense, because the eyes watching from above knew more than the peon just chipping away at his day. The best kicker, the client was in to survey progress this afternoon, explaining why I'm nearly a week behind due to an electric eye was a great time. I pointed him towards the office of Mordor to ask his questions. Now, OP mentioned in a comment down below that this wasn't an actual spray booth, it wasn't ventilated properly, so there could be a quote-unquote chance that that camera just happens to get covered in paint, when OP accidentally sprays it that way. Our next story today comes to us from Iteration 5. Tickets, please. Let's jump right in. It's been more than 20 years. I think I can get away with talking about this. In the late 1990s, I worked for the internal help desk of a Fortune 500 company. Employees would call in and enter their employee number into the phone system, and when we answered the call, we had a system that automatically opened a problem ticket with the employee number, which would pre-fill the rest of the ticket, until it didn't. It started slowly at first, maybe one call out of 10 was coming up with the wrong employee's information. And this was annoying, because first, we'd have to close the ticket that was opened in error, then we'd have to open a new ticket. So my boss went to the team that was responsible for fixing it, and they said, sure, just have your agents open a ticket for our team every time there's a problem. And almost nobody did this, because filling out a ticket takes time. And there was a customer on the phone already waiting for us to close out one ticket. Within a few days, it was every call that was affected, and my boss goes back to the tools team who are sitting with their feet metaphorically propped up on the desk saying, well, we need a ticket for every call that's going off, or we can't do anything about it. My boss explodes. As it stands, the average call time for the desk is up by more than a minute, which is way worse than it sounds because we're talking about several thousand calls a day. It's just not reasonable or possible for them to expect And that's where the tools team made their mistake. They pointed out that there was one agent whose call times were completely unaffected and who was, in fact, generating a ticket for every single call. That agent was me. That's when my boss shows up in my office and asks, "Okay, how the hell are you doing it?" I shrugged. Macros. Basically, the system we were using for tickets was on a mainframe, and we accessed it through an advanced kind of terminal program that had macro functionality. I created macros for our most common types of tickets, and when the problem first started, I created a macro that would close the ticket out and open a new one. When we were told to create a ticket for the tools team, I modified that macro to copy the ticket number before it closed out the ticket, then create a new ticket for the tools team and reference the old ticket number, send it, and open a new ticket. I was actually kind of astonished to learn that nobody else was doing this because it was childishly simple. And because literally every single affected employee was a tech, all it took to deploy the macro to everyone on the desk was an email with an attached file and instructions how to install it. A few days later, there's a backlog of over 10,000 tickets and climbing in the tool team's queue. The head of the tools team has gotten a call from his manager's manager because it's the largest backlog of tickets in the history of the company. And he goes to my boss and asks him to have us stop. "No, you said you needed every single agent to open a ticket for every single affected call, or you couldn't trace the problem." Well, maybe if you had just one agent, we had that. You told us it was insufficient, that you couldn't do anything without that kind of information. Well, now you have it. We've had this problem for over a week now, and you haven't been able to fix it. I want to make sure you have all the tickets you need to solve this problem. The problem was fixed within 4 hours. 2 days later, the head of the tools team is in my office. It turns out that he's got somewhere in the neighborhood of 20,000 tickets to close, and could I please show him how to use macros? Does anybody else think they should have looked at this guy and said, "Yeah, but you have to open a ticket for that first"? And if they actually did go open a ticket, then you just respond to that ticket with a link to a website that talks about how to create macros. Our next story today comes to us from Dream of Days. Bitching about poor service? Enjoy waiting 6 months. Let's jump right in. For context, I work at an office where part of our job is sending out orders for medical equipment for patients. Currently, there is a global recall for a big brand name of the machines we use. Local companies can't get the machines they need for patients because almost all the equipment being produced is being sent out as replacements for the recalled machines. Last I heard, some companies had wait lists hundreds of patients long and were only getting 20 machines a month. Today, a patient called and we had a conversation that went something like this. "Hello, this is doctor's office, anonymous speaking. How can I help you?" "Hi, Company A called me earlier about an appointment to pick up my machine and they were extremely rude to me." Goes on a rant for 2 minutes while I patiently waited out. "Do you have any local companies that won't bother me with appointments to pick up my machine?" "We have a couple of companies that are local. Let me give you the names and phone numbers so you can see which one would be better for you." "Can't you just pick one?" "Well, Company B has," starts listing off details. Patient cutting me off. "Just pick one." I took it in stride. "Sure, Company C it is. Now, are you sure about changing companies? You'll be put on the bottom of the wait list." "Yes, I'm sure. Just send my order to C and cancel my order with A. I hate dealing with them." One last question. "Is your machine part of the recall? You can call." "No, it ain't part of no damn recall. It broke and I'm getting it replaced. Do you understand?" "Sure thing, ma'am. I'll get the order sent out right away." I put the paperwork together and called Company A to cancel the order. Since we deal with them on a daily basis, our staff are on a first-name basis with each other. I learned from the same employee who dealt with this patient that Company A has been trying to call this patient to schedule a pickup for their machine for the past week or so, but the patient never picks up their phone, and by the time the patient calls back days later, the machine was picked up by another patient on the wait list. The patient got snappy and bitched at them for not doing their jobs right, and promised they'd take their business elsewhere. I shared a laugh with the poor employee who had to deal with this patient, and they voided the order. I sent the order to Company C and called just to check how many people are on their wait list. 393. Estimated wait time 4 to 6 months. The patient's machine isn't even a recalled model, so they can't go through that channel for a replacement. They're stuck unless they want to pay out of pocket $900 plus for a new machine from an online supplier who 100% won't take her insurance plan. Even then, that assumes she'd find a place that has the machine she needs. There's a general consensus in the comments for this one that they're talking about the Philips CPAP machine that has a major recall. For some people, this is an absolutely essential device. You'd think they wouldn't be yelling at people on the phone about it and would be like offering them bribes and trying to get this thing as quickly as they could. Our next story today comes to us from Public Pressure 4516. Dog Park Compliance. Let's jump right in. Dog park people, they come in all flavors, but some of them are a little spicy for me, so I tend to go in the early morning when nobody is there. A few days ago, I arrived to a seemingly empty park and let my 2 dogs into the gate. As I undid their leashes, I hear a woman screaming at me to close the gate. There, at the far end of the park, were 2 women with their dogs. As I was currently blocking the gate, I was a bit surprised, but she's probably just having a bad day. I comply wordlessly. I take a few steps and put a ball in my dog chucker. Again, startled by the screaming woman, "No!" I look up. "Don't throw the ball in my direction." The park is a rectangle. Where am I supposed to throw it? And it's 7 in the freaking morning, and so far I've been screamed at twice for doing perfectly normal dog park things. And I, sometimes, will say things without thinking first. So I am shocked when I hear myself screaming back cheerily, "Yes, boss," channeling my inner cool hand Luke, I guess. She yells, "What?" I shout, "Yes, boss, throwing that ball, boss." I throw my ball down the length of the dog park as far away from her as I can manage. "My dog doesn't like other dogs," she shouts. And I get that, but maybe she could communicate that and her gate shutting concerns without screaming commands. Maybe talk to people like they're, people. "Yes, boss," I say, which pretty much sums up my feelings on the matter. She aggressively yanked her poor dog's leash. Perhaps she was just not a fan of the legendary actor Paul Newman, and headed for the gate. "Keep them away from my dog." "Throwing that ball, boss," I offered as confirmation. She marched out of the park, taking a little long at the gate in my opinion. Today, when I pulled up, she was there again. I gave her a friendly wave and was waiting to see if we were going to get a repeat performance. But boss staged a very dramatic exit before I even got out of the car. Thank you, Cool Hand Luke, my ideal of social interaction, apparently. I think the main thing to ask here is if her dog doesn't like other dogs, why is she taking it to a public dog park where there's gonna be, other dogs? I also get the argument that she's going there first thing in the morning so that there won't be other dogs there, while OP's going there first thing in the morning because there won't be other people there. But I think the onus is on her to pack up her dogs and leave if they don't like being around other dogs. But I will put a little end note on that I don't have a dog, so I don't really know the rules of the dog park. So comment down below. Who do you think was in the right here? Who should have to leave? And, just make sense of this situation for me, because I don't get it. Our next story today comes to us from Some Mathematician 38. Need permission to leave the office? Okay, let's jump right in. This was a few years ago when I was working in China. Our company moved office from Hong Kong to Shenzhen. Our sales had reduced a fair bit, hence the move to save money. Our 2 bosses were old school and believed best marketing was word of mouth and never bothered to advertise our business. I tried and tried to make them reconsider, but they would not have it. I was living rent-free in their apartment. My salary was reduced 50%. I agreed to work 8 to 12:30 as long as I could still live there and they would still keep my working visa. They agreed. I spent the first month enjoying my half days and going to the gym, walking, etc., and exploring Shenzhen. I had made some friends and applied for a part-time job in an education center in Shenzhen, helping with sales and teacher recruitment. I was working 3 to 9 p.m. I did not tell anyone about this job and emailed my bosses to ask about a salary increase since we were working almost full-time again. No reply. So 12:30 came, my laptop and work phone were switched off. I went to my new job. At this time, the offices were part of the school. What I found weird was we only had 2 teachers, but a lot of students. They even tried asking me to teach some classes. Hell no, that is not my job. My first day, the teachers warned me about their boss and my colleague. He was the head of the department, but not my direct boss. Let's call him K. I worked 6 hours. I got a 45-minute break at 6 to 6:45. This school was part of a shopping center, so we had to go into the shopping center to use the bathroom. Kay was a complete micromanaging control freak. Shenzhen during summer is like walking around in a sauna. It is 36 degrees and feels like 45. I used to travel to work by bus, and it would take me about an hour. I would wear shorts, t-shirt, and flip-flops to work. I would always arrive early, around 2:15 p.m., cool down for 30 minutes, then get changed and ready for work. Kay did not like this. I had to arrive at 2:55 p.m. dressed ready to work. I said, I am. No, you have to arrive at the school in your work clothes. Did not say that in my contract, but okay, I will do that. New guy did not want to argue. After a week or so at the job, they again asked me to teach some classes as they were having to hire many part-time teachers, which cost them more money than full-time. I said no. I am not even a qualified teacher. Not sure that is legal. We now had 3 teachers, but one was transferring, and he specifically said it was because of Kay. We had previously had another 2 teachers who also left because of Kay. I was the only foreigner in our office in teacher recruitment, managing our online database, calling teachers for interviews, helping with their documents, etc. Kay comes into the office and asks me where I was for 20 minutes. I said the bathroom. Now I need to tell him when I leave for the bathroom, also where I'm going for my 45 minutes break. I ask why, in case he needs me. I said, you're not my boss, you have no need to know where I am. He states technically he is the department lead, so he does need to know. I ask if all of the Chinese staff ask permission to use the bathroom, or just me. They laugh and he leaves. Cue malicious compliance. Kay was also a teacher to English beginners. He is teaching a class. I knock on the door. He looks shocked. I open the door and ask in Chinese, so the students understand, can I go to the bathroom please? He is pissed, but he says yes. 6 p.m., I walk in the office and give him the address loudly of where I'm going for lunch. At the same time, I am emailing my boss saying I am shocked that the dress code changed. Not allowed to wear these colored shoes anymore. I have to arrive early dressed and not allowed to change. Bathroom permissions, etc., stating all of it. My boss was pissed. He already knew about all of the complaints against Kay, but I think this was the final straw. He calls me up and I explain everything to him. About 1 month later, Kay was removed as head and became just an English teacher. I worked there part-time for 1 year before leaving for a better job full-time. Funny thing was, as soon as he was demoted, he was a nice colleague to talk to. So OP, you mentioned that there was no training at this place. Is there a possibility that the stress of trying to fill this role was what was making him be a major butthole? Because there was no training for him to do what he was doing, he might have been flying by the seat of his pants. This is made all the more evident by the fact that his mood changed as soon as he was demoted to just a teacher position. It's like the stress was lifted off of his shoulders. Our next story today comes to us from Rabid Rathian. I expect my rules to be followed. Wait, not like that. Let's jump right in. I worked in the clothes section, and it was not uncommon for staff and customers to ask fitting room staff to put clothes on hold for them by putting it in the back of the fitting room cupboard. All holds had to be picked up within 2 days, or they'd be put back on the shelf. But everyone felt this was quite reasonable. A couple of months before Christmas, the department manager, for some reason, suddenly decided that staff were not allowed to put clothes on hold at all, even if it was just for a few hours until you finished your shift and could go to the registers. Nope. If manager saw clothes put aside for a staff member, she'd take it and screech, I expect my rules to be followed, and no clothes are to be left in this cupboard, and go and put the clothing back on the shelf. She even printed out a note that said staff are not to put items on hold, no exceptions. Yes, that's how she spelled it, and stuck it inside the cupboard door where holds would have been kept. No justification was ever given for this rule. It wasn't like the staff holds were taking up space, as there would generally be no more than 1 to 2 items on hold for staff at any given time, if that. Also, when she pulled a staff member's hold items out of the cupboard, she would always rip it out as if she was trying to start a lawnmower, knocking several other items of clothing onto the floor, and she'd always just flounce out without tidying up any of the mess she'd caused. Fast forward to maybe 2 weeks before Christmas, I was working in the fitting rooms on the evening shift, and manager walked in while I was on the phone to a customer, maybe 10 minutes before closing time. As I watched, manager put 2 pairs of women's pajamas into the cupboard. However, instead of just putting them into the cupboard where there was a gap, she pulled the few remaining returns forward and pushed these pajamas right to the back of the cupboard. I watched her do it. She saw me watching, but neither of us said anything. As a hardworking employee, I knew that I had to make sure the cupboard was empty of returns before I left for the night, so that whoever was working in the morning would have a clean start. So as soon as I got off the phone, I took all the clothes out of the cupboard, put them all back out on the shelf, and went and clocked out to go home. My following shift, I got screamed at for putting the pajamas back out on the shelf because they were for my mother's Christmas present, and saying that she was going to make me ring her mother and force me to explain why she wasn't getting the pajamas she wanted. I said, fine, I'll explain that she doesn't get her pajamas because of your rules. Manager said, but I'm a manager. You saw me put them in there, so you should have just left them. Without saying a word, I swung the cupboard door open and tapped the no exceptions bit of her sign. She was absolutely fuming, but there were customers and other staff there, and she realized that she didn't have a leg to stand on and would only look stupid if she pushed it further, so she just stormed out. The fallout, if you could call it that, was that she sulked and basically wouldn't talk to me for about 3 weeks, but given that when she did talk to me, it was usually to micromanage me or tell me to do something I was literally already doing. Hurry up and clean the fitting room stalls. As I was already sweeping up rubbish in there with a dustpan, I was quite happy with that. On a side note, some staff did try getting around this rule by putting stuff in the cupboard with no name on it, but that made it hard for other fitting room staff, as we couldn't tell what was a staff hold and what was just returns that needed to be put away anyway. Others tried writing fake customer names, but the manager caught someone doing this and started putting away clothes with customer names on it, because she wasn't going to let anyone get away with it. On more than one occasion, it turned out that she put away something that was actually on hold for a customer, and then us fitting room staff would get shouted at for it. A lot of us evening and night workers couldn't even go and quickly buy the clothes we wanted on our breaks because we worked short shifts and either didn't get a break or only got 15 minutes, and the registers were so busy and understaffed that there was no way you'd even get to the checkout in under 20 minutes. By the time our shift finished, the registers were closed. Ah yes, rules for thee but not for me, cause I'm a manager. Don't you think though that when the manager said you'd have to call up her mother to tell her what happened, that you should have just made that phone call and asked her if her daughter has always been that insufferable? Our next story today comes to us from Justy B. Malicious compliance with my graduate school mentor. Let's jump right in. I read a story on here the other day that reminded me of an experience I had with one of my mentors in graduate school. I went to graduate school to get my doctorate in microbiology a few years ago. Normally, in a doctoral program in biological science, you join a lab that is headed by a PI, principal investigator. This is the lead scientist in the lab. They are at least the assistant professor level in the USA. The PI mentors you until you become an independent scientist, and then you defend your research to earn your degree. It can take 4 to 6 years. I had an extremely atypical grad school experience. I had the terrible misfortune of joining a lab run by a very junior PI who, a couple years into my research training, decided she wanted to quit academic science and go have a baby. Good for her, but I got screwed. Normally, you would have to start over completely from scratch, but I had already passed the midpoint of my training, and more importantly, I had already acquired my own funding. Plus, the PI who quit had just been awarded a major grant from the government. As a sidebar, when you get a grant to do science at a university, the university gets a big portion of the money. When my PI left, the university had to either give the money back to the government or try to convince the funding agency that another PI could do the work. Obviously, they chose to keep the money, and I was more or less forced to work under the supervision of a different PI. This lady is and was terrible. Beyond being an awful scientist, she was extremely hateful and petty. She lost her funding a couple of years prior and only had one student left in her lab who was on their way out. She had a reputation for being an awful mentor. Right from the start, it became clear that not only was her reputation deserved, it was a bit of an understatement. She was incredibly abusive. To give you some perspective, out of the 14 students to join her lab, only 4 of them have gotten degrees, which is unheard of. The rest literally quit science altogether. To make matters worse, she also had absolutely no idea what the grant she inherited was actually about, and still does not. So in addition to my graduate training, I was now in the position where I had to work on her other projects and administrate this new grant. The next 2.5 years of my life were an absolute hell. I soon learned that my new PI would take advantage of my labor in any way she could. She has a philosophy that graduate students were entitled to 4 days off per year and that weekends counted. She also loved to complain that graduate students were overpaid. We made 30 grand per year in 2019 because when she was a grad student, she only made 22,000 per year in 1992. Enter the malicious compliance. Every year when you have a grant from the government, you have to write an annual report. Normally you have 4 to 8 people working on this research at any given time. But I was alone. The new PI used the money to hire a couple of new techs to work on her other projects, and I was supposed to somehow compensate for their lack of progress on the work that funded their salary. These annual reports are 100% the responsibility of the PI and can determine if your grant gets renewed. The first year, I was told to write the report only 1 week before its due date. These things are massive. It's important to also mention that in addition to a summary of progress, you also have to submit dozens of pages of other documentation that I had no access to as a graduate student. The next year, I moved ahead of schedule and wrote the report a full month in advance, but I never heard from my PI about its progress. The weeks passed by and I started getting worried, so I tried to schedule a meeting to ask her about the report and let her know I was nearly done. She ignored my email and told me she had other things to worry about than helping me, and that I needed to learn to be independent. Noted. The day it was due, I walked into lab and her door was fully shut. Fair enough. Maybe she was working on the report herself. Just in case, I knocked on her door and heard a loud, exasperated sigh. She flung the door open and put her finger right in my face and told me, "When my door is shut, I expect complete privacy, unless the lab is on fire." Is the lab on fire? I responded, "No ma'am, it is not." Satisfied and very angry at me, she said, "Then leave and don't bother me when my door is shut ever again." The day passed, and at around 7 p.m., the PI walked over to my bench with her jacket and purse in hand and said, "You see, OP, my door is open. Now I have time to help you. What did you want?" I simply put down my pipette and smiled at her. In my cheeriest voice, I said, "Oh, I'm sorry for disturbing you earlier. I just wanted to ask if you needed any help on the progress update, but you must have been working on it." The vision of the blood draining out of her face is a memory that will give me strength and happiness for the rest of my life. She asked me, "When is it due?" And I responded, again cheerfully, "Due? Oh, about 2 hours ago." It took her a full 30 seconds to be able to croak out, "Do you have anything for it?" To which I said, "Well, I was working on some stuff for it earlier. It was 100% finished, but I figured you wouldn't need it when you sent me off." After that, she left the bench and didn't talk to me for over a week. A blissful, blissful week. I am happy to inform you that the lab did not get its funding renewed and has not acquired funding since. I did, in fact, get my degree. Overworked, underpaid, and a horrible mentor sounds like a wonderful time. OP, I'm glad you were able to work through it all and still graduate in the end, wishing you nothing but the best going forward. Our next story today comes to us from Ginori. Don't interrupt me while I'm on the phone. Let's jump right in. Hey guys, this happened to me yesterday at work, and this was the first place I thought to share with. So I work in construction management, currently as a project engineer on a large site in New York City. My day-to-day duty is the equivalent of a site superintendent, walking the site and ensuring safety procedures are followed and coordination between trades stays tight and efficient. Recently, the project manager I would answer to quit, leaving the rest of us on site struggling to pick up the many broken pieces he left behind for us. The project manager that came in to take his place, Matt, has been coming to me on a daily basis to help him get up to speed on what was left over from my old boss leaving. Details like the status of certain trades, deliveries, locations of fixtures, you get the idea. Matt is a great boss and a really genuine guy. The type of person that is overly nice about everything. Well, except for one thing. He hates being interrupted while on the phone. Now, that's a pretty reasonable request. One that we all follow even if we need some critical info from him, as we've seen him blow up once or twice after being interrupted. With the backstory out of the way, this is where the story begins. Well, yesterday there was a safety emergency on site, meaning I couldn't be by the office for a large chunk of the day. Finally, after dealing with said emergency, I stopped by the office as I had my own questions for Matt and found him on the phone with our architect. Now, knowing I'd be a fool to interrupt, I take a seat a little bit away and wait patiently, while also listening into the conversation being had. Matt was asking about the locations of millwork on site, as our blueprints do a terrible job of marking them out for us. The architect was also struggling to give him definite answers, and I could tell that Matt was getting aggravated. Now, unbeknownst to Matt, I had already put together a beautiful marked up drawing of the exact locations of every piece of millwork on site a few months ago, knowing that our drawings were lacking in this regard. Against my better judgment, I got his attention to try and let him know that he was wasting his time. This was met with an aggressive hand wave and scowl. I shrugged, laughed a bit inside, and returned to my desk to email Matt my marked up drawing. Well, about 45 minutes later, Matt gets off the phone and calls me back over to ask what I needed from him. "Oh, nothing," I said, "but you might want to check your email." Let's just say I now have permission to interrupt Matt while he's on the phone going forwards. A great boss is a person who can recognize when they've made a mistake and work to make it better. OP, it sounds like you have a good one here, and I wouldn't go anywhere. Stay working for this person as long as you can. Our next story today comes to us from Fluffy Puffies. Can't work from home without a doctor's note? Roger that. Let's jump right in. Let me start by saying I'm not from the US, but Europe. My company policy regarding working from home and office days is the following and not flexible. We have 2 set office days and 3 set work from home days. In the heat of the pandemic, the government obligated everyone to work from home, which we all did without any issues. As of recently, it's no longer obligated, only highly recommended if work from home is possible. Here we go on the malicious compliance. My husband and I both woke up sick with a heavy cold. Nothing major, cough, snotty noses, and sore throats. Husband called into work and informed his employer. They told him it's no problem and he can reschedule his appointments to team meetings or another day and work from home. I decided to call my employer too to check the company policy as I have an obligated office day. I don't want to make any other colleague sick and my job does not require my attendance at the office. I can work from home perfectly. My employer replied that I can only work from home if I provide them with a doctor's note mentioning that I am indeed sick and work from home is necessary. If I cannot or don't want to provide such note, I must come into the office, sick or not. Okay, I call my doctor, explain the situation, and ask how to proceed and what they recommend. The doctor didn't know what to say. My employer is actually asking for a note that mentions I am indeed sick enough to stay home, but not sick enough to stop working? Yeah, that's not a thing. So they told me that I am indeed sick. I will receive a sick note and will not be working today or tomorrow either. On top of that, I must get tested for COVID because I'm pregnant and we must take no risk. I sent my employer an email with the sick note attached, mentioning that I will not be working and will get myself tested. My employer asked me if I will resume work after the test. Well, no. Unfortunately, I am sick and have a note mentioning I am not seen fit to work and am even quarantined. So I will no longer be able to work at all for the time mentioned on my doctor's note they asked for. I can completely understand needing a doctor's note if you're going to be away from work for multiple days. But if you're sick and you're just needing one day off, what's the point of going to the doctor's office where there's more sick people who you could make more sick or they could make you more sick just to get that doctor's note? I don't understand that. Our next story today comes to us from Allstar64. Oh, we don't make mistakes. Let's jump right in. It's 1974 and my recently graduated mother is visiting France on vacation. She's at the bank exchanging money, and upon exiting the bank and counting the money, she realizes they've given her $80 too much. She likely received it in francs, but however much she received, it was the equivalent to $80 in 1974. When adjusted for modern day, that's equivalent to around $445. My mom ran off cackling into the night with her newfound fortune. I'm kidding. Realized that an error had been made, and being the well-behaved person she was, turned round, went back into the bank, got back online for the teller, and tried to explain to the teller that a mistake had been made and give the money back. The teller's response? "Oh, no, we don't make mistakes." A bit stunned, my mom ran off cackling into the night with her newfound fortune. Kidding. Walked out of the bank and stood around for a few minutes wondering what she should do. No, she decides. The teller had clearly misunderstood her, and it wasn't right for her to keep the money. A second time, she turns around and goes back into the bank. This time, instead of the tellers, she goes to one of the people behind the desk. She couldn't remember if it was a manager, but we're going to pretend it was. Once again, she tries to explain to the manager that a mistake was made. The manager's response, "Oh no, we don't make mistakes." Stunned yet again, my mom ran off cackling into the night with her newfound fortune, decided that she had done enough to try and right this mistake, and accepted her newfound fortune. However, most definitely did not run off cackling into the night, since she was now significantly more worried about getting mugged and or arrested, and did not want to draw attention to herself. Spoilers, her trip ended just fine, and nothing bad happened because of this. Now, it's easy to look at this situation and laugh at how stubborn the bank was, but my family has always wondered whether or not the employees at the bank actually did understand what my mom was trying to tell them. But to them, it was not worth the money to admit they had made a mistake. Just to top this one off, there was a little story down in the comments for this one by a user called Allison Literally. It says, "This happened to the father of a friend of mine. He was in France and wanted a souvenir to take back to his daughter. He found a pair of erasers in 2 sizes. The small one had on it in English for small mistakes, and the large one had on it also in English for large mistakes. He thought these were a great gift, but wanted to have the words in French as they would be a souvenir of his trip to France. He could only find a small eraser with the words in French. After a fruitless search for a larger eraser with the phrase in French, he went up to a salesperson and explained what he wanted. Her reply, 'I am sorry, monsieur, but you won't find it in French. It is only the English who make large mistakes.' Ah yes, the banks don't make mistakes. They can't be held accountable for something like that. Yet you deposit one forged $80 check and all of a sudden the police are at your door. Don't ask me how I know that." Our next story today comes to us from Always the Noob. "I can only book travel in coach class?" Okay, let's jump right in. Shortly before COVID brought all manner of traveling work to a screeching halt, I was finishing up a job and getting ready to book my travel home. Normally, everyone would just fly, and in my case, that meant a nice short trip of about 2 hours in the air. However, this particular location and the route back home for me had an extremely scenic train route that took about 12 hours, and as a bonus, I could get a sleeper car for a pretty cheap price, less even than the flight. I asked my boss if there was any reason I had to fly instead of taking the train, as the latter would save them money, and he said it would be fine. I didn't waste his time or mine by mentioning any of the above details. I simply booked my ticket and immediately sent in the receipt for reimbursement. Not 20 minutes later, I get an email, paraphrasing, "WTF is this? I thought you said you were going to book travel that would save us money. What do you think you're doing booking a sleeper car? You're not one of the big shots out here. Send me a new receipt for your coach class accommodations." Okay, as you wish. Cue malicious compliance. Since this happened so quickly, I was able to cancel my $150 train ticket without issue. And since there was no way I was taking a 12-hour train ride in coach instead of a 2-hour flight, I booked my air travel like I normally would and immediately sent in the $450 receipt for my coach class flight. I got yet another email asking me what the hell I was doing. Now, I'm good at booking travel and I know how to find good prices. I knew that there wasn't a cheaper flight to be had, so I wrote back, "Sorry, this is the cheapest coach class flight I could find. If you can find a better one, please let me know before the 24-hour cancellation window closes, and I'll be happy to book that instead." Clearly frustrated, they told me to stop playing games, cancel the flight, and just buy the darn train ticket. I didn't. I took the flight home and got reimbursed per company policy for my coach class flight. I guess the person wasn't really looking at the numbers, all they saw was that there was a sleeper car, and they're like, "Yeah, we're not paying for that." So, OP, you did a great job of making them eat that ticket. Our next story today comes to us from Sunflower Occultist. "Came into work anyway? Fine. Let's jump right in." To set the scene, I was working as a clothing pricer in the back room of a thrift store that was very demanding. I priced 1,500 to 2,000 pieces a day, because our store manager was one of those guys. He never got sick, was hardly in his office, and micromanaged everything. To top it off, the back room was your typical back room, neither heated in the winter nor air-conditioned in the summer. The story. This particular event occurred on a Monday. It was cold outside, and my production manager, Karen, was starting vacation that day. I never called into work, but I was feeling particularly awful and things were coming out of both ends. I had thrown up all night and got hardly any sleep. I called work shortly before 7 a.m., around the time when everyone got there, and shortly before work started. My store manager picked up the phone. "Hey John, I'm really sorry, but I can't come in today. I know Karen is out on vacation, but I'm throwing up and hardly slept." "Oh, I'm sure you're fine, and it'll clear up in a couple hours. Just come on in and do what you can. We can't get pricing done without you." Fine, but I'm leaving as soon as I throw up. Not believing I will. "Okay, fine, Sunflower." I drag myself to the store. Luckily, I lived close by, and see John as I walk in. I point to him and say, "I meant it, John. As soon as I throw up, I'm leaving." He agrees, still doubtful that I will. I slowly do my share of cleaning up the store with everyone else, then walk over to Housewares to grab a reasonably sized vase that we have too many of and a stool. The Malicious compliance. I looked white as a sheet and like death, but I sat on my stool and priced for 2 hours. Lunch would do me in. Now imagine, I feel like death itself and I don't want to eat anything. So I get a Gatorade, a red Gatorade. You see where this is going? I drink it slowly and feel kinda okay, but then I stand up to go to the bathroom, which requires walking through the back room and into the store. Oh no, what's that feeling? I quickly grab the vase, throw up every drop of the red Gatorade, and between breaths, I yell, "John!" who's smoking out the back door. He comes in to see me hurling every ounce of liquid in my body. I calmly hand him the vase and say, "I'm going home now." Yep. The aftermath. Apparently, after everyone came back from lunch, the whole room smelled like Lysol. John was a germaphobe, and no one knew where I had gone. I ended up not coming back until Wednesday. My production manager didn't get her vacation. By the time I returned, there had been a couple more callouts, and Karen was mad that John didn't just let me stay home because I ended up passing it around, and now there was no way we'd meet our production targets that week. I did get some jokes about throwing up in a vase, but I just shrugged and said maybe next time I'm sick, John will let me stay home. It's amazing that the managers don't weigh out the pros and cons of having a sick person come into the workplace. They don't really think that, hey, if this one person comes in and spreads this around to everybody else who works here, I'm gonna get absolutely screwed. Another thing I was surprised to learn in this one is that thrift stores apparently have productivity metrics. That's something I didn't know. Our next story today comes to us from Joy Reader Zero. In the days before help centers, let's jump right in. Truly, I don't know if this quite fits on this forum, but I did comply, and it was done with a simmering purple malice. This is many years ago, in the late 80s. I was working in the tech section of a bank when desktop computerage was new and deeply suspect to the owners. Somebody bought a new software program. In typical bank fashion, he ordered it loaded on a junk closet desktop computer, which didn't have the legs to run it. Said so right in the documentation, but somebody thought he could bully the machine the way he had bullied his secretary. Remember, this is a long time ago. His generation used a dictation machine, a typing pool, and an adding machine with a crank. They gave this unfortunate configuration to me and told me to make it work without asking for anything that cost money. And I did, pretty much, but I couldn't make it run reliably. The problem wasn't with the poor, suffering, antique IBM PCAT, but with the software. I studied the manual, which did not admit to the possibility of such problems. Troubleshooting was basically reboot and pray. The software company was on the other side of the world, 12 hours offset from our time zone. They didn't have a helpline, just an email addy monitored during their office hours. My requests for aid were replied to on the next day if I was lucky. Every email was answered with the same pre-written stock letters. "We didn't read your email and aren't going to, so reboot. Here's an answer to the question we assume you asked. We do not admit that telephones exist, especially if it means getting out of bed. We will not give you the email of an actual person." I documented the whole month-long conversation to a fine, fatuous, fat-headed fare thee well. I was not going to carry the can for this nonsense when somebody tried to blame me for it. Meanwhile, the software company bragged in many jolly advertising emails about how great they are. Oddly, I did not love them for it. In their last email, they informed me that they had set up a user forum where their customers could joyfully burble about how wonderful their software and company was. Do join up and tell the world how you love us. I posted the whole interaction, nearly a month of daily pleas for help, plus a brutally complete recap of the problem to their forum. This was not at all what they had planned for, that someone would actually use it to publicly demonstrate a failure of software, documentation, and support. And by Jove, a near human got back to me as soon as they woke up over there and told me how to fix it, even though I was a Sheila doing a bloke's job. I was very sweet to him and said a number of things he probably didn't figure out for several hours. I think that last line is absolutely the best one of the entire story. There is a famous quote out there, although I can't remember where it's from. It says, "Diplomacy is the art of telling someone to go to hell." Our next story today comes to us from Fantastic Alps Pizza Delivery Parking Spot. Let's jump right in. 2 decades ago, I was delivering pizza from a downtown Orlando pizza shop. Being downtown, parking was scarce, and the manager had told us exactly where to park and where not to park. At the beginning of one of my shifts, a coworker says to me that my car is getting towed. I run out and my car is hooked up to a tow truck and the driver wants $40 or he's gonna tow it. So I pay the $40 because it's a lot cheaper than retrieving my car from the tow yard. I go back in and ask my boss why I would get towed there. He explains the neighbor no longer lets us use that spot and that it was announced yesterday during team meeting. I was off yesterday, so had no way of knowing that. So I asked my boss for the $40 because I parked where he told me to. Boss man said it was my fault because I didn't ask. I reminded him I asked back when I started the job, and this is where you said to park. We go back and forth a couple of times, and he says I should ask each shift. I clarify, you want me to ask you where to park at the beginning of each shift? Yes. Okay, I will. Next day, I clock in, loudly so all can hear, "Boss, where should I park?" He tells me and I comply. Next shift, same thing. No matter what he was doing, I would stop him to ask where should I park. About the 6th time, I walked right into a meeting he was having with his boss and stopped them so I could ask. After this, he pulled me aside and said, "You don't have to ask me at the beginning of each shift." I replied, "Do you have my $40 for getting towed?" "No." "Then I'm going to keep asking." This caused a meeting between me and his higher-up. Same dumb crap from his boss. I can see I'm not getting the $40 and our relationship is done. My next shift, I use my boss's register code to open the register and take the $40. No record of me being in the register that day. That was my last shift there. My malicious compliance didn't get the job done, but it was fun to interrupt my boss no matter what he was doing. Well, here we go into that little bit of a gray area because being a public channel, I absolutely cannot condone theft from the register. But what I can say is, finding a way to get compensated for an at-work expense seems like an okay thing to me. I love how your boss's boss wasn't willing to listen or help out at all there either. That sounds really familiar, honestly. Our next story today comes to us from Indaru. I guess I have free internet now. Let's jump right in. So I started a new job at the end of June. Better pay, better conditions, and lots of perks that I'm still learning about and trying to use. About a month after starting, I got called by my internet provider saying that my plan finished, and so the price is increasing. I was a bit annoyed, seeing as I was under the impression that my current plan increased already and was final. I could be wrong, but throughout the conversation, I was trying to protest against the price increase. At one point, I said something like, "Why are you raising the price? The prices for internet have gone down, and I've got the lowest bandwidth, 40 megabits per second. I can get 10 times the bandwidth from another company for the new price you're giving me. I'll change providers if you increase the price." My complaints and protests fell on deaf ears. That is the policy, and there's nothing I can do. They also said, "These charges are final. Please don't call us about the charges again." I was planning on switching providers and started looking into prices, but I was very busy at my new job and kept putting it off. At one point, I learned that one of our perks, since we mostly worked from home, was to get a refund for our internet bills. Great. At least it won't be coming out of my pocket, I thought. It was retroactive from my start date, so I looked in my email for the receipts and the last one was for July, billed in August. But at this point, it was already mid-September, and I wasn't charged for August. That's weird, I thought to myself, and decided to keep an eye on it. It's now November, and I still haven't been charged since August. I was worried that it might get disconnected, but at some point I mentioned this to a friend who said the same thing happened to him with the same provider, and he had free internet for a year and a half until he moved and called so his new apartment would be connected. They said they couldn't find him in the system, and he joined as a new member. I was going to call them and tell them about this and ask to join a new plan, maybe cheaper, but then I remembered how they said that the charges were final, and I shouldn't call them about the charges anymore. Fine by me. So I was only charged once at the higher price, and I got that refunded. I guess I have free internet now. Oh, OP, you're lucky. For 1 gig down and 30 meg up, I pay $115 a month Canadian here. I would love to have a few months of free internet because, heck, this bill adds up really quickly. And it really gets my goat that when you've been with a company for something like 20 years, they're still not willing to offer you any kind of discounts, yet they will trip over themselves to offer the best discounts to the new customers. Our next story today comes to us from NoSuite4190. You should have counted before you left. Let's jump right in. My dad was a tire builder and union organizer in Detroit. At our local bank, there was always a sort of conscious condescension by the tellers for blue-collar workers. My dad was in weekly to deposit his check and take cash for the week. He finished one visit and turned away and walked a few steps, then turned back to tell her he got the wrong amount of cash. Before he could say a word, she snootily said, "You should have counted before you left my window. I can't do anything for you now." He smiled and nodded and walked out with his extra $50. That was a good week for us. As a reference, gas was 19 cents a gallon at the time. The next week, he went to a different teller and waved casually in response at the former teller's frantic motions to see her. $50 was a small fortune back then, but $50 now is still a lot of money. Bank error in my favor. You know how much ramen I can buy for $50? Our next story today comes to us from Frankie Mint. 2 government agencies couldn't agree on what's classified. As a contractor, I couldn't fix this, but I needed them to get me out of the middle of it. How? I let it blow up. Let's jump right in. This story does not contain any classified information. The unnamed company's contracting relationship to NRO and CIA is unclassified. This tale does not name individuals, the location, or the corporation I worked for at the time. Leaving those details out makes the story easier to tell, and I'm not looking to embarrass any individuals. This takes place about a decade ago at a large US corporation that contracts with the US intelligence community. I was involved in the setup of a new corporate office in a US city. We built a sensitive compartmented information facility, SCIF, for National Reconnaissance Office, NRO, and later for Central Intelligence Agency, CIA contract work. I'm the computer security officer. We first built an NRO SCIF and got it approved for use. Next, we needed approval for a classified network within the SCIF with encrypted links to a wider network. I was tasked with writing a security plan for the classified network and getting it through the approval process. According to the rules I had been trained on at that time, most of the plan was unclassified, but we needed to identify the SCIF location by address, suite, room numbers, and where classified material was stored inside the SCIF. Per my training, that level of detail made the plan classified. This represented a bootstrapping problem, since I needed to put those details in the plan, but did not yet have an approved classified computer system on which to prepare the plan. I contacted my NRO computer security counterpart, NRO rep, to work out how to do this, and got a surprise. Just prepare it as an unclassified document, but I need to describe the space, floor plans, which rooms will have workstations, where the servers, the safes, the crypto gear will be. That's confidential. No, at NRO we changed those rules. It's unclassified. What about other agencies? Don't know, don't care. So I can do all of this on my unclassified corporate network laptop? Yes, and you can send me the printed document in the first class mail. No need for courier or registered mail. Roger, Wilco. My security coworkers were hesitant, but I plowed in. I prepared the document as described, marked it unclassified, sent it to NRO. After a few details back and forth, we got the approval. NRO came out to install their gear, and we were up and running. Flash forward 1 year. The SCIF wasn't fully utilized. Project management sought and got a small CIA contract. The contracting officers for CIA and NRO came to an agreement to share the SCIF and the use of the network. Background: it's government policy that in these arrangements, the space and network are accepted as is. CIA doesn't demand changes to the space, or the IT doesn't do new approvals. I was contacted by my CIA computer security counterpart, CIA rep. Your network is already approved, but I need a copy of your plan and a copy of the NRO approval letter. Okay, they're unclassified. How shall I send them to you? Send them via the first class mail. Here's the address. Roger Wilco. Note, I know damn well at this point that a problem is brewing. Before proceeding, I called the NRO rep again. The CIA rep wants the plan. It's unclassified, but I expect him to have a problem with the details in it. Not your problem. The document is unclassified. End of story. Send it. Roger Wilco. Yeah, I could have sent the docs via courier as though they were classified, but I had my instructions, and I was following instructions. I prepared the docs, mailed them out, waited for the explosion. It took 3 days. Early in the morning, the CIA rep called me on a secure phone. You screwed up. That document is classified and you know it. You included SCIF location and storage specifics in it. Those paragraphs are confidential. Not according to the NRO rep. BS, you've attended our training, you know better, they must not have read it. My NRO rep was very specific. They declassified the data you're talking about, not in our channels. It's an NRO SCIF end system. The docs are unclassified in their channels. Right, sure, give me your NRO rep's name and number, I'll straighten him out. I gave the name and number to him, got off the phone, and immediately called my NRO rep to give him a heads up. I described the previous call. Don't worry, you did the right thing, I'll straighten him out. So I wait. It's hard to concentrate on anything else as this brews. Lunch, mid-afternoon, waiting. Finally, I get a call back from the NRO rep. Okay, I just got off a 2-hour phone call. I have some instructions for you. It won't make sense, but just do this. Print off the unclassified plan, hand mark the copy as follows, mark all the paragraphs with room numbers as confidential, same with the SCIF drawings, mark the overall document confidential, send it to CIA via courier. And the soft copy on my unclassified network laptop, leave it on your laptop. It's unclassified. Can you explain further? I don't want to talk about it. So I did as instructed. Pretty quickly, the CIA sent us a letter approving the processing of their data on the network. A month later, I spoke with the CIA rep, and after some other matters, I brought up the sore subject. This was the end of our conversation. So I sent you that confidential copy of the network security plan, but the classification markup is handwritten. You know the soft copy of that document is still marked unclassified and is right now stored on our corporate network, right? I don't want to talk about it. When I left the company 5 years later, our files still had 2 copies of the exact same document, one confidential, the other unclassified. So it sounds like we had a couple hours of no you, no you, no you, no you, and then everyone covered their own butt, they agreed to disagree, and it was malicious compliance by all parties. Do me a quick favor, have a look down below the video. If that subscribe button's still red, it means you're not actually subscribed to the KCC channel. Please hit that subscribe button for more daily Reddit stories. Our next story today comes to us from favorite number is 121. Stop working so hard, don't mind if I do. Let's jump right in. This is ongoing, so keeping things vague. The background: I work in a corporate setting on a mixed team. The team is made up of a few different roles, each with their own reporting structure. I am the only person reporting up to my manager on my team. I'm pretty much on my own for the day-to-day. The story: for the first half of last year, I worked for senior manager, that will be his name, on a mixed team. Some people on that team were rock stars, others were not. I've always been a go-getter, perfectionist kind of person, so on that team, I didn't let things slip through the cracks, which meant that sometimes, often, I did things beyond my specific role. Halfway through last year, I moved to a new team and thus reported to awesome manager for the second half. Again, I'm the only one for my role on this new team. Cue the new year, and with it, performance reviews. This is the one time outside of promotion that you can get a raise. I've busted my butt on the new team, and everyone I work with has shown appreciation. And this company actually did well last year, so funds are not a problem. Awesome Manager is the one conducting my review, and they asked Senior Manager for feedback since I did report to him for the first half. Awesome Manager says, "I'm doing an amazing job. Keep it up. Here are some suggestions. A senior VP of the company loves showing off something I made." Senior Manager's notes say not to pick up every piece, allow others to fail sometimes so that they can grow and learn and better themselves. Then Awesome Manager informs me that the average raise percentage is 3%. Awesome Manager tells me they recommended I get a 4% raise. They then tell me that all of the senior managers met for the whole organization to coordinate, and coming out of that meeting, I am getting 3%. Awesome Manager cannot get a straight answer why my raise was decreased. So since Senior Manager was part of that meeting where they cut down my raise, I'm following his direction. Take on less. I've cut back to okay employee work ethic and am letting others fail and grow. Since I'm alone in my role for the team and Awesome Manager just got moved elsewhere, I have another new manager. No one can call me out. In the meantime, I'm spending that extra energy prepping my resume for more reasons than just this. So my one question is a raise really a raise when it's only just keeping up with inflation? Most large corporations are just going to exploit you until you're dead and pay you the bare minimum to get the work done. Our next story today comes to us from Prolistari. Work is 8 to 4 only. Let's jump right in. Not me, but my coworker, and I am super proud of them. The past few years, I've been putting up firm boundaries with work after being screwed over a few times, including not being expected to answer emails or do assignments evenings and weekends. It's taken a long time, but I have learned my worth and that my time is valuable. Our company has about 200 employees, but I work most closely with one other person, who I have been encouraging to do the same. We were all put on remote work since last March, and recently, the building opened again with the expectation that we would start back in person. I'll give props to them. They've done a ton of work to get the building cleaned, the air filters updated, enforcing masking, etc. However, HR at first talked a lot about how they would be willing to be flexible, since most schools were still closed and people needed childcare worked out, and that they would grant accommodations with people who had health concerns. Yet that didn't actually play out. In my situation, I had a unique childcare concern that had a simple solution, but they refused to budge. Long story short, I needed to start 30 minutes later and was told no. Several other coworkers have shared similar stories of not getting any flexibility whatsoever. My coworker has several health issues and requested to work an alternate schedule and was told the job is 8 to 4, so that's when you must be there. Understandably, they were upset. We've both been there well over a decade, and it's kind of a slap in the face to dedicate yourself to a place that talks up community and family and then told no after being promised flexibility. Here's the malicious compliance. The company handles missed time by covering in-house. So for instance, if someone has a meeting at a certain time or calls in sick, someone who has a break or lunch covers them and gets paid a little stipend for it. We're talking like $20, not much, but if you take a few extras over a week, it can add up to a nice little bit in your pay. My coworker coordinates all this and does it on Sunday for the upcoming week. Even though they don't work on Sunday, they would say it only takes about an hour to do, and it makes everyone's life so much easier since everyone walks in Monday morning knowing who is covering when, so it's worth it. Can you see where this is going? Upset at the lack of accommodation, my coworker decided to take HR's word for it. They stopped sending the coverage email on the weekend and did it at 8 a.m. sharp on Monday. It was like the end of the world. Everyone was scrambling. Such a little thing to make life convenient, but they refused now to do anything outside of work hours. They told me that the following weekend, managers were asking for it throughout Saturday and Sunday, but they ignored the emails. On Monday, they sent it at 8 a.m. sharp again. By the afternoon, the head boss had asked them to please resume doing it on the weekend, and they are now getting the extra hour paid by the company. I loved it. Take care of your employees, and they take care of you. Give a little, get a little. I would make sure that whoever's putting that together looks into the labor laws for their particular country. Up here in mine, there's a 3-hour minimum when you work in a day. So if they want you to do 1 hour of work on a Sunday, you're gonna get paid for 3 hours. Definitely look into that. Our next story today comes to us from FMintar1. You want proof that I'm actually doing my business? If you say so, let's jump right in. This malicious compliance has been brought to you by my trip from Chicago, Illinois to Los Angeles, California. Background: I'm an over-the-road truck driver, and most of the time it's more convenient for me to do my business on the highway shoulder. I don't have to drive around and around just to park to use the restroom, just a quick 30-second emergency stop, do my business, either on the side of the road or empty bottles that I'm saving up. Gotta do what you gotta do when you're on the road, then off driving again. I'm sure I'm not the only over-the-road truck driver who has done these. It's very common. Side note, according to FMCSA, by law, we have to carry logbooks to calculate our driving and on-duty time. This is relevant to the story. On to the story. This happened just a few hours ago, somewhere in I-40 westbound in New Mexico. I was suddenly in need to relieve myself badly, so as usual, I pulled over to a clean, wide highway shoulder. Then, I put my logbook to off-duty. Note, this isn't my first time today doing my business. I have a habit of being very meticulous with my driving time, which means when I'm not doing anything, even for 30 seconds, I put my time in off-duty. I tried to save as much driving time as possible. Those multiple 30 seconds can add up to a lot to avoid doing 34 hours reset too soon. I looked at the passenger side window and see multiple cars passing by. Turns out there's a road where cars drive by on the side of the highway. Doing my business on the highway shoulder? Nope. Instead, I did the alternate route. Do it in a bottle, seal it, and stow it for trash later. Just as I finished doing my business, I heard a knock on my passenger door. Very weird, because this is at the highway shoulder, where no one should randomly be walking around. I stow away the bottle and go look who it is, and it's a cop. I was thinking, crap, this isn't happening. I switched my logbook to on-duty inspection and go answer the cop. Before I could say anything, the cop asked me to see my logbook. It's part of their job to check whether we complied to the rules or not, so I showed it to him. The graph looks like a heart monitor, as I was relieving myself probably 4 or 5 times per day. Tiny bladder problem. The cop questioned why I was off duty for 30 seconds to 1 minute every 2 to 3 hours almost every day. Electronic logbook can be backtracked up to 14 days. I explained to him that I have to relieve myself every 2 to 3 hours, give or take. The cop didn't believe me and assumed that my truck had a problem, and that's why I had to stop every 2 to 3 hours. I repeated myself about my bladder issue, but the cop still didn't believe me. Instead, he said, "Unless you have proof that you're actually relieving yourself, I'm afraid I have to give you a ticket for false usage of logbook." Cue malicious compliance. I told the cop to wait a moment and went back inside my cabin. I grabbed every single bottle of urine that I'd been collecting today and the previous day. I hadn't had the chance to throw it away. Put it in a plastic bag, and for extra measure, grabbed the newest one out of the plastic bag. It was still warm. I showed the whole bag to the cop, plus the warm bottle. Told him it's the newest one I just did a few seconds ago, and asked if he would like to hold it for further inspection. The cop had the mixed look of disgust and horror. He was literally gagging. So I put the evidence back inside my truck so he can recover. Then the cop says, "I was expecting doctor's note or something like that. What you showed me was disgusting. But you asked for proof that I was, in fact, relieving myself." I was holding back my laughter so hard that my cheeks started to hurt. Then he gave me back my logbook and told me to have a good day, then drives off. Have a good day indeed. I took an extra 1 minute on the shoulder to laugh until I'm satisfied, then I'm off to drive again. I think I've mentioned on the channel before that I've had a few different driving jobs in my time, and I learned one thing. If you're going to pee into a bottle, make sure it has a wide opening at the top, because the ones with the small opening are really hard to aim into. And to the furniture leasing company I used to work for, I hope your van still smells like piss. Our next story today comes to us from Kono Kermit Da. "My boss told me to find another job, so I did, right when they needed me the most." Let's jump right in. Earlier today, I was reading a story about a crappy manager that bullied someone into quitting their job. I decided to share a similar experience. Back when I was still working in HR, I got a great job offer. This was a publicly funded company with a huge cultural impact, really the definition of an institution. Everyone who learned I worked there couldn't help but to feel slightly amazed at the discovery. Some people even rudely implying I had friends in the right places. Never mind, I was a recently graduated, clueless young man with nothing to my name. This was my first real job too, not counting internships or smaller summer jobs. As such, I really tried my best to be helpful and kind to everyone on my first year there, and maybe that's why I became a target. After I secured a permanent contract with them, with incredibly crappy pay and no benefits at all, I might add, one particular coworker got pretty salty about my position in the office. Although, for all intents and purposes, I was still beneath pretty much everyone there. This culminated in getting a call from this person 30 minutes after I had left work asking about a pile of papers she couldn't find. I remembered I had actually kept those papers on my desk and tell her to look there. I apologized profusely and ask her if she wants me to go back to help her deal with it. She simply says no, and that everything is alright. Now, this was the type of coworker that always did the bare minimum and still whined about it at every chance she had. I never thought much of it. After all, she was a mom, and as such, she probably was pretty tired all the time. But I never thought she would turn on me because she had to stay at work for 30 more minutes looking for a pile of papers. Half the time I would have to stay 1 or 2 hours after work to deal with my workload, so I thought it was no big deal. The next day, I again apologized to my coworker, but immediately noticed something wasn't quite right about the way she was acting with me. Throughout the day, I noticed her going out of the office with coworkers, sending them messages, and letting out these poisonous little laughs to herself every time I opened my mouth to say anything. From that day on, this was one of the people that decided to make my life a living hell. I made some friends in this place too. Some of them became really great friends that I still hang out and treasure to this day, but for the most part, it was an absolute hellhole. Here are some of the things that I experienced over my 3-year stay. Got one of the most important people in the company publicly shaming me for participating in an interview wearing sneakers. Keep in mind that no dress code was defined for interview or any other corporate event, and I always had worn sneakers. A sadistic manager who, on good days, would talk crap about everyone she had to work with, and on bad days would downright bully and verbally assault me in front of other coworkers. A coworker who would often raise rumors about me based on nothing, the same who turned on me because of 30 extra minutes on the job. A coworker who, for no good reason, sprayed me and my friends with a fire extinguisher, and HR who refused to do anything about it, etc. I don't pretend that I was the perfect worker. I mean, it was my first job. I made a ton of mistakes, and probably pissed a lot of people off, but I'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who could deal with this toxic workplace and keep their mental stability. All of this pushed me to a point of near nervous breakdown, and one day I just couldn't take it anymore. It's a day just as any other. At some point after lunch, I come back into the office to find my coworker sitting at her desk all by herself. Weird, I thought. She usually came back from lunch way after I did. Obviously sulking, she acknowledges my presence by immediately accusing me of hiding papers to prevent her from doing her job. Keep in mind, it's been almost 3 years since she called me after work hours, and our relationship soured. This day would be the climax of that seething hatred we had both cultivated for one another. I shrug and tell her I have no idea what she's talking about, never seen such papers, and certainly have nothing to do with the situation. I sit down, also pissed now, but ready to move on and not waste any more time on this subject. My manager comes in and notices something has happened. The tension is palpable. Before she has the chance to ask what's up, my coworker pipes up. Well, you see, what's happening is that Kono Kermit Da is a liar. What? In all of my 3 years there, I never raised my voice, never talked back, never shown a hint of defiance until that very effing moment. I can't deal with anyone calling me a liar. It's one of those things that makes me go absolutely insane with rage. I immediately cut her off and tell her how much of a toxic bee she is. I wasn't nice or even professional about it, and I really don't regret it. I didn't use any swear words, but I was definitely very personal about the way I responded. I can see their surprise. They never thought I would fight back. They expected me to take it and shut up forever. Things go downhill from here for me. My bee of a coworker gets transferred somewhere else, but I'm told I have to undergo behavioral training. For the first time in years, I'm not talking crap, and I let my manager know I'm not interested. I had been humiliated for 3 years and finally stood up for myself. I wasn't going to be punished for that. My boss calls me to her office, began asking weird questions like, "Are you happy here?" and "What do you want to do in the future?" I told her about my grievances and how toxic this work culture is. In no uncertain terms, she tells me, "You know, we have to renew your contract soon, but if you're not happy here, I would find a job somewhere else." What? I had given this company some of the best years of my youth. I worked for them day and night, going the extra mile, even when they didn't ask me to, for what amounted to be a little more than a minimum wage. Their payback? Punishing me for standing up for myself once. Well, the problem for them is I had been learning how to program while working. I would get off work late in the evening, go home, and drag my exhausted body to my laptop to study up to 4 or 5 hours of coding. I realized I really liked coding, like a lot. Unbeknownst to them, I had been taking small coding projects for no pay, as having other paid jobs was forbidden in this company, and soon I was thinking of launching a career as a web developer. My contract ended and I expected to receive a call in 1 or 2 weeks to come by and sign the new contract. This was the usual process for workers like me. Weeks go by and I honestly believe they've just decided to not hire me back. Didn't bother me, after all, I was already looking for a new job before my contract was even over. 3 months later, I get a call from my manager. "Hi Kono Kermit Da, how are you? Listen, we got your new contract here, why don't you come by to sign it? If you sign it today, we can have you back by Monday." She goes on to tell me how much work there's been lately and how they really need me back ASAP. All the projects I had worked on were halted because no one else wanted to work on them. A quarter of a year after they dropped me with no word of hiring me back. At this point, however, I was getting plenty of interviews for IT companies who were genuinely interested in my skills and portfolio. Thank you, I'm not coming back. The silence on the other end of the call was so sweet. My manager asked me to pass by anyway. She would like a word with me, and I still had my personal belongings at my desk. I agreed, figuring this was the only chance I'd have to stick it back to them after 3 years of abuse. She sat me down with a disgustingly saccharine attitude that she would seldom display while I was working for them. The whole meeting was essentially a desperate attempt to bring me back into the company, and me refusing it at each turn. "That's okay," she said. "What are you gonna do then?" I told her I'd work as a programmer. My reply is met with laughter. I remain silent. "That's good," she continued. "I'm sure you can do it, but you know, I would seriously consider staying with us." I reiterate I'm not interested and even let her know I'm moving away in a couple of months. Again, she laughs at me. Apparently, my plans for the future were so extraordinarily out of my reach in her opinion that she just couldn't help but to laugh. Just a last little slap on my face. Finally, she asks, "Why would you want to leave us?" I shrugged, unable to contain my smile. "You people told me to get a job. If I wasn't happy here, I'm just following your suggestion." Much to my manager's chagrin, I did land a job in web development, and after I left this job because I wanted to immigrate, my employer liked my work so much he asked me to keep working for them remotely until I found another job in my destination. I've been working as a web developer for 3 years now, and every single day, I look back at my previous career and wipe the sweat off my forehead, knowing I dodged a lifetime of misery and abuse. As for my previous workplace, they're still going strong. After all, it is a huge institution, and my part in it wasn't that important, but my team was pretty badly hit. Without me, they couldn't perform interviews and keep some of their projects going for a couple of months. The whole thing was hot garbage until they unfortunately hired another clueless recent graduate. But honestly, knowing those people have to wake up and go to work in the hell they have personally created feels like enough of a punishment for me. Hope they find the inner peace they want so badly. Okay, is anyone else here still stuck on the fire extinguisher incident? I mean, that would burn. HR didn't do anything about it? It sounds like a really crappy company. Definitely was time to get out of there. And you're gonna make better money in the IT field anyway. Our next story today comes to us from Life at Moonlight. No OT allowed and constantly invade my personal time? Okie dokie. Let's jump right in. I still work for the same company, so I'll be semi-vague with the specifics. Years ago, I had a boss that was interesting. He was usually a decent guy to be around and was good at some of the particulars of the job, but when it came to the day-to-day stuff, he was just clueless and, or admittedly, didn't care about pitching in, since he knew everyone else could cover it. When he wasn't busy or was stressing about something, he really liked to just hang around and chit-chat, even if we were busy or, in my case, on my lunch break. I'd ask him repeatedly not to come find me on my breaks, which I took outside, and talk my ear off as it's the only personal time I get in the day, and I'd really rather not be bothered by anything work-related during. It's important to note that every position in the company below his is hourly. At this point, I was a few steps down the ladder from his position. During one of those interruptions, he mentions an unpleasant call he just had with his boss, and asks if I want to hear about it. I told him, no, not particularly. I'd like to finish eating, go for a walk, and read for a bit. Then, when I come back, clock in, and am an actively working employee, I'd be game to talk about it as much as you'd like. Even when he was either grating on our nerves or making inappropriate jokes and comments, one thing I'll give him is that we could show some frustrations by making direct comments like that, and he'd actually take the hint, sort of, apologize, and back off. By the time I came back from break, he'd gathered all the full-time staff and made a show of how I made them wait. Then he goes on a tirade about OT and how we're not to get a minute of it going forward. This is immediately after his demand we all work open to close for the last 2 weeks during our busy season, which is roughly 12 to 13-hour days. Exhausting? Yes, but I relied on that OT for years. We have multiple busy seasons a year. To put into savings, as the pay otherwise was okay-ish. He also routinely asks me to stay a bit past my scheduled time to help with things, so already I'm thinking this could mean I'll be able to make up the potential OT by leaving early on Fridays. Cue malicious compliance. Going forward, I start ending my lunch breaks, usually an hour, the moment either he or anyone else finds me for a work-related question. I'll walk back inside, clock in, and then discuss whatever they'd like. I'd then say I'm taking my paid 15 to 20 minute break to go finish my food and take a shorter walk, and wouldn't clock back out again to finish the actual unpaid hour break, since it was interrupted, HR violation which I documented. I'd always stay after my shift was supposed to end if he or anyone else needed a hand. I was good friends with the delivery folks on our route, and they'd start coming later and later to do our pickups to help me pad out my time, and claim traffic was getting so bad in the area, since they all thought he was a twat anyway, and I was ostensibly put in charge of deliveries and pickups for some reason. By Thursday evening, I'd look at my timesheet and calculate when I needed to leave the following day to avoid any OT, which I'd make sure everyone was aware of so there'd be no surprises. Of course, they were always surprised when I'd abruptly end a conversation or stop helping a customer, etc., and just pack up and walk out the door. It got to the point where I'd show up at 7, I was the opening manager, this is retail, no one else would show up until 8:30 or 9, and then I'd be leaving around 10 a.m. Eventually, I stopped coming in on most Fridays at all and told the boss he'd have to open, as I wasn't willing to come in for literally 1 hour before leaving again, and as I'm well beyond meeting what I need to do to keep full-time status, I'd just lose that hour or stay extra late the night before if need be to hit 40 on the dot. It got to a point where he initiated a conversation involving HR on my leaving so early on days we need OP and how I was abusing the system. When HR rep said this was a fairly serious allegation, and what I had to say in response, I pulled out my notebook with daily breakdowns showing what I actively did during chunks of time, including timestamps for beginning and interrupted lunch breaks, and the content of the interruption, extra projects put on me, and how that extended my day, etc. They looked it over for all of 3 to 4 minutes before sighing, handing it back, and telling me I could go. Ironically, right after the meeting ended, I had to rush to go clock out or I'd have been on OT and left. That Monday, my boss tries to play it off like I got away with it once, but don't try it again, but is being very cautious regarding asking for help for things that are his direct responsibility anyway, and only came out one further time to talk to me on lunch before seeing my notebook next to me and sheepishly walking away. The OT ruling came and went for years, so I'd either keep mysteriously racking up extra time to leave early, delayed pickups for our shipments, or would work open-close of my own choosing when they randomly decided they didn't care about OT for a few months. Either way, I was never bothered regarding how I fluctuated with my schedule again. So basically, OP refused to work for free, which is something that they are completely entitled to do. I mean, wage theft is a real thing. There's a lot of managers that just like accusing the lower down people of slacking off, and what do? They spend all their time just wandering around, gossiping, and being a time vampire. Our next story today comes to us from that EXO guy. Respect the schedule, kiddo. Let's jump right in. This story took place about 2 years ago over the span of about 2 weeks. I work in a factory on an assembly line that makes car parts, and my boss at the time was stingy about meeting quotas and people respecting the schedule down to the minute. Let's call him Mike. Now, for some setup, we'd clock in at 7 a.m., work 8 hours, and clock out at 3 p.m., breaks included. We had to do some paperwork both before we started production and after we ended it. Mike was up in our faces from day one about needing to be in at least 15 minutes before our shift started so we could clear the paperwork. The bus dropped us off at 6:45 a.m., and we needed to go to the lockers to change, so that was impossible. Begin production at exactly 7 a.m. and stop 5 minutes before 3 p.m. so we have just enough time to finish the ending paperwork. But he, of course, had never done that paperwork himself and either didn't know or didn't care that it actually took closer to 20 minutes. Now, that paperwork was essential. If a shift didn't do it, they'd get chewed out hard by quality control. And combined with the fact that Mike was strict about the quota, 8 hours just weren't enough to do everything they wanted. It was closer to 9 hours, but I said, fine, I'll let it slide, and started coming to work with my own car so I could be early and also stay 15 to 20 minutes over to finish up. I wasn't reimbursed for gas, I wasn't paid overtime for coming in early and leaving late, but it stopped the near daily arguments with Mike, so I relented. Fast forward about 6 months and me and my team had a solid routine in place. Everything went smoothly, we mostly met the quota, the paperwork was always done, until one day it wasn't. One Monday morning my car had trouble starting up, and I'd already missed the bus. So I called Mike to let him know I'd be running a bit late. I figured, hey, he noticed I tried my best every day, and he'd let it slide this one time. How wrong I was. Mike was polite over the phone, but he chewed me out the moment I got in. I was 2 minutes late. I made it at 7:02. Next time you're late, don't bother coming in. I don't need lazy people working here. That was just one of the nasty things he said, but it's the one I remember most clearly because it blew me away. He used me being late to guilt trip me into working copious amounts of overtime that week, and I accepted just to appease him. I wasn't a very confrontational person, so I always took the path of least resistance in an argument. And long story short, the overtime left me so drained that I overslept Friday and was late again. This time, I made it in at 7:03. I should fire you right now for this. I already gave you a warning Monday, was the first thing he said to me when I came in. Sorry, I was just too tired. I foolishly tried to defend myself. It won't happen again. Plus, I've been coming in early and leaving late for months. Can't you cut me some slack for 3 minutes? I didn't ask you to do that, he answered, which was a lie since he expressly asked us to come in 15 minutes early every day. Your shift starts at exactly 7 a.m. and ends exactly at 3 p.m., not a minute earlier or later. Got it, boss, I said, all giddy inside. The next week, I came in at exactly 7 a.m. and left at exactly 3 p.m. Production started at 7:20 and ended at 2:40 a.m., so I could do the paperwork. That, of course, affected our quota, and it didn't take Mike long to notice. We argued over that as well, obviously, but I reminded him of what he said earlier, and it actually shut him up. He tried to get me to relent and start coming in 15 minutes early and leaving 20 minutes late again, but I just laughed and said, nope, not my problem. But the story doesn't end here, because of course Mike tried to pull more crap with me. He tried to get me fired for this, but it didn't fly with HR. His write-ups just bounced when he sent them further up the command chain, but he noticed something that I didn't. I clocked in a few seconds after 7. We used an electronic log with individual access cards, so he passed a new rule that he planned to enforce retroactively. Only full hours are paid. If you clock in or out too late or early, the hour gets cut. He came to confront me about that the following Monday, a few minutes after I got in. "Hey EXO, I noticed that you clocked in too late every day last week, so we'll have to cut 5 hours from your payroll," he said with a smug grin. This took me aback a bit because I'd never heard of that rule before, and I saw others clocking in at the same time as me, so I just stared at him in shock. He clearly derived pleasure from this, thinking he finally bested me. I'd have my pay cut for my insolence. "I also checked and found that you clocked in 5 seconds too late right now," he continued. "So this hour will also go unpaid?" I asked. "Yep," he said, nearly ecstatic by that point. "Awesome," I answered with a crap-eating grin. "See you at 8. I turned and left, grabbed a coffee and a sandwich, and I waited in the break room. Mike came after me 10 minutes later and finally apologized, asking me to return to work. "So you'll pay me for this hour?" I asked. "No, you clocked in too late." "Then I'm not obligated to work it," I said. "Fine, it will be paid. Now get back to work," he relented. "And the 5 hours from last week?" I demanded. "'Cause if not, I'll leave 5 hours early today to compensate." He looked like he was ready to strangle me with his bare hands, but he accepted. I got back to work, those hours were paid, and we returned to our normal routine of me coming in early and leaving a bit late. And Mike never bothered me for being late a few minutes ever again, though it was a rare occurrence. For the 2 years I worked under him until he left, I still worked there. I was late maybe 3 more times, but he couldn't stand my guts and actively avoided me after that point. I know that this story isn't very impressive, but I'm still proud of it and still brag about it to this day whenever funny stories from work come up in conversations. Now, because the majority of our viewers are from the USA, I'm going to read something from the comments that stuck out to me. It says, "In the United States, clocking in and out is a formality in timekeeping on hourly shifts. As long as you can prove you were doing something essential for the job, or even working during a period, you are owed for that time. They have no option. You must be paid for it unauthorized or authorized. Obviously, you can be disciplined for doing unauthorized, but they still have to pay you. If you're doing paperwork at 15 minutes before shift that is necessary for the job, congratulations, you're working, and you must be paid for that time even if you aren't on shift. And your state labor boards will be very interested to hear from you." Another one mentioned down below an interesting situation. They said their wife works at Disney and they were paid an extra 15 minutes every day to get from the parking lot to their work site because of the size of the work area. That's obviously a special case, but it might be something to look into if you have a really large work site. Going back to the story, if OP wasn't paid for seconds into the shift and they took off the whole hour, then OP could just go to HR and say, "Hey, look at all the unpaid overtime I did, and now let's get a paycheck for that, shall we?" Do me a quick favor, have a look down below the video. If that subscribe button's still red, it means you're not actually subscribed to the KCC channel. Please hit that subscribe button for more daily Reddit stories. Our next story today comes to us from Wafer 2016. "Medical clerk made me stand outside in 104-degree heat, so I staged a mini revolution." Let's jump right in. This took place during the first summer of lockdown where I live. Some context for you, my town is basically on the edge of nowhere. We have a medical center for basic stuff, but a full hospital is 30 to 40 minutes in any direction, depending on where you choose to go. With that in mind, we get people from a huge surrounding area that go to our town center for tests, simple medical exams, etc. Maybe as many as 50 small communities use our center on a daily basis, so it is constantly busy. The center itself is quite small compared to hospitals in the city. The various clinics and a basic ER take up most of the space, with an area by the front doors for the public to sit in if they're waiting for a ride or someone is visiting a doctor. It is that waiting area that is the cause for my story today. One day during the first summer of lockdown here, I had to go to the medical center for tests. Some things to know about me: I am challenged with multiple disabilities. I am legally blind, have significant mobility and balance issues, and a rather severe heart condition. As such, I use a walking frame and travel using the city's provided disabled transports. That particular day, I had finished my tests early and had 45 minutes to wait until my transport was scheduled to return to pick me up. I figured, no problem, I will just sit in the waiting area and, well, wait. I shuffled over to the seats with my walker plainly evident and was confronted by a new sign: staff only. Say what now? I looked around at all the empty seats and vacant tables and turned to the clerks at the entrance. "Can I please have a seat in the waiting area until my transport comes back?" "No, it's staff only. You need to wait outside," I can't stand for 45 minutes waiting for my transport," gesturing to my plainly apparent walking frame that I was clearly leaning heavily on. "Not my problem. There are benches to sit on outside. The benches are full, and we are supposed to be social distancing, not cuddling up to random strangers on a park bench. If you want, I suppose I could let you take a wheelchair out and sit in that. And how am I to manage a wheelchair and my walking frame at the same time? Again, not my problem. If you want, you can call center management when you get home. Are we done here?" "I guess we are done, huh?" And went outside to find a spot to wait. Well, I stood outside for the 45 minutes while the sun beat down on what turned out to be a 104 Fahrenheit day. As I stood there, I noticed that there was a line of patients growing steadily longer, also standing outside in the heat, waiting to be let into the building. Some looked fit, but let's face it, nobody comes to a medical center because they feel 100%. Most of them looked quite ill, and some were looking pretty faint by the time they got through the doors. By the time my transport arrived, I was badly sunburned, thirsty as hell, exhausted, and feeling more than a bit faint myself. My driver was shocked and insisted on walking me to my front door when he got me home to make sure I was okay. Shout out to all the transport drivers, you guys rock. The rest of the day was a complete loss. I spent it drinking water, sleeping, and nursing the burns on my shoulders and face. I was a right mess. The next day, however, I was pissed. I had plenty of time to recover and to think, and I kept coming back to that line of patients standing in the heat. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. Malicious compliance. The words the clerk so smugly said, "You can call center management when you get home if you want," danced through my sun-baked brain like a mantra. I called center management. What followed was a half-hour conversation with the sweetest lady. She was so nice and so upset when I told her all that went on the day before. She was especially concerned when she found out about the line of people waiting outside on what turned out to be one of the hottest days we had that summer. After our talk, the manager promised to look into it and get back to me. Now, normally that's sort of a brush off, right? Not so with this lady. 2 days later, she called me back. Turns out, she had spent the day before sitting at the clerk's desk observing things that went on. Things like patients being forced to stand in the rain waiting to get into the center, patients being poorly spoken to by the same clerk, and the cherry on top, at one point a tiny elderly lady tried to sit down in the waiting area, and the same clerk ran over and rudely shoved her aide and snapped "staff only" with her boss sitting right there. The manager went over, tore down the signs, apologized to the lady, and helped her to a seat, then took the clerk into her office for a chat. The results: the center was immediately restructured, staff were moved into an unused gift shop, the waiting room was returned to the public, and best of all, the registry desks were moved so patients no longer had to stand outside waiting to get into the building. I never saw that clerk there again. I know this isn't as exciting as most stories on here, but knowing I was part of making those things so much better for so many still makes me happy. Dang it, I am proud of my mini coup. Ha ha ha. Viva la resistance and all that crap. Now, I'm guessing it was somebody really high up in the company that originally put that mandate in that they wouldn't be using those waiting rooms, they would close them down and have people stay outside. These people really high up aren't the ones that are there on a daily basis, seeing the people that are using the services and understanding why they need to sit down. In this case, the clerk took those orders and went on a bit of a power trip. She didn't really care for anybody, and well, she's not there anymore. So OP wins. Congrats OP on making it a better situation for all those people that would have had to stand outside. Our next story today comes to us from Best Zigs NA. Wax on, wax on. Let's jump right in. I used to be a human resources specialist in the Army. At the time of this story, I was about 19. I generally did my job well and passed my fitness exams with flying colors, but I was very socially awkward back then. If there was a joke being made, I was the butt of it. I was basically Radar from MASH, but less endearing and no ESP. I was also frequently on extra duty. Extra duty basically extends your workday several hours past when everyone else goes home. It was a punishment for constantly being late, which was a statement I was making because the office clock was 5 minutes fast and nobody cared enough to have it fixed. They never fixed it. I even got in trouble for being 5 minutes early because 5 minutes early is 10 minutes late. During extra duty, I was given many meaningful tasks, like scrubbing and power washing concrete for no reason, painting entire offices for no reason, picking up pine cones for no reason, sweeping the parking lot for no reason, and my most hated chore of all, buffing. Every night I buffed the same floor. Every night I applied several coats of finish to the same floor. I applied over 20 gallons of floor finish to that cerulean kitchen-sized tile floor in just a 2-month span. And it was never good enough. Every morning, my company first sergeant would come in and say the same thing. "What the hell have you been doing all night, Ziggs? If I can't see my reflection, it's not good enough. It should be like looking in a mirror." Bear in mind, I had no clue what I was doing, and they didn't really give me any detailed instructions. I had no idea which buffer pads to use, how much finish to use, how many coats were needed, etc. One night, I was approaching my breaking point because I had just stripped the floor for the first time the previous night and nearly passed out, when he decided to throw me yet another curveball. "You ever wax a floor before, Ziggs?" He hands me a can of wax. "No, First Sergeant, I haven't." He takes the can back, opens it, then scoops out a small amount with a rag, proceeding to spread it over a tile in a circular motion by hand until it disappears. I did not make a Karate Kid joke at the time. I was too busy explaining that I didn't have enough time to do the entire process, plus tile by tile waxing, before the night was over. He didn't care. I got the usual response to my protest: "Get it done." You want me to fully buff, finish, and wax a floor in roughly the same amount of time it takes me just to buff it, and with no prior experience or instruction? Cue malicious compliance. I didn't bother asking how much wax to use or how many times I should go over each tile. I didn't want to know. At that point, I didn't care. What I did know was that skaters often wax curbs in my hometown to allow the skateboard to slide on it, also known as grinding. I sped through my usual buffing and didn't even bother with more than one coat of finish. I then broke out the wax can and rag and began my new task. I waxed that floor. Then I waxed it some more. I waxed that floor until my arms ached, and I waxed unevenly. Some areas got way more wax than others. 2100 hours rolls around and my sergeant comes and locks up so I can leave. The next morning, I come in after our usual morning fitness routine and sat down at my desk, which happened to directly face the doorway to the floor I regularly slaved over. I could see a small portion of the room, but was not exposed enough for people to see me. I should mention that this floor was in the center of the building. If you wanted to get to any of the offices in the company HQ, including my first sergeant's office and even my own, you had to walk through that central room. As it turned out, quite a few people needed to walk through that room on this particular morning, and they were met by some rather challenging terrain. It was quite comical to see people in combat boots slipping all over the place, like they were walking on ice, then gingerly trying to walk across like they needed walkers. But the best part was when I heard the frantic squeaking of boots, followed by a "Damn it, Ziggs, never let him wax the floor again." And that's exactly what happened. Never did get feedback on the reflection though. Now, in case you're wondering, OP did add on at the bottom in parentheses, no fellow soldiers were injured as a result of this. Going back to the clocking in and clocking out, does the clock being 5 minutes fast mean that OP was allowed to leave 5 minutes early every day? They didn't add that into the text, so what do you guys think? Comment down below. Our next story today comes to us from Kabuki Coyote. Sell the box? Okay, no problem. Let's jump right in. My dad was a very interesting man with interesting collections. He was quite wealthy and he had the money to buy his bizarre oddities. They actually were fun to look at: an authentic suit of armor, old Greek coins from 500 BC, ancient jewelry, etc. He remarried after my sisters and I were adults, and we all pretty much hated the woman he married. It was so obvious why she wanted to marry him. It was for his money. My dad was an extremely intelligent businessman, so I never really understood why he married her. I guess I just assumed he was in lust with her. I just never knew for sure. I did ask him one day why he asked her to marry him. He explained he didn't, she asked him. Again, I asked, why did you agree? His answer was that he couldn't think of a reason not to. Okay, Dad, whatever. Consider this, on her wedding day, she was beyond thrilled. Not because she was marrying my dad, but because all 5 of her creepy sons happened to be out of prison at the same time. When he died, the first thing Pat did was go through all these oddities. She picked out items she knew were of great value and, of course, kept them instead of including them in the estate per the will. It seemed like she was in court constantly over that will, the properties, etc. I lived out of state, and just losing my dad, I wanted no part in the legal battles and drama. I just couldn't. I didn't want to be a part of it, so I hired a lawyer and just asked him to handle it and tell me when it was over. I really couldn't cope with all this. I was sick of it. My dad and I were very close, and it took me a long time to get over the loss of my dad. I just didn't deal with it well, and the thought of what she was doing to all his possessions, it was more than I could deal with at the time. He really loved and enjoyed those items. I was living out of state, and about a year after his death, I went home to see my sister and some friends. Pat knew I was home, and she was aware I knew how to use eBay. She did not. She called me and asked if I could eBay some items. For real? She wanted me to help her with these tasks? Sure, I guess. I went over to the house more because I wanted to see my childhood home one last time. She was notorious for putting everything in writing. She didn't want to speak to us, so she would write notes instead. She left the box on the front doorstep with a note asking me to sell this box on eBay. In the box were these ancient coins, ancient jewelry, etc. They did appear a bit beat up, and I realized she didn't understand that these items were authentic. They weren't replicas, they weren't fake, they were the real deal. I laughed to myself and thought, no problem, Pat, consider it done. On eBay, they have a bit of a scam place where you can sell mystery boxes. You don't tell what is in the box. It might be rocks or it might be a treasure. She did say to sell the box, and she did say she wanted it done on eBay, so I listed the box. I was honest. I referred to the request of the step skank and said she wanted me to sell the box. There is another offshoot of eBay where they list odd eBay auctions and bizarre items for sale. My auction made that website, but nobody realized that what was in the box was legit. It was real. It was worth a great deal of money. I ended up selling the box, I think, for $44 and change. I sent the original box with all the items listed carefully. I had to. I knew she would take me to court over it eventually, so I had to be careful to document everything. And I insured it for several $1,000s. I can't remember the exact number now. USPS has a max for insurance. I think I insured it for $10,000, but I could be wrong. That was very likely the true worth. I dutifully sent Pat the check for $44 and change by certified check, return receipt requested. My stupid sister called her and told her what I had done and what the true worth of it was. Again, just as I knew, we went back to court, and this was in her list of complaints to the judge. I told the judge the truth. I showed him her note, I proved I sent the box, and he actually sided with me, as I honestly did not know the exact value of the items. She thought they were fakes. Who was I to disagree? About a week after I sent the box, the guy's father called me. He was very kind and very professional, but was concerned that I scammed his son. He explained that his son was mildly mentally challenged, and I pretty well took all the money he had saved for this box of trinkets, and $44 was a lot of money to his son. He explained that he was aware I didn't know about his son, but would I object to refunding his money if he returned the items? I couldn't help but to laugh. I asked him if he still had the original box. He did. I asked him to really look at those items. They were not quite trinkets as he assumed. Then I explained the whole story. Then Dad felt bad that I lost so much money, and he actually offered to return them. Nope, I didn't want them back. It was truly icing on the cake for me. The box went to a guy who really didn't have much, but he does now. I couldn't have planned that ending better had I tried. The universe does work in mysterious ways. Well, OP, I think your dad would be pretty happy that all of those trinkets went to somebody who could really use them or could really benefit from the money from them in the long run. My devious mind got to thinking though, because if this was me, I would have taken that box, listed it up on eBay, had a friend of mine buy it so that we could keep all the items, and then just sell them off and keep all the money. You'd still be able to show proof to stepmom that the items were sold, and you'd be profiting in the end. Our next story today comes to us from Matt C. Sweet, old school construction architect with an ego. Let's jump right in. So this dates back to 1998. I had been working construction for a year as a drywall finisher, spreading mud, when I was offered a job on a big crew. Only reason they wanted me was to be a translator between English and French. I was good but not fast or great at this point, but hey, $18 an hour was good money. We were working on a 5-story building. It was the first time I really had seen just the bones of a building. For those who are unfamiliar with this era of construction, I'm going to give a little background on how it worked on sites this big. Each company had their own construction trailer. No one really had email, so each trailer had a couple of phone lines and a secretary. This building was for a real estate company. It was to be their headquarters. It was designed by an architect in New York as a favor to the owner of the building. So here's where the problem goes. My boss, Al, had all the framing, hanging the drywall, finished the seams and acoustic ceiling tiles with metal grids. Al goes to the general contractor with an issue on the 3rd floor training room. We got height problem with the 3rd floor ceiling. What's wrong now? He's got it at 4 feet off the floor. Wait, what? Yeah, both ceiling reflected plan and elevation shows 4 feet off the finished floor. If I scale it, it would be 12 feet. Yeah, that don't sound right. Go ahead and send a request for information. Back then, requests for information were different than today. Usually meant someone was going to have to pay. So Al faxes over the request for information and marks it urgent. When the request for information comes back, they were sent to both the general contractor and the subcontractor. So I'm sitting with Al and the general contractor just chatting around, and both secretaries come out to the site, almost running with high heels through the debris, and both with crap-eating grins on their faces. I'm thinking, oh crap, this should be good. Slow down, ladies, where's the fire? You got an urgent fax. We got the request for information back. Looking at the other secretary giggling, they look at their paper, then look at me, and general contractor reads it out loud. Request for information number such and such from Office of Butthole Architect Incorporated. Urgent request information of discrepancy on ceiling height from Al office about training room XXX. Answer: how hard is it for you construction workers to understand never scale anything? I don't make mistakes. Refer to page A804 for detailed height instructions. Q. Malicious compliance. Well, Al, what does A804 say about ceiling heights? 4 feet, bud. Hey, Frenchie, do you think you can translate that to the ceiling guys and tell them it's a hot priority? I want it done by Sunday. You heard him. Tell him to drop what he's doing and go to it. 10-4. I go to the guy and they greet me with a tabernacle, French-Canadian cuss word. Are you nuts, kid? I tell them what had transpired and told them that Al said to make it 4 feet. They grumbled, saying they would charge to do it again. Now, this training room wasn't your typical space. It was 300 feet long by 40 feet wide that could be separated to make multiple training rooms or one giant room with a folding partition. Monday comes, general contractor instructs the electrician to install all the lights as per prints. Yes, even his prints had 4-foot notation. Typically, we would wait for electrical inspection, but we didn't. By Wednesday, the crew is putting tiles in. Saturday comes, and there's an owner meeting where he walks the job site with the general contractor and talks about progress. Everything is going good till he gets to the 3rd floor training room door and sees a bar 4 feet from the ground and all the wires for the ceiling are in plain sight. What the hell is this? Don't you know how to read blueprints? Yes, sir, we do, and we did. We also sent an RFI, shows him the facts. Grins, yeah, he definitely has an ego from hell. Do you have everything documented, pictures and all? You know it. Okay, smart butt, now do it at 12 feet, 4 feet from the deck. You're making 20% on this screw up, aren't you? 20% to the build invoice. We're going to have a demo crew come in, then all new material, plus the crew already said it's going to be 50% upcharge since we're preventing them from going to their next site. Yeah, just be happy it's not coming out of your pocket. Because the architect gave the wrong information and it was built as per his guidelines, he had to fork out a few thousand out of his pocket to us dumb construction workers to fix his mistake. Learned 2 valuable lessons that day. 1, always do as you're told no matter if it makes sense, except when it endangers a life. 2, document everything no matter how trivial. It will cover your butt. Do you think this architect still goes around telling people I don't make mistakes? Or after paying to fix this, do you think they somehow were humbled a little bit and learned their lesson? What do you think? Comment down below. Our next story today comes to us from Dumpster Fire 15. My favorite military acronym is CYA. Let's jump right in. Background. Many thousands of years ago, before 9/11 and all the implemented security that went with that, I joined the local National Guard unit. After basic training and schooling in my field, I returned to my local base. In our school program, we were told that many times the higher-ranking soldiers would mess with us to see if we would do what they say. Now, not following a direct order is simply not done, and making large mistakes is also just not done. It was suggested that anytime we were told to do something that was part of our job, we should write down what we were told, who told us. Since everyone had the courtesy to wear their last names sewn to their uniform, this was easy enough, and what time and date we were told this. Now, I was raised in a fundamentalist religious cult, and as a rebellious thinking female, I had long ago perfected the ability to look completely innocent and yet not crumble under the pressure of being admonished or even berated. On to the story. On my first day of duty after my schooling was finished, I started working in the police section of the base. I was told what was needed in order to process giving out car identification stickers and who got what color base identification strip based on their rank. I dutifully wrote all this out. Then, after my trainer, E3, moved on to help someone else with something, another service member came over and asked me what the E3 had told me. This service member was an E5 and worked on base full-time, doing what I was assigned on that weekend. The E5 said that the E3 had the colors wrong, as they had just changed with the new presidential administration coming in, and gave me the correct order. They left, and I dutifully wrote down what was said, who said it, and what time. The E5 had me giving lower enlisted members colors that went to commissioned officers. Soldiers at the gate must salute and allow them on base, no questions asked. Giving commissioned officers colors that went to the lower enlisted members, soldiers at the gate stop them, ask where they are going and why. That entire Saturday, I did as I was told by the E5 and was super smiley every time I gave out the requested stickers. I don't remember the exact number of stickers given out, but it was well in excess of 50. On Sunday, it all blew up. There were around 2,000 cars that went through the gate every morning of weekend duty, all needing to be in at 0700 to be on time. The soldiers at the gate were saluting soldiers that underranked them and weren't saluting officers and were stopping them because of the sticker color. At 0715, I was called into the office of the Major, CO, for the police section. Along with him was the non-commissioned officer, NCO, of the section and my E3 trainer. I took my trusty steno pad and pen and went in. The trainer was asked what they had trained me to do, and they answered. Then, the NCO, on a typical power trip, started yelling at me over making decisions instead of taking orders. After the NCO finished, the CO asked if I had made a decision instead of following orders. At that point, I then pulled out my steno pad and read off that at 0930 on Saturday, E5 instructed me to hand out stickers in this order, as the colors had changed due to the new presidential administration. The NCO started screaming again about taking direct orders and not making decisions. After they finished their tirade, I asked the E3 if the E5 was in my chain of command. The E3 stated that they were. At that point, the CO thanked us, asked for us to get him a copy of the all sticker numbers and base identification stickers given out, and told us to go to the cafeteria and get some coffee and a Danish until he called for us. When we returned, the CO, NCO, and E5 were nowhere to be seen in the office, and so the E3 and I went about our jobs. As I was leaving the base to eat with some friends, I saw the NCO and E5 scraping off the stickers I had handed out, while the CO stood there watching. Nothing was ever said to E3 or I about the incident again. Of course, being a military institution and having humans in the roles in the military, there were several more malicious compliance issues after that. Going back to the title CYA or Cover Your Butt, well, that's in a lot of different places besides the military. In fact, I think I hear it more often in IT stories than anywhere else. Can you imagine how much CYA would be involved in military IT? Our next story today comes to us from Boring Blackberry 580. Don't want to pay a union driver the extra hours at UPS? Let's jump right in. This happened years ago. I worked at a UPS. It was ran by a manager who was very quick in your orientation to let you know he was a former commander in Vietnam, and he ran this office just like he ran his troops in Vietnam. I was brought up to respect the military and didn't have a problem when I first heard this. The more time that went on, I felt sorry for the troops if he truly commanded any in Vietnam. It would be dead time in between when trucks needed to be unloaded, and we would commonly just stand around and talk, twiddling our thumbs when we were supposed to be cleaning. He would hide behind closed doors, sweating his butt off, looking out the small metal holes for hours at a time, trying to catch us like this. I couldn't help but just see how pointless this had to be, as a manager's time to sit sweating for hours, so you could catch employees taking a break in between a truck after really busting their butt for hours. The union covered all workers whether you joined the union or not. I didn't join, but I still enjoyed the benefits of the union, which included overtime if you worked more than 4 hours in the day if you are part-time. There will also be set rules such as, if there was an overnight package delivery that was missed and a driver had to drive it to the airport so the package would not be late, the manager had to pick one of the union employees to get that route. Due to the nature of them being part-time and normally just unloading boxes, it meant that they would be paid at a different driver rate over time, so one trip could get a nice boost of pay from one trip to the airport. This manager didn't like that and would commonly take these trips himself when he was supposed to let another driver that was union take these trips. Most of our overtime would come from the people who knew how to drive standards, because at that point, you will automatically be volunteered to stay late after your shift to park these trucks for the next shift. Cue malicious compliance. Anytime the manager stole these driving routes, everyone parking the trucks would go to turtle speed, and a job that would normally take 10 to 20 minutes would suddenly take about the hour. So once he was getting back, everyone would be finished up, as the trip to the airport and back took about an hour. One time, he must have had a side errand or something come up. I never found out why, but instead of 1 hour, the trip took about 3 hours. I just remember 5 or 6 young guys and a couple old guys walking around this lot pretending to look at our paper that showed where our trucks were and looking around dumbfounded as we turned a 10-minute job into a 3-hour one. When he got back and saw us still in the lot, he just started screaming, and everyone's trucks were parked within about 3 minutes, and we all got the heck out of there. There wasn't much he could do to punish us, since he was breaking the rules, and he already did everything he could to make our lives there as tough as possible. That was the easiest 3 hours of overtime pay of my life for sure, and my biggest team effort of malicious compliance. So the micromanager was out of the office and you took advantage of that to get yourself a little bit of a kickback. I say job well done. Our next story today comes to us from R007R. Yes, sir. Let's jump right in. About 15 years ago, I was in the army and I had what we'll call a very unique skill set. There were several people in my unit with that specific skill set, but for some odd reason, all of the hot 20 to 26 females got Monday to Thursday shifts and had Friday, Saturday, and Sunday off, while guys like me got Thursday to Monday night shifts, despite having seniority over some of the ladies in both rank and time on mission. To make things worse, administrative staff like our commanding officer and platoon sergeant bosses worked Monday to Friday and weren't willing to budge on us being active during their work hours. This meant that quarterly training like PowerPoints we had to watch for harassment typically occurred both on my day off and in the middle of my sleep time. Given that I worked 16-hour shifts and the round trip to base was an hour, I was perpetually sleep deprived. Even if I got off work on time and went straight home, I could get optimistically 6 hours of sleep per day between driving, eating, and showering. This went on for years over my objections. I literally went nearly 2 years without a day off concurrently with my wife, a day worker. Interestingly, the Army did a study demonstrating that after 18 hours of consciousness, you make the same number of stupid and careless mistakes as if you were legally intoxicated. Sadly, no one told my platoon sergeant. He decided that sleep deprivation didn't matter. In fact, one day when I was transitioning from a junior enlisted, technically a specialist, but if you're not familiar with Army ranks, think private, to an NCO, sergeant, and my platoon sergeant decided I needed some NCO responsibilities. Reasonable. We were having a range day, we had to qualify annually with the M16 Pew Pew, and we needed a duty driver to shuttle soldiers back and forth from the barracks. I was voluntold. Suffice it to say that I was on loan to a certain agency, and I needed to put in an ops release to miss work. It was rejected due to staffing issues. At the time, there was no one else available that could do a certain thing that I could do. I told my platoon sergeant, and he informed me that the ops release was a courtesy. I was going, and it would only take 8 to 10 hours. But sergeant, I tried to explain, I worked 16 straight hours leading up to the start of this driving, and I'd have to work another 14 straight hours at the end of it. On top of that, as driver, I'd be driving soldiers down winding roads I'm not familiar with in a van bigger than anything I've ever driven before while half asleep. Then, at the end of what would be a 40-hour shift, I'd need to drive 30 minutes to get home. Does that seem safe? Safe, Specialist OP? Do you think the soldiers in Iraq right now are safe? As I said, about 15 years ago. Well, no, but at least they're getting hazard pay. You're dismissed, Specialist. So, I mean, what could I do? I only fell asleep twice while driving, and both times were at stoplights. I also made every single passenger aware of my sleep situation. Keep in mind, I was already sleep deprived coming into this, so they made sure to chat with me, bring me coffee, and do other things that decrease their chances of dying in that van. Around hour 38 of this 40-hour shift, an important person swung by my place of duty to check on something. I was literally standing up leaning against a cubicle, eyes basically asleep, with 4 empty quad coffees. If Starbucks had a size above venti, it would be quad, sitting on my desk. Per tradition, there was an NCO with the officer. I got chewed out backwards, forwards, sideways, upside down, and in dimensions I was not hitherto aware of. By military protocol, the NCO beside the angry officer did the chewing out. He threatened me with actual dereliction of duty charges as well. This ended with, "Now explain to me, Specialist, why on God's green earth you think it's okay to sleep on duty?" So I explained to him that I was literally semi-conscious on my feet. I drunk so much coffee, I started having heart palpitations and decided to stop, and that it was hour 38 on duty, and I was simply at my limits. I cannot stress enough that important people cared about what I was doing. A lot. Really important people. At this point, the officer stepped in. "You've been doing this for 38 straight hours?" So I explained to her how I'd had to drive a van around during my sleep time, and this important mission had informed my unit that I was irreplaceable. But my unit decided it was critical that I, specifically the guy with irreplaceable skill set who was working shift, be the duty driver that day. I further explained how this wasn't that uncommon. I couldn't even remember the last time I'd had a week where I was allowed to sleep during my sleep time for the entire week interrupted. The number of silly things I had to do instead of sleeping was mind-boggling. "Who is your commanding officer?" I tried not to smile and told her, "Carry on, Specialist." Needless to say, by lunchtime, aka the equivalent of maybe 1 a.m. for me, I got a phone call. "Report to the platoon sergeant's office right now." I sighed. To say that I was sleepy was something of an understatement, and keep in mind, I got home around 8 a.m. and had to work again around 4 p.m. The round trip to base alone would take an hour, plus I had to get dressed, be presentable, and deal with their nonsense, then undressed again afterwards, then dressed again, and drive back. Please explain to me why the command sergeant major of Redacted just chewed me out over our in-house scheduling decisions. So I told him what happened. "You told the Redacted of Redacted that? Should I have lied to my mission commander about my level of readiness, Sergeant?" He turned red, like Santa's cheeks, not a Norse berserker. No berserker-like traits at all, nope. I took a totally professional step backwards. He was about 6'2" and 250 pounds of NCO, and I felt like I was hogging all of his oxygen. Get out. So I did. It came down from on high that our unit was to have 2 quarterly training days henceforth. No more waking us shift workers up 1 to 2 times per week every freaking week for administrative crap. Period. All missions were informed that our soldiers would be doing one of the 2 training days. Pick one. Happy ending, right? Yeah, that's never how it works in the military. When you get someone above you in trouble, what's the nastiest, stupidest duty you can imagine giving someone that was stateside in a strategic unit? The urine analysis guy. For those of you that don't know, it's his duty to plan and execute urinalysis. This requires literally looking at your fellow soldiers' junk because they are a variety of products that can fool a urinalysis, and the only way to, you know what, just trust me, it's nasty. Fortunately, there was a loophole. You see, the powers that be are aware of the good old boys system that develops sometimes in the army, and it's really, really important that the guy with the grenade launcher isn't also on crack. As a result, per regs as they existed at that time, and maybe even now, if the urinalysis guy calls a urinalysis, it takes a full bird colonel to cancel it. That's one step down from a general. That's right, when the urinalysis guy decides it's time for the monthly urinalysis, wake up, get in uniform, drive to where he says it's happening, and God help you if you've got alcohol or something in your system. To make matters worse for them, a friend of mine, let's call him Kroger, had been punished for having alcohol in his system during one of their urinalyses. It was on his day off because he was a shift worker, and it was during hours that were duty hours to the day workers, but off duty for us. I had about a year left, no intention of re-enlisting, and my unit had already been slapped down by angry people for mucking with me. Let's do this. Malicious compliance time. Imagine this, it's 11 p.m. on a Friday on a long weekend. Long for them, not me. You see, shift workers didn't get holidays off unless we took leave, and I needed mine for family time like Thanksgiving and Christmas. Because without it, I'd have been working every single holiday. The mission must go on after all. Now, anyone that's ever seen an army movie knows that Joes like booze, and anyone that's ever had to do a urinalysis knows that they can detect alcohol. Mind you, being a urinalysis guy is a big deal. You're on legal orders and everything, entered into Big Army's database. Between the time I began the formal process of calling a urinalysis and the time I would have had them coming in, 3 a.m. on their days off, since they'd established the precedent that soldiers don't get days off whenever we complained about losing sleep to stuff like this, my orders vanished. To this day, I don't know how they did it. I suspect that our CO or some other bigwigs were at a party or something and realized that they were about to have to explain to a full bird colonel how half of the unit pissed hot in a urinalysis, which would have legally required, that colonel having a one-on-one chat with me about why I chose that time, and perhaps a discussion about how the unit was being run. Yeah, they never gave me another duty the entire time I had left in the army. I never had issue with another leave request, and they generally just left me alone. At the time, I thought it was because I'd made my point that I was sick of their crap, but looking back, I wonder who would have come up positive for what specific drugs during that surprise urinalysis such that they were able to rescind my big army orders in less than 1 day, and in the middle of the night at that. Sorry so long, hope you enjoyed. I learned a little bit by reading through the comments of this story because I really have no military experience. Apparently, people regularly get crap canned into a job like this, or they just are very enthusiastic about the job for some reason. So apparently when somebody new comes into the urinalysis position, there's a memo that goes out to the higher-ups because it's a frequent thing that they'll schedule it to try and screw people over and get them in at odd times. All it takes is a quick speed dial to the higher-up, and it's quashed and everybody moves on. Our next story today comes to us from Pipsqueak Pilot. You're not allowed to approve rental cars. Let's jump right in. This takes place when I was in the Air Force and was Assistant Director of Operations in my squadron. Basically, that means I was third in the squadron and in charge of the day-to-day operation of a C-17 flying squadron. It was not uncommon for me to be the highest ranking person available in the squadron on a given day, as was the case this week, God help us all. Normally, either the Director of Operations or Commander was supposed to be around, but due to extenuating circumstances, it was just me that week. The commander, not wanting to deal with having to sign rental car approval letters whenever someone went on temporary duty elsewhere, had delegated that authority down to me. One of our staff sergeants was going away for about 3 weeks to attend protocol school and some other training. Basically, training in all the minutiae of interacting with VIPs, high-ranking generals, congressmen, whatever. Every base has a protocol section to deal with that, and you have to attend the school first. As he was staying off base, I signed the letter authorizing him a rental car and forwarded the travel approval on up. About half an hour later, I get a call from the operations group, composed of the Flying Squadrons and Flying Support Squadron, Resource Advisor. She goes off about how I'm not allowed to approve rental cars, there isn't money for them, and there's a shuttle to the school from the hotel. I argue that there's not, she doesn't listen and insists there is. The rental car is denied, and I don't have authority to authorize one anyway. Fine. I call the hotel and confirm that there is indeed no shuttle. The hotel is also not near any food. I resubmit the travel authorization with taxi to and from the campus every day, and then one for dinner in the evening. I then authorize a taxi out and back to a restaurant for lunch and dinner on the weekends. it ends up being $640 a week in taxis versus $200 at the governmental rental car rate. I submit the travel authorization. A call comes in half an hour later asking why the trip was now significantly more expensive. I explained I called the hotel and confirmed no shuttle. Only then does she realize he's staying off base and tells me, go ahead and resubmit the travel authorization with a rental car approval. Sorry, I'm not authorized to approve a rental car. You'll need to draft a letter for the group commander, full colonel, to sign authorizing a car and rewrite the authorization if you want him to use a rental car. I love how OP's able to let like a C-17 loose that goes through more money and fuel in a couple of minutes than any of the rental cars for anybody in the military over the course of a year, but they're not allowed to authorize a rental car for a colleague. What a great system. Our next story today comes to us from Simoria. Manager complained that I wasn't tracking enough of my time. Let's jump right in. Around 10 years ago, I was working for an IT company that supported many small and medium-sized businesses in the area. Many of our customers paid a monthly fee for us to be available for phone-based support. We didn't bill for this time because it was included in their contracts. I was working salary and was way overworked because of bad management practices, frequently putting in 12 to 16-hour days. Management knew this. When I tried to explain to management that we needed more help because I was beyond burnt out, my manager stated that he couldn't justify the extra help because our numbers didn't show exactly how overworked we were. In fact, based on my ticket tracking, I was only putting in 7 to 8 hours a day. Is that so? From this point, I decided that every minute of my day would be tracked. Time could only be tracked in 5-minute increments, and we were told to track our time tracking time against our own company. 5 minutes on the phone with a customer, that got ticketed and entered into the time system. But I spent 5 minutes dealing with the time and ticket system, so that also got tracked. Another call, 10 minutes, 5-minute ticket against us for time tracking. 20 minutes driving to a customer site, tracked against the customer. 5 minutes against us. I ended up frequently entering dozens of things per day. Everyone in the team started doing this. It was a small team of 3, but the tickets all added up quickly. What's important to note is that every time we submitted a ticket or a time entry, the boss also got an entry in the system that he had to go review and approve. If he had to read the tickets and approve them, it would have taken most of a day just to approve everything. Then, he could go about his normal day. But he didn't do this daily. He frequently waited a few days or a week before approving stuff. This meant that by the time he went into the system, he had hundreds of things to approve. He came to complain about the sheer volume of tickets and that he'd spent his entire weekend in the crummy ticket system just approving everything. We pointed out that this was exactly what he'd asked for. He asked us to go back to the old way. And then we couldn't justify our need for more help. Left the company shortly afterward because I was tired of being paid a pittance for skilled labor. Within 3 months, the rest of the team had quit. The company was sold, and that department no longer exists. Shrug. At this point, not my monkeys, not my circus. Kinda makes me wonder if the boss clocked in his time closing tickets, but I guess that wouldn't be enforceable by OP. If you're in a workplace where your boss is constantly asking you what you've done for the day, it's a good idea to track your time as well, even if they're not asking you to do that, because then you can just flip over a sheet to them and say, yep, this is what I did all day, here's my times, go away. Our next story today comes to us from Paper Radiator. Stick to the scheduling? You got it. Let's jump right in. So, about a year ago, I started a new job in specialized technical support for electronic devices. For most of these products and issues, we had a very extensive list and database of information from which to follow procedures. One of these databases is specifically made for self-guided trainings and other informative things that we usually get assigned whenever needed. For these assigned trainings, you'd usually get a few more minutes than actually needed, but sometimes a lot more. For the last few of these trainings, I have followed the schedule, finished my training, and went back to work. Usually this meant I had about half or more of the time assigned left over, meaning I could either knock some more work out or touch up some previous interactions. This was until a few weeks ago. Hey OP, I noticed you're skipping out of training times and using this time for other things. Usually I have time over. This allows me to do stuff regarding previous interactions and lets me work clean. No, this is not what the time is assigned for. fill in the time on those trainings and stay on that status. Whatever you do, I don't want you to do different work on training hours. All right, no work? Understood, loud and clear. Cue malicious compliance. The next 2 weeks, we get assigned more and more trainings for new launches, arising issues, and more. Each day, about 3 to 4 hours worth of trainings, give or take. These trainings are straightforward, and if you use the right resources, can be finished within 45 to 60 minutes if you read clearly and follow the right information. More time really is not needed, and if there's nothing to do anymore, well, I guess I won't do work as requested. Needless to say, I have been enjoying about 15 plus hours per week, freely doing chores in the house and other useful stuff on training time. At least I'm no longer doing work outside of the assigned hours. Bad me. I think the crap is probably just rolling downhill in this story, because the manager's getting an earful from somebody above that OP's in the wrong aux code while there's other people still training. You have to remember, the people learn at different rates. The great thing about this though was it sounds like it was a work from home job, so you have all that extra time to do whatever you want in your house. It would really suck if this was an office job and you had to just sit around and do nothing for that extra time. Our next story today comes to us from Sir Corn. Open offices suck, but I've proven my point. Let's jump right in. Okay, so I just turned 20 and was the youngest guy at a company I just, half a year, started working for. The guy which was just a bit older was over 30, but he and I could get along really well, and I was lucky, since I'm quite an introvert, that he took me into a small group of really nice colleagues that were more friends than just work buddies. The office we worked in looked really nice, but all the levels were connected with a large open area, so when someone on the first floor was making a call, people on the third floor could follow the entire conversation. This wasn't a huge deal most of the time, because we always had a radio turned on, and people who wanted to concentrate just put on headphones. Overall, a very informal workplace, and no real management layer, just a couple of directors and no actual managers. Me and the rest of the group were sitting on the top floor, and since my buddy was a lunatic, we were laughing and just chatting a bit. In comes a message from the CEO, asking me to come into the meeting room, which was only one of 2 closed offices in the entire building. This wasn't that strange, since even though I was young, I had particular skills which the company relied on, so they often asked if I could join a meeting. But this time, only the CEO sat there, and instead of the usual joking around, he asked me to sit down like a school principal would if you did something wrong. I noticed that you're coming along nicely with a lot of your colleagues, and I think they really have respect for you. The thing is, it's rather noisy lately, but I don't want them thinking I'm sort of a police officer demanding them to stay quiet since we're all friends in here. So I want you to keep the noise levels down and tell them to stay productive. I told him that I would pass on the message, but that it didn't look like it was my place to tell people who worked here for years and are all at least 10 years older than I was that they had to obey my authority since I didn't feel I had any. Well, since the rest of the group dug into the meeting calendar and found out that there wasn't any planned, they instantly looked at me when I came back with those big eyes which are ready for gossip. I passed on the message and they were all a bit shocked, stating that they were like this for years and never had any trouble. A couple of weeks later, I got called into the meeting room again by the CEO. My colleagues directly noticed how I walked away from my desk that I was called in again, as I had my head worried about what the issue was this time. No one else was called in the meantime, just me. And yes, I was asked to sit down again, and the CEO began with a huge sigh. The office is still very noisy. I had a really simple request to keep it down, and you just couldn't listen. You're even the one talking the loudest of all. I was raised not to interrupt people, but that time I did. Well, you stated before that I have a deep voice, which carries through the entire building. Since then, I've done my best to keep my voice down. It didn't matter, as he continued his lecture. In the end, he made a conclusion. I don't want to do this, but I'm going to split you guys up. You guys are no longer allowed to sit where you want, even though we have a flexible workspace. I'm starting with you. You'll be sitting across from me on the first floor. It's not for the noise, it's just better for your productivity. I'll be informing the rest, and you're not allowed to discuss this with them at all. So, being both pissed and flabbergasted, I took my laptop and backpack without saying a word and moved to the first floor. I picked up my headphones, which I normally never use, put them on, and went to town on my work. This became my routine for 2 weeks, and if someone had a question, sorry, I have to concentrate on my work. If they needed me in a meeting in order to get a new client, I responded with, I won't be able to be as productive as I need to be, and most of all, I worked exactly the hours I was paid to, instead of coming in 30 minutes early and staying 30 minutes longer as well. The CEO started noticing me turning bitter and tried turning it around. Hi OP, lovely day ain't it? Which I responded to with, and putting on my headphones again. Want me to grab you a cup of coffee? No, I'm good, thanks. Even though I still worked my butt off during working hours, it became noticeable that the hourly rate dropped, and my colleagues started complaining to the directors that they really needed my expertise, but that I wasn't available for them. The CEO loved calling me into his office, but now that he had to admit his defeat, I just received a small message while he sat across from me. You're free to sit wherever you want. It has come to my attention that it is in the interest of the company if I give you and your colleagues a bit more freedom. He continued to bug me about leaving 5 minutes early, even if I came in 30 minutes before I had to, but he never dared to talk about my work ethics ever again. Moral of the story, don't try to push for more productivity, it might backfire. Oh, and open offices suck. Yeah, open offices are supposed to encourage collaboration and teamwork between employees, but all it really does is annoy people into wearing headphones, and then there's less collaboration overall. What I found working in an open office was that there was always something to distract you from doing your work. Our next story today comes to us from Sandor Yarp Clegane. Want to only talk to my kid's mother? You got it. Let's jump right in. So this has been about 10 years ago now. I don't remember exactly what the issue was over, probably grades or behavior. Nonetheless, I get a call one day from one of my kids' teachers. Hi, this is teacher. Can I speak with Mrs. Yarp? This is Mr. Yarp. How can I help you? I need to speak to Mrs. Yarp. Again, this is Mr. Yarp. How can I help you? I'll just call back and talk to Mrs. Yarp. Okay, but click. I think not too much of it and continue my day. A few days later, I get essentially the same call. Teacher refuses to speak to me and will only speak to Mrs. Yarp. About a week later, my kid brings home a letter from the teacher saying they need to speak to Mrs. Yarp, and here is an appointment for her to show up on X date and X time. I get pissed. This happens a lot. Doctors' offices, various appointments have a hard time wrapping their head around a single male parent. Many times I got, oh, well, usually the mother brings them, or usually mom takes care of this. Those lines always pissed me off to no end, and I would always make them eat their words by saying, well, mom can't do this since she died insert years ago. I always liked the look of shock and horror on their faces when they processed that information. Anyways, cue malicious compliance. I am beyond pissed that this teacher refuses to talk to me and only wants mom. So the day of the meeting, I get the paper she requested, get dressed up, grab a copy of my wife's death certificate, and the icing on the cake, my wife's urn. I walk into the school with the items, and when the teacher comes into the office, she said something along the lines of, I specifically said mom needs to be here. I say loud enough that all staff in the office can hear, mom is absolutely here, right here in this urn. Here is the death certificate. Go on, talk to her, tell her whatever you need to tell her that you refuse to tell me. All the other staff looked while she just turned red from embarrassment. What was it for? What did she need to tell my wife so bad she refused to speak to me? My daughter was doing fantastic in math, and she wanted to put her in advanced math. After that, I filed a complaint with the principal. The next year, teacher wasn't at the school. I don't know if she moved or was fired or what, but that's my malicious compliance. Teachers see so many kids from so many different walks of life that you'd think they wouldn't make any assumptions about their home lives. Some kids don't have moms, some kids don't have dads, some kids don't have parents at all and live with other family members. Some kids have moms and dads, but wish they had different ones. The teacher's attitude just leads me to believe that there was something else going on here, like maybe the kid had talked about the mom, and maybe the kid had said something bad about the dad, and that's why the teacher wanted to talk to the mom. I don't know, what do you guys think? Comment down below. Our next story today comes to us from DJ Menyo. But we are a family here, and your production matters. Let's jump right in. So I used to work third shift at a carpet warehouse in Northwest Georgia. This area is known as the carpet capital of the world. I worked as a lift truck driver at a distribution center. Our main job was to receive rolls of carpet from the manufacturing side, cut them down to order lengths, and ship them back out or put them back in the warehouse. The company had an expected production rate of 350 rolls counted over the course of a night. As long as you met production, there was no issue. If you worked at a consistent rate without overloading and had no issues, you could make 400 to 425 rolls. Occasionally, you did have issues actually finding the particular order in a warehouse with thousands of carpet rolls. The company had a computer system that told you what roll to get next and where to take it. If you happened to not scan a roll within 15 minutes, it would send an alert to the supervisors, who would then get on a golf cart to go looking for you. On to the story. I was consistently pulling 400 plus rolls per night, as I would take short breaks as I was never hungry and would get sleepy after about a year of this. 10 minutes before break, I was having trouble finding a roll. As soon as break hit, I stopped looking and went to break. This would easily take about 10 minutes just to get there. Once break was done, I was back to looking for my roll. By this point, it was another 10 minutes to find it. This was added to the 10 minutes before break that I couldn't find it. By the time I was pulling the roll off the bin, the manager had shown up in his golf cart. He just gave me a death stare and took off. By the time I took it to the central location, my boss was waiting there with the write-up in hand. He asked me to get off my lift truck and follow him to the office. He told me that this was because I took more than 15 minutes to pull a roll and didn't skip it. This was a slap in the face as far as I was concerned. From that point on, I never ever did more than a few rolls than the required production rate. I would carry a clipboard and count my tally for the night. About a month or so of my not exceeding my production, I get called up to the office one night, and this is how the conversation went. "Hey boss, what's up? Come in, take a seat." "I'm fine standing, what's up?" "Come on in, take a seat." "Is something going on? I need to get back to getting my night's production." "Well, don't worry about that. We won't count today against you." "Okay, what's up?" "Is everything okay? Are you doing all right at home?" I was visually confused. "I'm fine. What is this about?" "I'm not just a boss, we are a family, and it's my responsibility as boss to make sure that everyone is okay. The reason I called you up is because you have a sudden drop in production about a month ago, and we were wondering if you had some family issues going on." "Nope, my production is where the company expects it to be." "I'm not saying that it's not. You were one of the few employees that could get 400 plus rolls a night, and now you're barely getting production." "But it's 350, right?" "Yes, you are meeting production, but you would do 400 plus rolls a night, and as a team, your additional rolls would help out your other team members who were struggling." "Wait, you were using my roll count to go towards someone else? Why was I never given part of their paycheck?" "That's not how this goes. We're a team, and we have a collective production rate that is a team requirement." I gave an internal sigh. "We have some teammates who have slower equipment or have trouble with hand-eye coordination, and your additional rolls would help them with their roll count going towards the collective department production rate." "Okay, so what do you want me to do about it? As far as I'm concerned, the company requires 350, and that is what I'm doing, right? Can you tell me why it is you dropped off all of a sudden?" "Fine, let me take a seat." I pulled out my wallet and started to pull out the signed write-up that he gave me a month ago. I slid it over to him. My plan was coming to fruition, as I somehow felt that this moment would come somehow. "What's this?" "This is a write-up that you gave me a month ago. Do you remember? That night I had already met my 350 production requirement. I was stuck on a roll 10 minutes before break and took another 10 to 12 minutes after break. That night I already had my 350 rolls. Do you remember?" Surprised Pikachu face. "After you wrote me up that night when I already had more than my expected production, why would I ever want to give you more than I have to? Do you really not remember this? It's a good thing that I held on to this, huh?" After about 10 minutes of silence, "Will that be it? Can I go back to doing my work?" "Go ahead." Ah yes, who thought it was a good idea to nitpick on the most productive staff member? And did you think that was going to turn out okay and actually increase your production rates even further? I don't blame OP for just doing the bare minimum to get by. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone? Eh, boss? Our next story today comes to us from Lurker Flash. "You want me to talk to my mom about a school trip? Fine. Let's jump right in. Disclaimer, I was a little crap, and still am to some degree. Love this sub, but not sure this belongs. This happened mid-2000s when I was in high school. We had school trips every now and then, and I absolutely hated the idea of most. It is worth mentioning that these also almost always came with some extra payments from my mom and were presented as completely voluntary activities. So one day rolls by and they present the new trip with all the usual hype. But I wasn't buying it. I don't know what I was going through that day, but I resolved to not attend this one and call their voluntary bluff. They mentioned a parental consent form, and just like that, I had a plan. Fast forward a couple of weeks, and the organizer of the trip spots me somewhere and approaches. "I noticed you haven't brought in the parental consent form. When will you be bringing it?" I didn't think long about the answer. "Oh, that's okay. Since these are voluntary and I don't want to go, I will not be needing one." A bit testy, but that's what I had. She proceeds to ignore me, saying, "Now, that's not an option. We will need you to bring that form in by some reasonable time." "Oh, okay, sure thing," I replied, reveling in the knowledge she already suspected my answer, but couldn't do anything about it. Fast forward another week or so, Mrs. Organizer catches me again, this time a lot less friendly. "You have not brought the form yet. Either you talk to your mom or I will." Now, we already didn't like one another, and this was close to the end of the day at school. The moment she said that, I realized she was going to call my mom when she had a moment, especially given our last exchange. I never did well in gym classes, but boy did I run that day. I was lucky to have lived close enough to manage the feat. After catching my breath for a hot minute, I tell my mom that Mrs. Organizer is going to call her and ask for her consent, and requested my mom not to give it. Lo and behold, before I can even explain the situation and be on the receiving side of a persuasive campaign, the phone rings. As expected, my mom was listening to what Mrs. Organizer had to say and looked like she could go either way. I said please, and my mom goes, "Well, what reason do I give her?" Being the petty person that I still am, my reply was fast, "Because I asked you not to." And my beloved mother did just that. I really wanted to see Mrs. Organizer's face when she got that, but people can't have everything they want in life. It was the end of that trip. Obviously, having someone on the teaching staff resent you isn't consequence-free, but it wasn't the first chapter in that book, and I took those on with a grin. Bonus, me calling their voluntary bluff was actually consequential. I think they were required by law to accommodate me during normal school hours, so they went the extra mile to try and get me to regret my actions. I was reporting to someone's office every 15 minutes, annoying the poor soul and effectively forcing them to stay in office the whole day. They tried to get me to clean things or do other stuff kids aren't supposed to do, and I kept refusing, looking for a fight more than looking after myself there, but these two were bluffs. Of course, I bragged to all my friends about it, and of course, they wanted in on it. Next trip, those who could got their parents to not give consent. Those who couldn't found different ways to pull a no-show. A friend convinced his doctor dad to give him a note. We brought guitars and had ourselves a good time. Only one of us needing to report on behalf of the whole group, making it possible. Edit. To all the folks commenting on how they loved school trips, I did too for some, but my friends were all in other classes, so I was a little isolated. I think this was done by design, in theory, to keep classes manageable and facilitate better learning. Mrs. Organizer would break up friend groups every year by reshuffling the classes, except the ones she liked. Normally it was fine, as we would just hang out on breaks. On trips, that option wasn't there. While there wasn't any animosity between myself and my classmates, they had their own groups and I wasn't part of any of them. So unless the destination was worth it, I was not looking forward to most trips. I would rather listen to music by myself for a few less hours than doing exactly that for a few more. I remember a lot of school trips when I was younger, and I didn't enjoy really any of them. Probably because my mom was a chaperone on most of them, so I couldn't have fun with my friends and goof around. I completely understand OP in this one because not having your friend group there would definitely make it not as interesting. Our next story today comes to us from Zypherman300. Project cancellation fee is 50% of the purchase order value? We'll revise the purchase order value then. Let's jump right in. Hi everyone, hope you're having a swell day. If your day is going less than stellar, then know that you are strong and you can do this. reach out to the Reddit community and the kind supportive people here will try to help you, or at least provide a place for you to vent. Okay, now on to the story. Now, bear in mind that I was on the short end of the stick of this malicious compliance, and it's a complete dick move, truly malicious. And that it's a long saga, so strap yourself in, boys and girls, it's a long ride. The cast: me, the lead project engineer, Adam, my boss, Bob, the Client Corp's lead engineer, Charlie, Bob's replacement of sorts. Client Corp is a subsidiary of Mega Client Corp. The calm before the storm. Once upon a time, many moons ago, I was but a lowly peon project engineer, working on a big $1 million project that my company was contracted to do for Client Corp. That was a part of a larger project by the Client Corp. Things were progressing well, we had the job design and engineering done, materials ordered, ready to mobilize the team to the job site. All of a sudden the client, Bob, says unto us peons, "Hark ye, your project will now be cancelled, because the project will be cancelled." Of course, we weren't too happy about it because, 1, all the work we'd put in up to that point basically just went up in smoke. 2, even with cancellation fees, that kind of just barely covered the costs we'd incurred to date, no profit. 3, we were now stuck with a huge amount of materials that we had to find a way to redeploy, with a shelf life. 4, we knew that claiming cancellation fees was going to be a painful, thorny path. Boy, oh boy, was it a truly painful and thorny path to walk indeed. Breakdown in negotiations. So my team and boss put together the supporting documents, etc., and prepared the job cancellation invoice, then appointed me as the sacrificial lamb bearer of the cancellation invoice to deliver the news to the Client Corp. Bob was not happy, duh. Negotiations started with Bob, his bosses, Adam, my boss, and me in the room. Barely 10 minutes in and there's raised voices, palms slamming on the table, angry men all around. Adam and myself tried our best to placate the client's team to no avail, even as they tried whatever intimidation tactics they could to bully us into dropping the cancellation fees. We'd worked out a few options beforehand to be more flexible in this, but all were shut down by Bob's team in anger. Finally, Adam said the magic words. "This cancellation clause is written into the master contract with Mega Client. If you don't agree to this, then perhaps we can escalate to Mega Client's higher management for arbitration." The room fell silent. Obviously, Bob's client's team already had a lot of foul-smelling substances on their plate already, with the failure of the larger project as a whole. Their subsidiary organization was formed as a special purpose company just for this project, and the last thing they needed was more attention from the parent organization. Cue malicious compliance. "Fine," says Bob. "You know what? We'll pay you the cancellation fee, 50% of the purchase order value as stated in the contract." Bob's face took on a sinister smirk. "But we'll need to adjust the purchase order value." And with that, Adam and I got booted out of the office. The very next day, my company accounts department started screaming. Apparently, client had indeed adjusted the purchase order value from the original X million dollars down to $10,000. That meant the cancellation fee, going by the letter of the contract, was now only $5,000. Jesus, talk about a low blow. But wait, there's more. All subsequent attempts to reach out to Bob and his team by phone or email were stonewalled. Finally, after a few days, I personally paid Bob a visit at his office, only to have him laugh in my face and basically say, "What you gonna do about it?" Other follow-up meeting requests to Bob and his team were denied outright for a couple of weeks. Finally, Adam pulled some strings to have our company's senior management talk to Mega Client senior management, after which we got to meet with an entirely different team than before. Enter Charlie. Charlie was on a different part of the team from Bob, and we hadn't had any dealings with him before. Charlie told us that Bob had been transferred back to Mega Client HQ, Client Corp was being disbanded, and now Charlie had to take over from Bob. Charlie also had no idea what had transpired before this, so we filled him in. You see, Bob had pulled a fast malicious compliance on us. He knew he was being transferred back to HQ, so he tried to screw us over and also make it look like the project cancellation costs were smaller than what they actually are. To give Charlie due credit, he did try to help us resolve the cancellation fees. Only problem is, with the stunt that Bob had pulled just before leaving, we were collectively stuck in a cesspit. You see, in order to correct the purchase order to the original correct value, it needed to be verified by the originator of said purchase order, Bob, who was no longer around, and approved by a manager, Bob's boss, who was also no longer around. To make things worse, since the larger project had been cancelled, finance and accounting functions were now taken over by Mega Client's finance team, who had no idea of the backstory, and a boatload of suspicion as to why the purchase order now has to be retroactively increased after project cancellation in order to facilitate cancellation fee payment to a supplier, by a huge amount no less. What do you mean you need to increase the PO amount from 10,000 to X million after the fact? We need to get verification from the originator and approver to proceed, all in the midst of a corporate reshuffle within Client and Mega Client Corp, which meant we had to deal with a rotating cast of different people who again had no idea of the backstory to all of this. Fun times. All in all, it took us a year of painful back and forth explanations and negotiations, often repeating the same story to multiple senior managers, multiple parties, accusations of fraud, some creative negotiations, including transference of inventory to the parent company, Mega Client, to support some of their other projects, which in turn messed with our company's other projects with Mega Client, to get things finally resolved and recoup our losses. Meanwhile, just dealing with all this meant that, effectively, I couldn't be reassigned to other projects because dealing with this became a full-time job in itself. Thus went one of the most stressful and unproductive years of my career, and also an abject lesson in personal and professional integrity. Please, dear readers, don't do this to your suppliers, and always pay attention to the cancellation clauses in your contracts. It sounds to me like whoever wrote up that contract in the first place is the person who really screwed this up for everybody else, because who in their right mind signs a contract that gives unilateral control of purchase orders to just one side? That makes absolutely no sense. Our next story today comes to us from Limina Ninja. Always let karma have her last word, and always follow the rules at a customs border. Let's jump right in. A few years ago, I lived in Germany and wanted to spend winter holidays in my homeland, Serbia, which is not in the EU. I packed my 3 kids on my back seat. The twins were less than 2 years old and the elder daughter was 7. I drove from Hamburg to Hungary, where I had to cross the border to enter Serbia. However, due to the holiday season, the line with cars and buses was more than 1 kilometer long. The waiting time was several hours. There was no other option but to wait patiently and move slowly forward, 5 meters at a time. As the time went by, my kids got restless. I had to feed them, change their diapers, calm them down. Any parent who travels with toddlers knows this situation well. As I was focused on them, I didn't notice that 2 buses went through the border and that I had to move my car forward for some 30 to 40 meters. 3 cars behind me used this opportunity to slip by and get in front of me. By the way, such thing is not allowed before a customs border. I noticed it and went out of my car. I said to them that their conduct wasn't fair. I had 3 small kids in my car, and I wasn't using that situation to my advantage, and if I could wait patiently for my turn, so could they. But they all ignored me. I didn't tell them that this conduct is illegal, as I thought that everyone knew this. There were several signs that warned the drivers not to drive around and past a car in front of them. I didn't have time or energy to argue with them, so I got back into my car and thought, if I can wait for 6 hours, then I can also wait for 6.5 hours. Some 15 minutes later, 2 customs officers patrolled down the line of cars. For some reason unknown to me, probably routine, I cannot tell. They looked into each car, and when they saw my toddlers on the back seat, one of them told me that they would immediately open the second gate to speed things up. Hungarians are great, aren't they? 3 drivers from those cars in front of me heard this. They were outside having a smoke and rushed back to their driver's seats. I knew what was coming. I started the engine and let the 3 of them block my way, cut me off, and park at the front of the second, newly opened gate. I slowly left the first line and parked my car behind them. I had a gut feeling that my sister Karma, the B of B's, was about to act. Those 2 custom officers saw what happened and let the 3 cars through the gate, but they also told them to park their cars at the lots inside the custom border. Anyone who's ever crossed the Hungarian-Serbian border knows what that means. They were going to search all 3 cars and their passengers and baggage thoroughly, which meant hours and hours of waiting, answering endless questions, unpacking, packing, and all sorts of annoying stuff. When I arrived at the gate, the customs officers greeted me and asked for our passports. "What's the purpose of your travel?" one of them asked. I told him, "I want my kids to spend this Christmas with their grandparents in Serbia." He stamped our passports, greeted me, and wished me safe travel and a Merry Christmas. As a Christmas gift for my kids, he promised that he'd keep the 3 cars at the customs border for the next 6 hours at least, and that they'd have to pay a really nasty fine for their misdemeanor. The second customs officer said, "I hope you enjoyed your stay in Hungary, ma'am." "Oh yes I did, sir. I surely did." Ah yes, that new line they opened up right there, that one that you can see that's empty with nobody else in it, yep, that's the lane for consequences of your actions. Right over here, please. Enjoy your stay in Serbia. Alright, our next wall of story, comes to us from NG945. Older couple demanded we take their plane seats, only to demand we move once in flight. Let's jump right in. I was asked to post this over here too. I'm new in here, but here is my one karma-seeking revenge whilst it all played out story. So my husband, now ex, and I were one of the last to board the plane as he had misplaced his boarding ticket, and we had to search for it. When we got on, we were walking up the plane and could see our row. The plane was pretty much full and all settled in. A couple older than us sat in our row of 3. I checked our tickets, and then asked the couple what seats they were supposed to be in, as those were ours. They refused to move. They had scored 3 seats to their 2 bottoms, whereas the row in front had a very slim girl at the window. The air hostess came over, and as they were older and playing the age card, the hostess asked us to sit the seats in front. My husband argued that in the event of an accident, our names were not on the right locations. However, the hostess said she would swap these over. So we sat down next to the slim girl, who took up no room whatsoever. The couple behind were very loudly gloating at their win and discussing how they would have a very pleasant 14-hour trip home. My husband told me as soon as we can to recline the seats as he was pissed at their gloating. So here we are settled when this man starts walking up the plane. He was a very, very large man, long dreadlocks, shoving a baguette in his mouth as he made his way up the aisle. My husband just looked at me and smiled as he realized the only spare seat was that window seat that would have been next to mine. And yes, karma took a dump on the gloating couple's lap as the man asked them to move so he could get into his seat. Once settled, he took up a lot of the space, and once in the air, the lady called a hostess down and started having a strop about how we had stolen their seats and that we had refused to move when they boarded. Sadly for the lady, our argument at the start of the flight had been witnessed by the staff, as everyone else was settled by then, so she was shut down by the staff who refused to move us. They had a miserable flight as the guy kept getting up for the toilet, extra drinks, and extra snacks. Whoever he was a complete gem of a human being. OP, I hope you still reclined your seatbacks as much as you could. I hope the large gentleman passed gas all the time during that flight. And at the end of it all, I hope you bought that gentleman a drink, because he deserved it for unknowingly serving a large dish of karma. Our next story today comes to us from Tubis61. Do exactly what you're told. Let's jump right in. Back in my days working as a paramedic, I spent some time in the training school teaching clinical skills to new staff. We also had a driving section where we trained staff in response driving and also trained up new trainers. These are a couple of stories the head driving instructor had. One of the issues you find in teaching people to drive at speed is the red mist problem. Things are happening really fast and your attention narrows. This can be quite dangerous. This is something the driving instructors see when they have staff driving at high speeds, and one of the consequences is that the student drivers focus closely on what they are asked to do and follow instructions literally to the letter. When training new instructors, the senior instructors apply very specific malicious compliance, or as they call it, puppet driving. The idea is the senior instructor drives and interprets the student instructor's instructions exactly. The student instructor has to think very carefully about the instructions the driver is given. One example of this is the student instructor wants the driver to accelerate. They say, "Put your foot down," then the senior instructor will accelerate the vehicle as fast as they can along the road. If the student instructor then says, "Whoa, slow down," then the senior instructor will hit the brakes hard and carry out an emergency stop. Teaches you to think about what you are saying. The best story we heard of this was a chap who was really doing well in his instructor training, but sometimes didn't think too carefully about what he asked. The senior instructor took 3 trainees out to work on corners and bends. This is all about smooth transitions with careful road positioning on entering a bend, understanding the apex, and where to accelerate on leaving the bend. The senior instructor was playing the part of a driver, not getting the idea, and was making jerky transitions and positioning the car badly. They were following a civilian who was taking a really nice line in the bends, so the trainee instructor said, "Follow their line." So the senior instructor followed the instructions exactly. The drive was out in Lincolnshire in the UK, in flat country, few hills, fast roads, and some nice corners and bends. The car in front was moving quite quickly, and the senior instructor was doggedly following their line through the bends. That was right up to the point where the civilian misjudged a bend and went a foot or so off onto the verge. They held the car and got back on the road. The senior instructor followed the instructions he was given exactly and followed the line onto the verge. The driving school car was bigger and heavier, so it didn't go back on the road, it went a little further off the road. The other thing about Lincolnshire is there are some really nice houses, and this was the case at this bend. There was a very nice house, and in front of it was an immaculate front lawn, yard for our US friends. It could be described as a bowling green, perfectly mown with those stripes you see and surrounded by a border of cottage garden plants. Into this idyllic setting came the driving school car, a 1.5 tons of V6 powered metal traveling at 60 miles per hour. The senior instructor braked hard, pulled the wheel round, floored the accelerator, and aimed back at the road, carving a pair of deep ruts in the lawn as it went. As the car got back on the road, the trainee instructor yelled, "Stop!" And sure enough, an emergency stop followed with skid marks and clouds of smoke. At this point, the senior instructor turned to the student instructor and said, "Okay, how could you have worded your instructions differently?" Well, I hope the trainee instructor really left an impression, and I hope the students don't get stuck in a rut. But I guess we'll just have to wait for the next episode of Law & Order. In the landscape justice system, lawn-based offenses are considered especially heinous. In Lincolnshire, the detectives who investigate these vicious felonies are members of an elite squad known as the Special Garden Unit. These are their stories. Our next story today comes to us from Why the F I Get Suspend. You can't continue working from home because you go idle and chat too often. Let's jump right in. As part of the plan to return to office post-COVID, my company has done a lot of redesignating of who can permanently work from home, who can hybrid, etc. I really wanted to work from home full-time. I hate the office with a burning passion. It's distracting, it's a long commute, there's no benefit to being there, so on and so forth. I'd just rather be at home. Well, when we thought May was going to be go back to the office time, they started giving out the new designations. I got designated as an in-office full-time. It made no sense to me. I work on a team of 8 people, and each of us is in a different office somewhere in the country. I've literally never been to an in-person meeting or needed to do in-person work in 3 years at this company. Every single other person on my team got designated to work from home. So I brought it up with my boss and asked to work from home. When I started at this company and lived elsewhere, I got to work from home for 4 months before I moved, and the past 14 months during COVID had been at home. So 18 of 36 months at the company had been work from home. What I was told is that I go idle too often in the chat to trust to work from home. Basically, we have a company-wide IM system that shows you as available, idle, or in a meeting. If you don't touch your keyboard for 5 minutes, you show as idle. So they've decided to use this as a measure for who is working and who isn't. The thing is, like many people in many types of jobs, I don't have crap to do for a full 8 hours every single day. The amount of work I have to do on a typical day takes 3 to 5 hours of actual attention. There simply isn't something to do all the time. My performance numbers actually went up working from home. By all objective KPI numbers, I'm a better worker at home. In fact, in the KPIs that I don't flat out lead the team in, I come in second. There isn't work to do that I'm neglecting or procrastinating. When something comes up, I simply do it until it's done, or until I can't do anymore due to waiting on someone else, then stop. And I've done that method long enough that my work queue stays empty, because I work to get my queue down to the point where when something comes up, I can immediately address it and be done with it. But because I have other ways to spend my time in downtime, instead of messing around online at my cube, pretending to be working, meaning I show idle more often, I'm a worse worker apparently. I was told if it weren't for that, they would let me work at home. So I wrote a 6-line PowerShell script that virtually inputs the period key every 4 minutes that starts running every day at 8 a.m. and stops at 5 p.m. So now I literally never go idle. I do the same amount of work and still read books, watch TV, and play video games on the side. But I have a shiny green check next to my name all day. Because of COVID complications, they eventually said no going back until after Labor Day. I just had a meeting with my boss, and he said over this time, they've noticed I go idle a lot less than I used to, so they're changing my designation to work from home, all because of a little icon in some software. This concludes my TED Talk on why low to middle level managers are the dumbest, most useless do-nothing positions in all of corporate America. OP added a couple of edits in the end, and they're kind of funny, so I'm going to add them in here. The first one says, I do not need to be told to buy a mouse jiggler for the 30th time. I'm aware of what they are. This costs me no money and achieves the same thing. Why would I pay to achieve an effect I've already achieved for free? Edit number 2 says, a lot of people are understandably asking for the script. Well, here it is. That's the backbone of the whole thing. There's different ways to implement it with for loops or scheduled tasks or whatever. That part's up to you. But that's all the PowerShell needs at its core to accomplish this. A lot of people have pointed out that sending insert or F13 instead of period would be better, so change that up if you want. To all the people commenting that I'm a crappy employee and obviously trying to insult me over it, I wish I could make you feel just how little I care. To all the people implying a workday isn't valid, if you aren't at 100% capacity from 8 to 5, keep it up. You truly are an ideal employee. To them, enjoy the taste of leather, bootlickers. Edit number 3 says, some of y'all would be pissed as F if I explained the concept of firefighters to you. Okay, gotta mention that this is just a whole bunch of corporate stupidity. Measuring the idle time of these people when they're obviously hitting all their KPIs and doing a darn good job of it too is just stupid. A good manager is one that sits back and says, as long as you're getting your work done on time and accurately, I really don't care how you get it done. Our next story today comes to us from Rustic Whiskey. Get rid of my vacation, have fun replacing me. Let's jump right in. I originally posted this as a comment on another thread, but realized it needed its own limelight. I worked at a company that gave out exorbitant amounts of vacation. Anyone who worked there for 25 plus years received 8 weeks of vacation and 2 weeks of personal time. This was a family-owned company, but rather large. We ran 3 shifts, totaling 250 plus people. Enter Jimmy. Jimmy was a grizzled old man. He started at the company when he was just 20, now he was 63, and gave absolutely zero crap. Jimmy also knew how to make a specific part for our product, him and one other higher up in the office. One day, the plant owner comes out and announces he's selling to a corporation. He's older and ready to retire. He promises that there will be very little change and wishes us all well. The new company comes in and immediately goes after many of the great benefits we had. The first thing they do is cut everyone's max vacation down to 4 weeks and do completely away with personal time. Anyone who's maxed out had until December 31st of that year to use it up, and they wouldn't pay it out. They then go into the offices and clean house, firing anyone who's close to retirement, including Jimmy's backup. But they also do away with one very important rule. You no longer have to get vacation approved, you can just call in and take it. Jimmy is pissed, and they know it. They realize he's the only one in the building that can do his job now, so they hire a new kid for him to train, most likely to permanently replace Jimmy. So Jimmy does what anyone would do. He calls in the first training day for the new hire and lets us know he's going to use all of his PTO at once, and promptly takes 10 weeks off. We had a backstock of parts he had made, so it wasn't too unnerving, but for 10 weeks, Jimmy went and applied to other jobs, found one, and started. Fast forward 10 weeks, it's the day Jimmy is supposed to return. He doesn't. For 2 days, they try calling him and even go to his house. He's nowhere to be found. Finally, on day 3, he calls and resigns, and they lose their crap. The parts he makes are specialized and patented by the original founder. You can't just hire someone off the street to make them. What eventually happened was they had to contract the original owner to come in and teach some new hires how to make them. And when he found out what all they had done, it pissed him off. The last I heard, he charged them a 7-figure contract to teach them how to produce the parts, and they had to pony up or close down. Moral of the story, don't F with people's vacation time. OP for this one also added some edits on the bottom. The first one says, Jimmy made an electronic control module that was sealed and stayed fixed in a poured unit made of 2-part epoxy. Edit number 2 says, Jimmy didn't exactly miss out on a 7-figure contract and had 0 chances to take one. He left, said F him, and moved on. When they contacted the previous owner and explained the situation, it was basically a, you need my help, it'll cost $1 million type of conversation. Final update, thank you everyone for all the attention this received. I had no idea this would blow up like this. I have immediate family working with the company still, so if I hear any more rumblings, I'll fill you all in. Also, I worked here for 4 years. I have a few other Jimmy stories I may post at another time on the appropriate Reddit. Thank you all again. This is just generally how it goes when a company gets sold. The people selling it say, oh, nothing's going to change because they don't want all of the employees to jump ship. But they really have no control over what happens as soon as their hands are off of the business. So things get changed and employees get screwed. But sometimes, some employees will turn around and screw the new company owners back. A part of me hopes that the original owners would give a little bit of a payout to Jimmy for all the hard work, but that probably didn't happen. Our next story today comes to us from Princess G66. I don't care if he is dead, put him on the phone. Let's jump right in. I was sent here on a recommendation from another sub with a story you guys might like. My father died on Father's Day 2012. He was divorced and living alone, and I am an only child, so that means I had to wrap up all of his affairs. This story centers around us trying to get his utilities canceled. I called in to see what we had to do to get them to cancel. The lady I spoke with on the phone said to send in his certified death certificate. I sent in the certified copy of his death certificate the next day. The next month, I got another bill. I called again and a new woman answered. She said that because I wasn't on the account, that she had to speak with the account holder. I informed her that the account holder was dead, but she wouldn't budge. I had to make an appointment with the supervisor so she could speak to him herself in person. I showed up at the Board of Public Utilities with another death certificate and his ashes in the clear bag that they returned his remains in. I plopped them down on the center of her desk and said, when she talked to him, to tell him that I loved him for me. The woman went pale, flew out of her chair, and called the cops. When they showed up, she claimed that I had assaulted her. And yes, my dad's remains were still sitting in the middle of her desk with the death certificate. The cops questioned me as to why I would do that. I told them the story. The supervisor's boss was called in, and they all stepped away from the desk for a private talk. While they were talking, the cops came over to talk to me. They said that I shouldn't take human remains out in public, but there was no laws that were broken. I said that I agreed with them that it was extreme, but she insisted to speak with him in person. By then, they were done talking between themselves. The supervisor's boss kissed up to me and got it taken care of. But the story isn't over yet. I had to call back a few days later to get utilities back to the house in my name. When the person on the phone saw the address and my name, I was immediately put on hold. The supervisor's boss that finally helped me got on the phone. She sucked up to me and waived all of the fees that come with setting up utilities. Just as the call was ending, she informed me that she was again so sorry for the employee's lack of compassion. She said that the employee was terminated, and again, she is so very sorry. Now, if OP had already sent in this certified death certificate, don't you think it should have been on file somewhere that this employee would have seen it? I mean, I understand only being able to speak to the account holder because that is a rule in most call centers for most companies. But when OP mentioned that there was a death certificate on file, that should have been the end of that. In fact, most larger companies have a department or at least a person that deals with those types of accounts alone. Well, I feel that OP was justified bringing the ashes in and plopping them down on the desk, but I'd love to know what you all think. Please comment down below. Our next story today comes to us from Theory of Relativity. My appointment was canceled for being 5 minutes late. I guess I have to reschedule. Let's jump right in. This happened about 4 years ago when I got a summer job at my university. The job was working for professors that I had worked with before, and they asked me last minute to teach a summer workshop to 9th and 10th graders. So with less than 2 weeks before the camp starts, I have a bunch of paperwork to do first, including clearances that say I can work with kids. One of these is an official FBI check for which they need my fingerprints. Well, I needed to do the physical fingerprinting right away in order to get the results in time. Luckily, I was able to book a fingerprinting appointment for that Friday, booked 24 hours in advance as required, which would be just barely enough time to get the result. That Friday, I catch the subway to campus, and it's atrociously slow. I'll admit, I should have planned for this. The subway here is always behind. Anyway, I end up slightly late getting to campus, so I literally run to the police station and enter the front room at exactly 5 minutes after my appointment time. I know this because, as I stepped through the door, I felt my phone buzz with what turned out to be a "your appointment has been canceled" email. I speak to the security cop behind the bulletproof glass inside, and I learn the appointment was canceled after he checks my confirmation number. Apparently, they are automatically canceled if you're not checked in within 5 minutes. Obviously, this is outrageous, but I'm usually a patient guy. I ask if I can book a new appointment. That's no good, since it would have to be Monday or later. So I grab a coffee from across the street and return to sit inside the police station to try and solve this with some Googling while I slip into a more and more frantic state of frustration. I can't find anywhere in the city that can fingerprint me before Monday, but here's what really pushed me over the edge. While I'm sitting there, at this point 30 minutes past my appointment time, someone else comes in for fingerprints. She shows up 5 minutes early. They take her in immediately, and she's out before her appointment was even scheduled to begin. The entire thing took her about 2 minutes. I point out to the cop behind the glass, as politely as I can, that clearly someone could see me right now, because her appointment is already over. Why can't I have the current slot? But the cop insists that since my appointment was canceled, my registration info was no longer in the system, and I can't be seen today. That's when the idea comes to me, and I confirm with him that showing up early is not a problem, because they would have my appointment and registration info in the system. You see where I'm going with this? So I quietly sit back down and take out my phone. About 10 minutes later, I calmly approach him again and say, "Hello, I have a new appointment to be fingerprinted. I'm about 72 hours early." I have never seen such an exasperated sigh in my life, but he checked my new confirmation number and everything was in order. Within 10 minutes, I was walking back out after getting fingerprinted. I wonder if the cop behind the counter ever used this again in the future. "I'm sorry your appointment was automatically canceled. Unfortunately, since your appointment was canceled, you're no longer in the system and I cannot process you. However, if you book an appointment for any future time, you'll be back in the system. You can even come early to that appointment. Very early. Days early." Our next story today comes to us from Gray Woman 7. I was told I have to wear a bra, so I did. Let's jump right in. This happened last week. I was swimming laps at an indoor pool near my house. I'm a woman who has had a double mastectomy without reconstruction. My chest is flat. I'm totally comfortable with how I look, but prefer for my scars to be covered in public. As far as swimming goes, women's suits have extra material to accommodate typical chests, so when I wear them, they're baggy. For backyard swimming, I just use a couple of safety pins to keep it in place. For lap swimming, it balloons open like a parachute full of water and creates so much drag that it's difficult to swim. Tight competition swimsuits don't have enough coverage for the way the scars wrap around my sides under my arms. To get around this, I wear running shorts and a tight-fitting, full-coverage synthetic fabric, dark-colored tank top. It works great. Last week, I was approached as I left the pool facility by a worker. He said that they had received a complaint that a woman in the pool was wearing a shirt, which is allowed, but no sports bra underneath. He then said their policy requires women who are not in swimsuits to have sports bras under their shirt. He told me that the policy started when they had a problem where a woman would come in to swim and only wear a thin white t-shirt and no bra in the pool during family swim hours. I explained politely that I've had a double mastectomy and do not need a bra. I said that swimsuits don't fit me and my top is very dark and not see-through, plus even if it was see-through, all anyone would see are scars. He said he understands and felt bad, but the management requires that the dress code be followed. I explained how I was much more covered up than anyone else in the pool, and in fact, was wearing exactly what he was minus the whistle. He was in shorts and a tank top. There were guys in there with just tight-fitting swim bottoms on and women in bikinis. I looked Amish next to them. He again said he was sorry, but he couldn't make an exception to the rules. I asked for the rules in writing, and he gave me a printout which did say what he was telling me. This brings us to yesterday. I dug a sports bra out of a bin of old clothes and brought it with me. I wore the same shorts and top otherwise. When I got into the water, I put the band of the bra around my head with the strap sticking up like bunny ears. People in the other lanes got a kick out of it once I explained what I was doing. I started warming up with my kickboard thinking the guy would come over and we would sort this nonsense out. Well, a lady in business clothes comes over and tells me I need to take the bra off my head. I would like to say here that this was adult lap swim. There were no kids in the pool area. I explained it all to her and said I was following the rule to the letter. I was wearing a bra, which is all that is required. We went back and forth with her saying I knew it had to be worn normally. I said I couldn't wear it the way others do because I don't have anything to fill it, and it would ride up to my chin while swimming without anything to hold it in place. She said I could use skin-safe glue. Yeah, no, I'm not going to glue unnecessary garments to my body, and I told her as much. I finally said that unless she could state the rule I was breaking, that I would like to continue with my workout so I could get home to my kids and let the babysitter go home. She walked away. I swam for an hour with that bra perched on my head, lots of readjusting it and once retrieving it from the bottom of the pool, then showered and went home. This morning, I checked my email, which is linked to my membership at the Aquatic Center, to find a message from her. They will not be changing their policies, but I have been granted a special exception to the rule, provided I continue to wear non-see-through tops. I wish they would have just gotten rid of the silly bra rule, but I'll take this, and if I ever see another woman struggling with their swimsuit over a flat chest, I'll let them know they can wear something more comfortable. I kind of feel sorry for the first guy because you know he wasn't management and was just doing his job like he was told to by people above him. I love that the business lady came in and told her to glue it to her skin, because that's an absolutely reasonable solution to this predicament. Water-resistant glue is a lot more sticky, and removing that afterwards is going to be even more painful on the scars. I don't think that was thought through. What bugs me here though is that only one change needed to be made to the rules. Naughty bits need to be covered up with something that's not see-through. Our next story today comes to us from the Sean Beeg. Boss tries to transfer me to a terrible position for my mental health. Didn't work out. Let's jump right in. There's a good bit of history behind this, but essentially, I was injured after being attacked in work. I developed PTSD and eventually had to go sick. I was sent to the organization's medical officer for assessment. He sent me for an independent assessment because he didn't believe I had PTSD. Independent medical assessment not only said I had PTSD, but that it was directly as a result of my injury in work. I was given reduced hours at full pay and a position away from the public for at least 3 months. I applied for some unpaid leave for the end of the 3 months to spend some time with my family and prepare myself before I went back to full-time. I spoke with my line manager during this time and was happy to return to my old position. During this time, my district manager changed. He got wind of my absence and decided I was not genuine. He decided to transfer me to a much busier spot where I'd be dealing with a lot of difficult people. I told him straight up I was not able for that. It was the area I had been attacked in and I'd have a lot of difficulty there. He said I couldn't go back to my old spot because that's where I went sick from. Even the medical officer said there was no reason to transfer me, but the boss stuck to his guns. He said he couldn't leave me in my old spot because it would be bad for my mental health. I'd be working alone most of the time, and there was no documented reason I would have trouble in my new position. This was all in April 2020. I'm sure you know what global event was kicking off then. So I decided to get some documentation. I went to my own doctor. He was disgusted at how I was being treated. He gave me a few tests. The weeks of stress and anxiety had raised my blood pressure and given me some breathing issues, similar to hyperventilating. I had a few other small issues too. He signed me off work for 6 weeks citing stress-induced breathing issues and high blood pressure, and stated in a letter that these might place me at higher risk of adverse effects from COVID. My boss was not happy with this at all, so sent me back to the medical officer for assessment. The medical officer took one look at my doctor's documentation and decided to do a consult with me by phone instead of in person. He decided that I was too high risk to work with others and issued a direction that I was not to work unless it was in a well-ventilated office on my own. Otherwise, I was to be given paid leave. No such position was available, so I was placed on paid leave. Towards the end of the year, someone noticed I wasn't around. A line manager contacted me and told me I'd have to be reassessed as I couldn't expect to have free holidays. In the meantime, they'd set me up working from home. It took them till January this year to set that up. I went for reassessment again. I told the medical officer how great I was getting on working from home. The medical officer thought that me working from home was ideal, so directed it should continue indefinitely. All I wanted was to go back to my old familiar job. I should also note that they never replaced me there. It was a one-man public role and has been closed for nearly 2 years now. Don't you just love the boss that thinks they know better than two trained medical professionals? OP, I love how you came out on top though. You even got a better option than I think you were going to get in the first place, and work from home is absolutely amazing. Our next story today comes to us from DodoHead974. You're on a performance notice, no raise or bonus, no work from home, no overtime, and no learning new responsibilities, and then COVID happens. Let's jump right in. So I've posted a few stories about my wonderful old manager. Let's just call her Samantha. This story is about a coworker we will call Joe, and from day one, it was obvious that Joe was one of the hardest working people on the team, and Samantha could not stand him. So this is a few years into Joe's tenure with the team, and for whatever reason or another, Samantha decides to put Joe on performance notice, which is basically an HR notice that you have 6 months to get your crap together or you're fired. The reason on the paperwork? Improper attitude. Joe was the type of guy to always speak his mind, and while management says they live this, brutal experience shows this is a lie. The problem with notice is it also comes with penalties. No work from home, they literally take your laptop away and bring you a thin client, no approved overtime, and no learning new things or assignments. Oh, and no raises or bonuses. You have to prove you do your job well, and then after the 6 months, if you're not fired, the manager can extend with an additional probation period of another 6 months. January of every year is when we find out about our raises and bonuses from the previous year. And to put it delicately, that January, they effed us, to the point that one person walked out and 2 older employees, 30 plus years, took packages. Come February, we are drowning. And Joe can't work overtime, and Joe can't learn new things. Manager's orders, remember? Well, this is the middle of Joe's probation period, as Samantha predictably extended his notice, so this is where we find ourselves mid-March 2020. Cue malicious compliance. During the lockdown, they send the whole company home. Everyone is working from home, except Joe. He is home, just not working. He technically can't. And about 2 weeks into the lockdown is when Samantha finally notices. She goes ballistic. Why aren't you working? Blah 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 on a team email with everyone CC'd. He replies all, as you know, I'm on coaching and cannot work from home. Tries to get HR to fire him, to which they reply, Samantha, you elected to continue the notice, which still has 4 months. We can't issue him a laptop until it expires. Turns out, the only way to rectify it ASAP was to petition formally with the head of HR that putting Joe on a performance notice was done in error and have all parties sign, including Joe. All this happens except Joe refuses to sign. He won't sign until they give him his bonus and raise, which they do. The whole thing took a month. A month of Joe basically on a free vacation. Well, I didn't expect this one to blow up like this, but there have been some questions that I feel I need to add some context to. First is the work we do. It's easy, like a stereotypical corporate job. A concerted effort of maybe 3 hours a day is enough to do your job. Most people screw around, chit-chat, and milk the day. Some people even go further and milk the work so much that they need help with their workload. We have a coworker who would literally watch Netflix all day. Management either never figured it out or didn't care. I've had days where I've done all my work before lunch and took it easy the rest. And then I've had days where I didn't do a thing all day. Incompetent management creates gray areas. As long as the work gets done, they don't look too deep into who is doing what, and people get away with minimal work. knowing others will pick up the slack. This is where Joe found himself when the pandemic started. The company, which has never had all of its employees or even a good amount remote at the same time, was unprepared on how to handle the situation, and our managers were even less prepared. Joe literally found himself forgotten and didn't raise his hand to tell anyone for a bit. Could you imagine if Joe was the only person that went to show up to work? I mean, OP mentioned in a comment that they did lock up the buildings and the badges didn't even work anymore. But could you imagine the security and IT email going to the bosses? Why the F do we have 28,000 attempts to unlock a door via a badge? You just know with the way that things went down, Joe is going to be the lazy hero legend in that company. Probably the talk of cafeterias and break rooms for a long time going forward. That is, assuming everyone gets to go back to the office at some point. Our next story today comes to us from JC McCon. I can only sit in the dining room if I'm eating food? Let's jump right in. A long time ago, I mean something like 35 plus years, I was a wee little crap, 14 to 15, with a bit of a smart butt attitude. I worked at the local pizza place and generally liked my job. My manager was a young 18 to 19 lady that the team would get high and drunk with after work, and typically just hung out and partied all the time at her apartment. Well, the owner decided that she was a little too young to be the manager, so he demoted her to assistant and hired a new general manager. We'll call him Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith ended the employee discount for food and ended our perk of getting to eat messed up orders because he thought that we messed them up all the time on purpose. Plus, he liked to eat anchovies right out of the can. Gross. So he was all around not very popular with the kids on staff, including me. Another rule that he put in place was that during our breaks, we could not sit at any of the tables in the dining area unless we were eating something. But he never specified what we had to eat. Cue the malicious compliance. At this point in history, another pizza chain that was famous for avoiding the Noid opened up a test pizza delivery place called Pizza Dispatch. This was a test to see if people would still like the pizza under a different name. The pizzas were 100% the same. The ingredients even had the original chain's name on the boxes. So one night during a really busy shift, I was told to go on break in 15 minutes. So I went to the payphone, we weren't allowed to use the store phone for unofficial business, and called up Pizza Dispatch. They took my order, didn't believe that I wanted it delivered to a different pizza place, but after I explained the situation, they were game. The guy probably didn't believe me still, but they delivered. They even expedited it for me. So 15 minutes go by, I go on break and I sit in the closet that we had for a break area until I hear Mr. Smith ask, "What the F are you doing in here?" The delivery guy reached into his bag and said, "I have a delivery for OP." I stepped out and said, "That's me," under the blistering stare of Mr. Smith. I paid for the pizza, gave a very healthy tip for the speed, then went and sat down at a dining room table, opened my box with my pizza, as Mr. Smith came up and tried to make me eat somewhere else. I said, "You said that we could only sit in the dining room on our breaks if we were eating. You bring your lunch every day? Today, I brought mine." He got pretty mad, but I didn't push him far enough to get fired. But what did happen is that employees got our discount back, we were able to eat messed up orders, and Mr. Smith ended up teaching me a lot about work ethic, how to run a small business, complete inventory, and compute the profit and loss statement each month. This was in the mid-80s, so we didn't have computers in the stores, we did it all on paper. I ended up working for him the entire time he was a manager at our small restaurant and followed him to another chain later on. I still think about him and the lessons he taught me from time to time. While he wasn't a great manager at the beginning, he ended up being a great leader and mentor. Something that could have been said when the boss came out to the table was that, well, I would have gotten ours, but it's just too expensive now without the discount, so I went with one that's cheaper. I absolutely love how the story ended with the boss becoming a close ally. That doesn't happen very often. Our next story today comes to us from AIKDXE. Malicious compliance at work, 3-for-1 special. Let's jump right in. Back at the beginning of 2021, I worked at a small community health nonprofit with an insane CEO. She would constantly call team meetings to put down and belittle employees in front of the entire staff. Often, she would throw around some variation of, "Do I have to do everything around here?" and call everyone on staff incompetent. When we did do something right, she never gave us credit and always took the credit for herself. She threatened firing everybody constantly and would randomly call us to gossip and make petty remarks about each other, pitting staff against each other. One day, the CEO called a team meeting. In a group text chat between some of the more chill employees, we immediately began sending snake and eye roll emojis. Sure enough, we get on the call and she begins by bringing to our attention how Louise does not dress appropriately for work. Louise, who is also upper management, the COO, looks about ready to smack the CEO. The CEO viciously tears into Louise, commenting on everything from her hairstyle to her lipstick shade to how it's inappropriate for Louise to wear off-the-shoulder blouses that show her collarbone. She then tells everyone that we all had better start dressing more formally or there would be consequences. The next day, the CEO calls another meeting. We all join and Louise turns on her camera. I immediately had to turn off mine because I did not want to be caught laughing my butt off. Louise was dressed from head to toe in what looked like something someone would wear to prom. Her hair was immaculately styled into an elaborate updo. Her makeup was professionally done with lash extensions and everything. She was dripping with what I assume were fake diamonds, tiara, earrings, necklace, bracelets, and rings. And she wore the most ridiculous navy blue satin and tulle formal gown with a faux fur shoulder shrug to cover her collarbone. My best guess is that it was an old bridesmaid dress, but she never did say where she got it. The CEO was immediately fuming. "Why are you dressed like that?" she screeched. "You told us to dress more formally. This is formal wear. Is something wrong?" "That's not professional for work." "Oh, I'm sorry. I must have been confused. You said we needed to dress formally, but I think what you meant to say was professionally." The CEO was livid, but Louise continued to rock the prom outfit all day, meeting with patients and clients and everything. Later that week, Tina texts our group chat and says the CEO is requiring her to submit a detailed timesheet with what she was doing and working on down to the minute for her entire day. She was going to BCC us on the email. Sure enough, it pops into our inboxes a few minutes later. Tina had literally detailed her entire past 24-hour day down to the minute. 6:45 a.m., awoken by husband's flatulence. 7 a.m., peed and changed menstrual pad. 7:02 a.m., began bowel movement. 7:10 a.m., completed bowel movement. 7:12 a.m., turned on shower. 7:13 a.m., tested water temperature with you get the idea. Apparently, the CEO called her on her cell phone and berated her for sending such a detailed timesheet. Tina reminded her that she had requested her entire day down to the minute and didn't specify she meant her workday only. Finally, my turn. My job was in IT and most of my work was as a database administrator, but I often helped with other tech problems. One morning, the CEO called me repeatedly at 2 a.m. My phone settings have it so that if I miss 5 calls in a row from the same person, the do not disturb mode is turned off and the phone rings. I see who it is, silence my phone, and refuse to answer. At 6 a.m., she calls again. Again, I refuse to answer. 7 a.m., refuse to answer. 8 a.m., refuse to answer. Finally, at 9 a.m., I call her back. She asks to hop on a video call. "I've been trying to get a hold of you all morning. Where have you been?" Loud sigh. "Can I help you with something?" I asked, not even trying to hide my irritation. I literally rubbed my temples and slurped on my coffee loudly. "You didn't answer my question, and I'm not going to. I was off the clock at the time you called. You're salaried, right? That means it doesn't matter if you work 100 hours or 1 hour. You get paid the same, so I expect you to be available when I need you." "What do you need?" "I need you to reset all of our company usernames and passwords. We're letting someone go today, and it's company policy to change all of that." At the same time, Louise texts me that she is being let go. So I read the company handbook and make a copy of the page that says the IT person must update the usernames and passwords and give the information to the COO. I changed all of the usernames and passwords to everything, from social media accounts to bank accounts to QuickBooks and emails. I send the usernames and passwords in an encrypted email to Louise and then send the CEO my 2-week notice. 2 weeks go by. It's the last hour of my last day. So what do? Change all those usernames and passwords again and send them to Louise, who was also celebrating her last day. I log out of my email, put my company phone and laptop in the mail, and spend the evening cackling at my malicious compliance. The very next day, on Saturday, the CEO calls me repeatedly. Finally, she leaves me a long and howling voicemail to say what I did was unprofessional and she would make sure my reputation suffered, and I would never work in that industry again. I wait until Monday to call her back. "Hey CEO, I see you called. I need the usernames and passwords to everything. I'm sorry, but I don't work there anymore. You will have to contact your IT person to help with that." "You are the IT person." "No, I was the IT person. Now I'm a private consultant, and I would be happy to provide my services at a rate of $100 an hour." "You changed all the usernames and passwords and didn't provide them to me." "Correct. Per company policy, when an employee leaves the organization, the IT person is supposed to update everything and send the new info to the COO. I was leaving, so I updated everything. I provided all the usernames and passwords to Louise." "You knew she was quitting too. Why would you give them to her?" "Because the company policy says to transfer the new username and passwords to the COO, not the CEO. Louise was the COO when I left." Caught in her own bureaucracy, she then had to spend weeks trying to gain access to all of the company accounts. On Louise's and my last day, Tina and another employee quit. Another person announced her retirement. Once the 5 of us were gone, we were followed by several other employees. In total, 11 people on the 14-person staff quit within a few weeks. The best part? I got a new job making the same amount I did at the crappy nonprofit, but part-time in a government position and with full-time benefits. So much for my reputation suffering. I stayed in touch with one of the employees who stayed behind. She's only 3 years away from retirement and is basically Stan from The Office. She said they've hired at least a dozen people. All of them quit as soon as they could find another job. Anyway, I'm bored in the hospital and started going through old texts, stumbled on our old group chat, and had a good chuckle. Thought you all might find it humorous too. Names have obviously been changed. One common denominator between all of these stories is the fact that these managers don't realize that IT runs the company, and you really shouldn't screw the IT person. All those systems you need to keep your company running, in this case, were all run by one person, and that one person has a lot of power. This CEO definitely learned that lesson today, and I'd love to say that they won't make that mistake again, but they don't sound all that smart, so they probably will. Our next story today comes to us from iSafura. No folding napkins? Well, okay then, let's jump right in. This was a few years ago, back when I was working at a mid to high-end restaurant in a touristy New England town. I started as a busser, and that's where this story takes place. First, our cast, yours truly, a floor busser. Other floor bussers, 3 of them for a total of 4. Back bus, the one busser to rule them all. He's stuck in the back room running dishes, polishing silverware, taking out the trash, and a bunch of other stuff. Bob, the lunch manager, not his actual name. Second, our scene. The restaurant has 2 floors, with 2 floor bussers per floor. When bussers arrive, our job used to be folding napkins for use in the service ahead. As one would expect, when you put a bunch of high schoolers and one outlying college student, together, folding napkins was not a priority, but catching up on gossip was. On a normal morning, I folded a majority of the napkins used during lunch simply because I was faster and could talk while doing so. Meanwhile, the back bus had to set up all of the bus stations before he could join the rest of us, and the wait staff set up everything else. One day, Bob decides the floor bussers are not doing enough to help get the restaurant ready for service. His plan to fix this? Bussers were no longer allowed to fold napkins. Instead, we had new setup chores. At first, we bussers tried to strike a balance by having 2 floor buses do the new chores and 2 do the folding. But nope, all bussers had to do the new chores. There would be no more folding of napkins unless chores were done. If they weren't done, oh well. From now on, folding napkins was added to the back bus's list of duties. I also worked nights, so I didn't find this bit out until my next lunch shift. I want to give a shout out to the back bus of this story for actually agreeing to go along with this. The dude was a champ and still is. Third, the malicious compliance. We didn't fold napkins, we performed our new chores. Meanwhile, the back bus did all his normal setup chores and then furiously folded napkins. However, as expected, we ran out about 2/3 of the way through the shift. Servers started folding napkins just to reset tables, and they complained to Bob because they were doing our job. God forbid the waiters had to bus a table. Bob demanded to know why there weren't any napkins. Why isn't Backbus folding them? Turns out, he was doing one of the dozen other more pressing tasks, like running dishes or taking out the trash. Annoyed that Backbus is doing his actual job, Bob ordered one of the floor bussers to go fold napkins. We managed to get through the shift, and the dinner shift starts coming in. The dinner bussers get to folding and are confused as to why there are no napkins. We tell them that lunch bussers are no longer allowed to fold napkins. I had a few dinner shifts. Meanwhile, the same thing plays out during the lunch shifts. Floor bussers do their new chores, Backbus can't do it all, and they run out of napkins in the middle of a rush. Bob doesn't understand why one busser can't fold the same amount of napkins as 4 bussers, so he comes up with a new plan to fix this. The dinner shift bussers now have to fold enough napkins for the lunch shift, or at least enough for lunch to start. To which the dinner shift busser said, "Oh hell no." Bob tried to throw his weight around, but since he wasn't a dinner manager, dinner bussers were technically out of his jurisdiction. Plus, they could fold all the napkins in the building, but there was no guarantee there would be any left over for the lunch shift, let alone get through dinner during the high season. The dinner bussers told the dinner managers what was going on, one of whom was the general manager, and management told Bob to knock it off. Bob adjusted his policy so that 2 bussers could fold napkins in the morning, and the other 2 did all the chores. We still ran out of napkins on occasion, but it usually wasn't because enough wasn't prepared before service started. Ah yes, Manager Bob making a mountain out of a molehill and then deciding to die on that hill. I mean, out of all the things that can happen in a restaurant, folded napkins are the thing that he worries about the most. Really? Gotta say though, this is the most interesting story I've ever heard about napkins. Our next wall of text, story, comes to us from World Eater 43. I parked exactly where you told me to. Let's jump right in. I work at an EMS agency, and a decade ago, one of our bosses, who has an outright hostility towards my coworkers and just sits in an office all day, decided our out-of-shoot times and late responses were because we just don't go on calls and not due to short staffing and lack of equipment to go in service with. Our post in the one town has a proper quarters with furniture, bathrooms, TV, microwave, fridge, etc. Well, apparently per the boss, we were late because we took our time and had to get dressed every call and go to the bathroom after the tone sounded, and his poor management was entirely our fault. This was nonsense, and we were basically always ready, but oftentimes responding from out of town due to covering multiple areas at once. So he proposed a new punishment post a mile down the street at a busy intersection where we are supposed to sit in either a car dealership's lot or a gas station. Well, we had very good relationships with these businesses and asked them to complain about our loitering, which they did. Well, Bossman didn't care and told us to figure it out. We aren't going back to sitting on our butts all day. We work 12-hour shifts, and access to quarters in between calls is not asking much, and that certainly wasn't why we missed response times. It was poor resource management on his part. Well, since we were posted at this intersection, 3 lanes going each direction, we decided we would just throw our lights on and sit in the middle of the intersection until our next call. That lasted about half an hour before a cop showed up who we knew very well and who in fact used to work with us. He thought it was hysterical and at our request called dispatch to ask what was happening, and we told them over the radio, to which the supervisor also thought it was completely appropriate given the directive and complaints. Well, after a 45-second long conversation with the boss man's direct manager, that post was abolished and our quarters were returned. That particular boss isn't involved in operational decisions anymore, and they don't really let him interact with the field crews. My question here is, how did this guy still have a job? Because once somebody botches something this badly, through lack of understanding the most basic realities of a job, how do you keep that job? Our next story today comes to us from Not Social Butterfly. She told me to go catch the chicken. I was just doing what she told me to. Let's jump right in. This probably sounds fake, and I wish it was. I'm a 15-year-old female. I'm also a foster kid, and I've been with this family for about 5 or so months now. They are actually planning on adopting me, and I'm super happy here. We live on a small farm with a few chickens, pigs, rabbits, etc. We got 2 new chickens yesterday, and we put them in with the others. We put a piece of cattle paneling over the gate to ensure that they won't get out. I was super exhausted that day since I'd stayed up the night before with friends over. I guess I wasn't paying attention, and I forgot to put the cattle paneling over the gate, and the new chickens got out. I got a bit of a lecture from my mom for that. Something else that is important to mention, I was put into the system only about 2 years ago, so I was raised with my parents in an environment that is quite different from most kids' upbringing. I lived in a treehouse for a while with nothing around me but wilderness, so I found my entertainment from climbing trees, rocks, or anything around me that was climbable. My house also had woods nearby, so when I'm bored, I often like to go walking in them so I'm not always homesick. I'm a little bit bigger than other teenagers though, so I haven't climbed a tree in a while, and those who have chickens know the pain of having to catch them. The chickens started to climb onto an old grapevine and then used that to flutter onto a tree branch. It kept working its way up the tree until it got high enough to where it decided I couldn't get it. My mom specifically told me I had to go out and get the chicken, so that's what I had every intention of doing. I grabbed a long stick from the ground and started to climb the tree. It was on a hillside going up a little bit more than sideways, so it was basically a balancing act trying to get up there. The tree was older and the wood was pretty weak, so I had to shimmy up it as slow as I could while the chicken sat on one of the branches, probably cursing me in its head. It was getting dark at this point, and I made it as far as I could up the tree before I knew it would break if I moved any further. I kept trying to poke it with the stick, but it still wasn't long enough for me to reach the stupid bird. So I started grabbing small branches from the tree and chucking them at the chicken in hopes it would fly on down. No, I wasn't hurting it, they were small branches. I wasn't leaving it up there without a fight, since I didn't want anything to get to it during the night, but I seriously didn't have many options. I was honestly considering sleeping in the tree, since I was already about 30 feet up in the air in the woods at nighttime. I got bored there, and to entertain myself, I started singing or cussing out the chicken, whatever I could to keep myself focused on getting the chicken out. I heard my mom calling for me, and she asked me if I was okay. I replied with, kinda. I was 30 feet in the air, which was fun, and I was scratched everywhere from briars, and I had branches stuck in my hair. Not to mention, I'd been up there for about 45 minutes with no luck on rescuing the chicken, so I guess kind of was appropriate. She was just looking at me like I was crazy. We tried to get the chicken out, and eventually, she persuaded me to come out of the tree. On my way down, my legs started cramping, so I had to stretch out on one of the branches to try and get the cramp out. And she was just looking at me, probably wondering why I wasn't scared that I was going to fall. I'd climbed trees most of my life though, and am a total pro. Eventually, I got down, and we went inside. This morning, I woke up and the chicken was out of the tree, and so I left the gate open to see if it would try to go back in. Update, I caught it. I caught them both. This morning, I woke up and the little one had gotten out as well, so it was another race through the woods in attempt to catch the chickens. The big one was okay this morning, which I was happy to see, and the little one was with it, so at least I knew where they both were. I had to let the rest out so I could leave the gate open. Anyone who has chickens knows they are fast as hell, and being in the woods full of briar bushes, there was absolutely no way I could get them by simply catching them. So I left the gate open and climbed into another tree where I could see them and they wouldn't notice me. Every time they saw me, they would go further and further away, so I couldn't just stand around and wait. I had a good view of the gate from there, so I waited. Eventually, the little one walked in with the big one following it, so I climbed halfway down the tree and jumped out when I was close enough to the ground. I ran over and shut the gate. Then, I went and picked up the rest of the chickens and put them in, and they are getting along amazing, I should add. I waited a few to see if they would get out again, and the big one literally just flew over the fence and the little one followed. I honestly give up. My plan is to go check back up on them when it starts to get dark. I don't want them to have to roost in a tree. I want you all to think of something right now because most of you know the saga of Mr. Coo on the KCC channel. Could you imagine trying to get Mr. Coo back into a cage? That's all I could think of the whole time I was reading this story. It was mentioned a bunch of times in the comments down below that they just needed to feed the chickens inside the coop at the same time each day and call them and they'd all come running. Very easy to get them back in one place and then you can gate it off again. Our next story today comes to us from Neurotic. So you want to be kept up to date about your son's behavior? No problem. Let's jump right in. I teach, have done so for the past 13 years now. Most parents are just fine. They care for and love their children and treat me and my colleagues with respect. You have the occasional parent you don't see because they don't care, the helicopter or curling parent, and the parent who doesn't believe they're raising Satan's offspring. The latter is the one I had the misfortune to deal with for 2 fluffing years. I was mentor of 20 kids in their first 2 years of secondary school. It has its ups and downs, with the biggest up that you knew every fiber of every kid, and 2 years of relative hell if you had kids who were a nightmare. Kids started secondary school with me as a mentor. He started out all right. There were some minor things that were normal for a teenager trying to fit in. It all started after Christmas holidays of that year. Nothing special happened. It's like a switch just flipped inside this kid, bullying classmates and other students, pushing around, being extremely disruptive in class, cursing at teachers, grabbing things up to the point we suspected he stole things from teachers and students alike, but lack of security cameras were a problem. Mom and Dad were invited many times. School counselor and my boss sat in on many of these conversations. Mother denied and said that her son didn't do such things. We didn't get any further but had no grounds on expelling the son. Summer break came, and due to the fact that a lot of things went missing, cameras were set up. Classes started in year 2, and first day, he let me know he was there and had changed. For the worse. We had 5 calls with Mom in that first week alone. Mom was invited once more, and she then was surprised that I was the only teacher complaining. Like, what the actual heck, lady? Did you not listen to that multiple teachers complained through me, and that I told you multiple times what they said to you? No. She demanded that she got a call or email from the teachers herself if her son did do anything, and I quote, "But I highly doubt that since I know my son won't ever do the things you said." Fuming at this point, I said I would talk to my colleagues. Cue the malicious compliance. Mommy wanted a call or email from the teacher who saw her son doing and saying things he shouldn't. You ask, and we get it. Kid was being such a butthole by now, he was well known throughout the school. So in the next school-wide meeting, I told her demand. Some frowns here and there, but then I saw it. Eyes glistening. Evil grins started to come along with the evil laughter of teachers. By this time, the kid had set a record in the digital student entry system, 20 entries a day from him alone. It all started the next day. Kid came onto the school property, walked up to a classmate, and started insulting him and his mother with cancer. 2 teachers heard and saw him do that, so 2 teachers sent an email to Mommy Dearest. 3 periods of lessons with a variety of terrible behavior. 3 emails were sent yet again. During first break, kid threw a bin through the canteen. 3 teachers and the custodian saw it. 4 emails about that. Then the custodian emailed again, telling that he refused to clean up after him and threw a chair before leaving. Another 5 periods for that day with 6 teachers. Science had 2 teachers. So you guessed it, 6 emails and 3 phone calls to Mommy Dearest. So on average, Mommy got 15 emails a day from the teachers alone. I had the immense pleasure to call or email every day to give a recap. Every email was sent with a red notification, so every email Mommy had to click on that message every single time. After 2 weeks, Mom called and the conversation went like this. "Yeah, I saw the emails. This is getting a bit much now." "Is it? But the last time we spoke here at school, you demanded that every teacher and other worker at the school would call and or send you an email about the goings-on of kid. We are simply adhering by your request to be kept up to date and that you hear from my colleagues personally. You can stop now." Unfortunately, we can't. Since kid does all these things, it is our duty to keep parents up to date on what their child does at this school. Also, you requested it, and we don't want you to get upset by not knowing what is going on with kid. "This is getting out of hand." Is it? I don't think so. My colleagues even said they like it so much that you are such an involved parent and that you like to hear from them. Thank you for that. Bye now. Click. This went on for another 8 weeks. Mom called or emailed a couple of times a week and got the same response from me and other teachers and personnel. It went like this until kid screwed up on a big scale. While we were busy getting all kinds of help around kid, he finally bombed every chance to stay at our school. Kid decided that shouting, cursing, insulting, and wishing the worst possible diseases upon my colleagues and myself weren't enough anymore. When I wanted to talk to him yet again about his behavior, he picked up a chair and decided to hit me with it, in full view of the class, a colleague, and the cameras. Kid was tackled and pinned down by classmates. Colleague called the cops, who have their lovely station across the street. got the kids off of the kid, and I managed to get away with no broken bones but some big bruises. School filed charges for me. Fun part is that I got to sit with mommy dearest and dad, and even then she tried to deny that her son would do such a thing. Until she and dad got to see the footage, the look on their faces was priceless. I wish I had permission to record it so that I could watch it time and time again with a soda and some popcorn. Kid was expelled, got some hefty community service and a fine, normal here, got a juvenile record as well. To answer a likely question, where was dad in all this? Dad was apparently kept in the dark about what kid did. The emails were sent to a shared email account, but since email on phones wasn't a thing back then, he never saw the emails as she hid them. Dad divorced mom as apparently she had been spinning a lot of lies about a lot of things. Good part, dad felt so sorry for what his son has done that he sent care packages for all personnel at the school. Best part, we didn't have to deal with kid or mom ever again. We got his brother though, and we continued the emails and calls with dad to tell him what a wonderful kid this boy was. I think when you have a parent that's so far into denial about their kid that they should be made to come into the school and actually observe their kid's behavior with the kid not knowing that they're there. Without any further explanation about CPS being called or anything like that, and OP says that they were down in the comments, but in the story itself, it really makes me worried that this just all of a sudden snapped and happened. Something had to have happened in that kid's life to trigger this behavior. Gotta admit though, I was happy to hear that the brother was a wonderful kid. Our next story today comes to us from Ladder Chemical 7937. Either a dog lives in this house or I live. Okay, let's jump right in. So this incident happened between me and my father about 11 years ago. My father used to work in sales for an international company. Due to the nature of his job, our family had to relocate constantly every 2 to 3 years, sometimes even to other cities and states. Because of this, I never had a close group of friends. It wasn't a big deal initially as my sister used to live with us and I always had someone to talk with. But when she moved out for her college studies, I started to get bored alone at home. My mother tried her best to make me not feel alone, but as you know, a teenager is rebellious by nature and wouldn't like talking about stuff happening with them to their mom. To overcome this, I suggested that we adopt a dog. Now, my mother has had a pet dog before her marriage, so she was all for it, but my father was extremely against the idea. He had developed a fear of dogs since his childhood, and his stance on a pet dog was as firm as a line on a rock. We went back and forth regarding this. I explained how a dog would be a great companion for me, and it could really help me get out of the house more. I wasn't an outdoor kid, since I didn't have friends other than those in school. In the end, my father gave me a final warning. Either a dog lives in this house or I'll live in this house, implying that he'd leave us if I brought home a puppy. Now, here's where the malicious compliance lies. In my native language, there are 2 separate words for both male and female dog. We speak Marathi, a regional language in India. Since Dad said he doesn't want a male dog in the house, my mother and I went and adopted a female dog for ourselves. When my father realized how I followed his threat to the letter for my advantage, he got angry at first, but told me that I'd be responsible for everything the puppy does, and I have to care for her from now on. After 11 years, my dad still tells the story to everyone about how I brought home a puppy just to mess with him and how proud he is of me because of it. Also, he no longer has a fear of dogs and continues to spoil our dog to this day. OP mentioned down in the comments below, it said, "I'm responsible for training her and they both are responsible for spoiling her with all the treats and snacks." I can understand dad not wanting pets in the house, especially when it's the kids that want them and not really the parents. Because kids lose interest in things very quickly. They might enjoy this pet for a couple of weeks and do everything that needs to be done for that pet for those couple of weeks, take them out for walks and whatnot, but then it's going to become a task. And that task will likely fall back on the parents, especially when the kid's at school and whatnot as well. Our next story today comes to us from King Neptune 07. Won't let me go home? Okay, can't make me work. Let's jump right in. This story isn't mine but a coworker on my ship. The shipping company I used to work for would do crew changes in the US. The ships were on liner route and would eventually make it back to the United States where crew members would swap out. However, I then got a new job where the ships weren't on liner service, so usually your relief would be flown out to whatever country you were in. It usually ended up being a nightmare with schedule changes, messed up flights, etc. One colleague was severely overdue. The company sent a relief out to take his place so he could get sent home. The company also has a policy that vacancies need to be filled before overdue reliefs. However, they were waiving this for the engineer in question and sending him a relief first, then filling the vacancy later. The relief gets there and the guy does turnover, teaches him all the specifics, etc. The off-going engineer asks, "Okay, when is my flight?" The chief engineer tells him, "Oh, sorry, actually we're not letting you go. We need to wait for the company to send a second relief because I used that guy to fill your vacancy. You need to stay here." Needless to say, the third engineer was pissed. I think he had already scheduled a vacation with his family, like Disneyland or something. Anyway, the ship got underway to sea and he was still there. Around 10 a.m. one day, I went to the officer's lounge to get a cup of coffee and chill for a few minutes. I saw that guy sitting in the lounge in his pajamas watching the news. And the next day and the next day. Instead of working, he decided to just watch TV and nap all day. He said, "Yeah, my relief's here. As far as I'm concerned, my job is complete. They cannot get me a flight, but they can't make me work." After a few days of this, the chief engineer actually tried to give the third engineer a disciplinary. He called him into his office and berated him. The next day, the company called the chief engineer in the middle of the night, daytime in America, and basically said, "What the F are you doing? Let him go now." The disciplinary didn't go through, he got flown off in the next port, and he continued to draw overdue relief pay and salary those days he was not working. OP added a side story down below. It says, "On the same ship, some other crazy stuff happened after the pandemic. The steward's utility man on my ship was overdue. His relief showed up to the ship. The relief could barely walk. He needed a hip replacement, I guess, but decided to come out anyway. At the time, you couldn't get a flight out from Singapore, so the off-going steward's utility man just stayed on and decided to keep working. 30 days went by, and then 2 weeks after that, he stopped getting a paycheck. The off-going steward's utility man checked why he wasn't getting a paycheck. And get this, he had exhausted his leave. He called the company and they told him, "You're at home. You went home over 6 weeks ago." They had marked him as on vacation from his original relief date, despite the fact that he was there and working overtime the whole time. The company was charging him vacation days. Then, when those were all spent, stopped paying him and told him he was AWOL. Anyway, the reason why I brought up the guy before who was on crutches basically and had hip problems, within 2 weeks, that guy basically could no longer walk. We had an abandoned ship lifeboat drill and the guy was blocking the whole crew from going up the ladder stairs to the lifeboats. He was expected to be able to don a firefighting ensemble. Anyways, so he had to be medically repatriated to the US. Company policy is anyone in that sort of condition requires a medical escort to help bring them home. Guess who got to be the escort? The guy he relieved, the off-going steward's utility man. It sounds to me like the way that ship was run was just absolute crap. From the comments down below, it seems like a lot of ships run that way as well. Who knew? The people on the ships allow themselves to get screwed over like this because the pay is just so good. Our next story today comes to us from Liska Mariella. Maliciously comply to overwhelm our external IT service. Let's jump right in. I work with a small company to finish my bachelor's degree. Sorry, English isn't my mother language. They are expanding right now and the new building was just finished, so a lot of people moved from our building into the new one. So we have a lot of empty rooms, but apparently didn't get any new office furniture, which I still can't understand, because you can't employ new people and build a new house without buying new office stuff. The problem was that a lot of people share their office tables and move around from office to office whenever someone is missing. So it's not that we don't need more space and furniture. During the move from our colleagues to the new building, someone plugged in a LAN cable wrong, which caused the server for 2 buildings to shut down. After nearly 2 days of troubleshooting, the server worked again, and the first thing our managing director did was send an email to everyone how we're not allowed anymore to plug in or plug out any of our LAN cables ourselves. Instead, we have to write a ticket for our external IT service. Needless to say, that would take ages. Also remember that a lot of people have to move daily and everyone has a laptop that they need to plug in. Well, the whole company just figured, let's just maliciously comply. So for the next week, everyone who had to move between office tables just wrote a ticket in the evening and came to work the next day to wait for the external IT guys. During that time, the colleagues which would normally work on that office table just sat there and waited for hours not doing anything. After a few higher-ups complained that they can't work, the managing director got us enough office equipment that everyone has their own place. Now a lot of people have to move on the same day and are still waiting for the external IT service to plug out our laptops and plug them in on our new desk. The funny thing is, on the same day of the move, there are some server problems again, and together with the move, the company wrote 160 tickets in one day for the external IT guys. We only have between 200 and 300 workers. Needless to say, they didn't get to everyone, which means we're still waiting for them to plug out and plug in our laptops. Also, because of how many tickets we filed, really important tickets got overlooked, and now a major customer is pissed because they didn't get their data. The management wrote another email today that they will work on a better solution for the plug-in and plug-out rule, but we're all still sitting on our old desks and are waiting for the IT guys not working at all. And rumors are that the IT service is really pissed at management. It was mentioned down in the comments that there's a really easy solution to this whole thing. Buy colored LAN cables. Red are only to be plugged and unplugged by IT, green are free for all. Sounds to me like a completely simple solution that would absolutely negate the problem. Our next story today comes to us from Jupracabra. Denied a raise and moved to overnight position and told, "Don't care how you do your job, just do it." Okay, I will. Let's jump right in. I used to work in hotels in a ski town in Colorado. Very expensive, but the quality of life, very common saying there. I had started at a new hotel and was making $10 an hour living with my brother in a 2-bedroom place that was 700 square feet. Rent was half our income. When the slow season approached, I was told I would have to move to night audit, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., or risk being let go. The problem was, I lived 3 miles from the hotel and took the bus to get there since I couldn't afford a car. The bus did not run at night or early morning, so I would be walking 6 miles a day in several inches to a foot or more in snow. So I asked for a raise. They said they'd get back to me, but need an answer and I need the job, so okay, I'll work night audit. I start the next week as an auditor, and while I'm being trained, I learned that I'm also losing a day. The other auditor works 3 days, and I'll be working 4 days, not 5. That's a $120 a month hit to my income before taxes. So I'll need to be making $12.50 an hour to keep making the same thing with the cut hours. But I decide I'm gonna ask for 14. I complete training and meet with my GM. He asks how I'm liking it, and I start off with my concerns. I tell him I wasn't told I'd lose a day, and with having to walk 6 miles a day in the snow, I was going to need a raise to $14 an hour. He let out an audible sigh and tells me he can easily hire someone for this position for $10 an hour and to take it or leave it. I knew it would be very hard to find a job in the winter when everything closes up, so I stayed. As I walked out of his office, he says, "I don't care how you do your job, just do it." Okay, I will. You see, this job was easy. It was 7 hours of me doing absolutely nothing and 1 hour of actual work, which gave me plenty of time to find shortcuts. The software we used allowed us to import scripts that you downloaded from the developer's site. One such script was a way to make my job literally one click. The problem was, it was $500 a year license for it. Obviously, I wouldn't propose to my GM a way to eliminate my job, but there was a free trial on every script for 7 days. I remember at the time, you get around paywalls on news websites by going into the web console and simply removing the paywall from the source code. I decided to see if this was something I could do with this script. And what do you know? I downloaded it and opened the script in a text editor, and the only thing making this script a trial was a line that said, "License expiry," and had the date set 7 days out from when I downloaded it. I changed the computer's date to 8 days from now and tried to run the script in our software, and got a notification that said the free trial had ended. So I changed it back and set the expiration date to 2050. This took my manual job of 1 hour and made it 3 to 5 minutes. All I had to do was specify a date range and check off what reports I wanted done and printed and click start. That was it. I always manually reviewed everything just in case. But that wasn't it. We had a kitchen where we made breakfast and dinner for the guests. Evening shift got free dinner and morning shift got free breakfast. I didn't get anything. They eventually decided to have the auditors set up breakfast so the kitchen crew didn't have to come in early. I asked if we got free breakfast and was told no, despite setting up everything to make their jobs easier. I should also note that we had to clean any dishes left from dinner that the kitchen didn't get to, despite not even getting any dinner. But I had the kitchen all to myself for 6 hours, so I started making myself dinner around 1 a.m. Whatever I wanted. The only limits were the ingredients in the kitchen, and since I was responsible for dishes from other shifts, I never left any evidence behind. I no longer had to buy food to bring to work. I later realized that I could put dirty dishes back in the return bin since it was covered, and the breakfast crew never checked to see if any dirty dishes were in it, and the very few times they did check, they assumed dinner forgot to check before leaving. I always cleaned up the dishes I used making myself food out of fairness though. So now my job no longer requires me to do dishes, I get free food, and all I have to do is remember the date and click a button to do my actual job. What am I to do with all this time? I watched so many shows, I played online games on my laptop, I started learning Spanish. The GM did say he didn't care how I did my job, just do it, and so I did. I did eventually decide to move away for a much better job far away and had to give up the comfy life. I trained my replacement the way I was doing things, including the script, and did not teach him the manual way. Before I left though, I decided to change the trial date to 1 week out. 2 days after my last day, the front desk manager texts me and tells me that the other auditor was just fired for making racist remarks to a guest, and that guest recorded him, so he was fired once the GM got in. He asked if I could come back until they got someone else and said they'd pay me $15 an hour. Unfortunately, I was leaving in 2 days, so there was no way. I got a call from the GM at about 5 a.m. the day of the expiration, and he asked about this free trial thing and why wasn't the new guy trained how to do the audit properly, who was apparently working 7 days a week since no one else knew the audit except the new guy and of course me. I reminded him that he told me he didn't care how I did my job, just do it. So I did exactly that. I could tell he wanted to yell, but he held back. He then demanded I come back and fix it, or he'll have to take legal action. I told him I was already at my new place, 2,000 miles away, but I would happily do it for airfare, a free room, free meals while I'm there, and $10,000. That was when he lost it and I hung up. He texted me after saying he was contacting the lawyers and that I effed up and prepare to face the consequences. That was 5 years ago, and I haven't heard anything from him since. I did eventually go back to that town a few months ago to see my mom and ran into the front desk manager from that place, who is a really nice guy. He told me the GM was caught effing the head housekeeper in his office by his wife one day, later divorced him. The 19-year-old girl working the front desk in the mornings later filed harassment charges against him, and he resigned after that. The AGM jumped ship after that. The GM was also a coach for a basketball team and hit a kid with a metal bat, breaking his arm, and got his crap rocked by the dad. Not sure what happened to him after that. The front desk manager now runs the place as GM, and he's made sure that he, the AGM, and the FDM are all trained to do the audit. Well, that right there is the first rule of being in IT. Never do something that you can script to do. Now, you have to think that the threats from the GM were just them trying to get OP to come back and work for free to get things back up and running. There is absolutely no way that a lawyer would have taken that case. They would have looked at the GM and said, "So you want to take them to court because you didn't do your job?" Yeah, no. Our next story today comes to us from Cole Carmot. Think of what the customer wants? Sure, let's jump right in. I can't believe I'm writing this, but here we go. I got a 2-for-1 special on malicious compliance today. I work at a print hub, working the printers and adjusting files and such. I put in a lot of work to deliver a perfect product, despite the issues that plague the shop, and always ensuring that everything I produce is quality checked. This isn't due to me putting pride in my work, however, but rather my boss nitpicks nearly everything. If something is off-center by a millimeter, it's redone. If there is a small scratch on one poster in a pack of 5, the whole order is redone. Now, don't get me wrong, the boss is a good person, not a Karen or anything, but sometimes we have to redo orders several times to ensure it is done to her expectations, which is absolutely fair. She is the boss, and it's not too often she does this. Anyways, on to the incident. I just learned that I am supposed to run a one-shot D&D session this weekend, short notice, have maps and everything to set up. It's a long story why this is last minute, but doesn't pertain to the story. As a result, I quickly picked out one of the dungeons I ran in my regular Dungeons & Dragons group, a galleon ship trapped in time, where the players need to manipulate the environment to have the crew open or close doors, and turned it into a one-shot adventure. I call it The Time Between the Seconds. Since it was last minute, I didn't really have time to optimize maps, so I just sent the order through my job's online submission, with the intention to just print out a pixelated mess just for the sake of having visuals. It's the way I DM. I like having visuals for my players to help them envision the area. Today, when I came in, I found the order I submitted and completed it quickly. Admittedly, it was a bit of a mess, and it didn't help that our color machine started leaking toner again. Blue streaks on the paper and everything. Whatever, I am fine with it. An hour later, while I was working with posters, my manager, let's call her Kay, came into the room. She started holding up my order. What is this? Oh, that's my job. I was interrupting. How can you say this is good? It's pixelated and the machine dumped toner on it. Kay, it's okay. It's not okay. You have to contact the customer and figure out how they want to proceed. Trust me, I'm sure the customer won't mind. Look at the customer name. It doesn't matter. I want you to see how they want to proceed. Think about what they want. Yes, Kay. Kay dropped the order in front of me and left the room. I considered my options for a moment and looked towards my dwindling workload. Screw it. Malicious compliance number 1. I finished my assigned work and got to work on the maps. As I said, I didn't properly optimize them or anything, so I started working through the 5 11x17 maps I had, smoothing out the pixels. It took about an hour to get everything set up. Normally, I work on a program other than Photoshop for my maps. After that, I went through the character sheets, filling in any of the blanks I left in, such as personality, bonds, and gold. About 15 minutes. Then one about any random gear they may have. A big part of this one shot is their carrying weight, so I calculated those totals up another 20 minutes. About an hour and a half later, I have the files up to the customer's standards, which is mine, and I print them out again, but the toner dumping on the color printer is still an issue. So even though the files looked a lot better, there were still blue streaks in the paper. So when Kay saw it, holding up the completed order, "OP, what are you doing? You know the color machine is down." "I know, but I can't wait for the machine to be fixed." Kay considers for a moment before speaking. "Call the customer and explain the issue. See if they will accept half off." "That isn't needed, cuz." "Just do it." Taking a deep breath. "Stay here, please." Malicious compliance number 2. I picked up the office phone, looked her dead in the eyes, and dialed the number on the order form. From my pocket, the Silver Samurai theme from Phoenix Wright series began to chime. I take my phone out of my pocket and answer, immediately saying, "Yes, I will take half off my order." Kay was speechless and just quietly walked out the door. To her credit, she did honor the half off she offered the customer, but perhaps next time she will actually let me finish what I'm trying to say instead of constantly cutting me off. Don't get me wrong, Kay is a good person, but today was a harsh day on everyone since our machines are having issues. The only one who was able to get anything done was me, since my printers, the wide format, and the drafting machines were working properly. I am sure tomorrow we will have a laugh over the situation as the machines are fixed now and stress levels have lowered. When someone cuts you off, it's basically saying that what you're saying doesn't matter, and that it only matters what they say. The only proper way to respond to somebody who interrupts you is to kindly let them do it the first time. But if they do it a second time, say to them, "I'm sorry, was the middle of my sentence interrupting the beginning of yours?" I do like how the boss just walked out of the room when they realized their mistake. One more thing though, OP, because you are the customer, you should probably write yourself a review and say how stellar the service was and how handsome the person who waited on you was. Our next story today comes to us from Moby Dick. Don't clock out late, no problem. Let's jump right in. I worked for a hotel chain restaurant as a busboy and had lots of other little side jobs besides working the floor, mostly helping to move stock off of pallets and stuff like that. Sometimes I would clock out a little late if shipments came in later or it was a busy day, plus large shipments always guaranteed another hour on the clock. We got a new manager who looked at my time card during her first fortnight as a new manager. She was real aggressive with me, asking me why I clocked out so late. Like, "So what's up? You're playing video games on the clock for an hour? You just hanging out getting paid?" The rec room had video games. I explained that I was unloading pallets and she said, "You're a busboy. That's not your job. You clock out at 9. We have a payroll to make and we can't do it with people working extra hours because they didn't work hard enough during their shift." Okay, fine. Finally, about a month later, it was summertime and we get this really late delivery of a bunch of dairy items. The head chef received it all and then had me start unloading it. This is at 8:45 p.m. I told him, "Chef, just to be clear, Miss Weatherby said that I have to clock out at 9. Well, I need this thing unloaded. I've got 15 minutes and then I get in trouble if I'm not clocked out. Do your best." 8:46 p.m. Go get the dolly. The dolly was taken by the banquet people, so I find it and start moving stuff. 8:53. First load on the dolly. 8:58. Unloaded and back to the pallet. At 8:59, I stopped what I was doing, left it all there, and walked directly to the punch card machine. 9 p.m. on the dot, I punched out. The next day, I got a call from the hotel's general manager asking me why I left all the dairy on the pavement. It was left out overnight, and hundreds of dollars worth of stock was spoiled. Yes, I had to clock out at 9 p.m. Do you think it was a good idea to leave the milk outside? No. Then help me understand why you didn't put everything away. Miss Weatherby was very specific that I was not to clock out late to unload pallets. She said that's not my job. Did it occur to you that the chef needed to know this? I told him I needed to clock out at 9 p.m. We've lost hundreds of dollars and wasted all this food. I would like to go back to the way it was, instead of having to clock out right at 9 p.m. on my evening shifts. Don't do this again. Clock out when the job's done. Outcome, nobody ever mentioned it, and from then on, I clocked out when I needed to. Not a real juicy outcome, but it was still nice to have happened. So you mean to tell me that this is a hotel chain restaurant and nobody saw this sitting out there all night? I mean, there would have been staff there all night, or did they all just look at it and go, "Yep, that's just not my job"? In the end, it's either the chef's, or if they have one, the kitchen manager's responsibility for that milk sitting outside, not OP's. Our next story today comes to us from El Baramallo. One electronic item per tray? Sure, no problem. Let's jump right in. Longtime lurker, first-time poster, English not first language, you guys know the drill. This happened yesterday as I was returning home from a 2-week trip to Germany. The final leg of the flight departed from Paris, where I had this lovely interaction with the agents, whom, despite me knowing are not TSA, I still refer to as TSA in my mind. While going through security in the airport, I know the drill. Belts off, jacket off, take the laptop off my bag. So I submit to the X-ray 4 trays, one with my carry-on, one with my laptop by itself, one with my belt, watch, and jacket, and one with my personal items. Think fanny pack. I'm randomly selected for further screening. I have a Lebanese last name and a beard. I'm always randomly selected for further screening, and the agent berates me for putting all my electronics together. I point out that I took my laptop out of the bag as per standard procedure, and the agent says, screaming at me mind you, that that is not enough. I must take out every electronic device from my carry-on and put each of them in an individual tray, and I'm being sent to the back of the line to do so. Here comes the malicious compliance. There are 2 things this French TSA agent is unaware of. The first thing is that I'm a videographer by trade, and I was in Europe to cover an event, Spiel, with video footage and interviews. The second thing is that Air France changed my flight time, so my 2 hours layover became a 10-hour layover, which I'm not particularly happy about. So I'm being sent back to the end of the line, and I have to submit each electronic item individually? Sure, no complaints from me. 2 camera bodies, 1 drone, 1 GoPro, 4 lenses, 9 batteries, and 2 lavalier microphones later, there is no more space on the treadmill. People behind me are complaining they will miss their flight because I'm taking so long. There's nothing I can do. I'm just following the orders I received. And at this point, I only unpacked my photography vest and fanny pack. The treadmill starts moving, some space clears up to put additional trays, and that's when I open my carry-on bag. Again, I'm in Europe for work. I didn't bring any nice clothes or shoes or anything. All my personal effects are in the checked-in luggage. The carry-on is filled exclusively with electronics. I still have 4 microphones, 2 recorders, lights, additional lenses, battery chargers, video monitors, audio monitors, drone controllers. Once I open my carry-on, it's very clear for everyone within eyesight that I'm not even 1/3 of the way done. 1 electronic per tray? Sure thing. I'll just occupy this entire checkpoint by myself then. The people behind me in line are literally jumping and screaming about their missed flight to the point the security agents leave their post to control the line. Someone in a non-uniform suit appears and talks to the agent who sent me to the back of the line. That's when the unthinkable happened. The agent comes to me and says that there would be no need for me to continue separating my electronics, and I could just submit my entire carry-on bag as a single item, and they'd examine it further if it seemed necessary. You sure? I asked, because it's no bother at all. I can keep unpacking here all day long. They insist it's not necessary, but I still have over 20 trays at this point occupying the treadmill. I go through the metal detector, I spend some minutes recovering and repacking everything, and based on the amount of fuming passengers, I like to think I contributed to Charles de Gaulle reviewing their stance on X-raying individual electronics. OP, I hope you were smiling at them the whole darn time. I mean, you were just doing what you were told to do, right? It's not your fault that a whole bunch of people were being held up. Our next story today comes to us from Liz4. That's not what I'm paid for? Okay then, let's jump right in. I used to work for a chain of pubs who love to have promotions tied up in red tape. At the point in this story, I was technically a server on minimum wage, but doing supervisor work. This had been going on for a while as the manager hadn't submitted the paperwork. In our country, if you're on minimum wage, your employer has to pay for any time you have to be available for work or required to remain on the premises, not just if you are actively working. Manager would frequently rota me on awful split shifts like 8:30 a.m. to 2 p.m., then 5 p.m. to close, approximately midnight by the time the tills and cleaning was done. Because I was the only supervisor on shift, I was expected to remain available for those middle 3 hours in case I was needed for manager stuff. Now, initially, I didn't mind this so much because the inconvenience of traveling back home to just come in again. I just chilled out with some free experiment from the kitchen and a good book in the corner of the bar. I did, however, change payroll if I was expected to jump back into action to add on however long it was. Few weeks into me doing this, the manager noticed. Why are you down for 14 hours on Thursday? I scheduled you for 12 and a half. It picked up at 3:30 and colleague was getting slammed. But why have you changed payroll? Cause that's what I worked. But you weren't scheduled to work, you chose to. Cause you told me to be available during those hours. I'm changing it back. You get paid for what's agreed. What about tomorrow then? I'm on the same split shift. You'll be paid for when you're scheduled to work. Don't change it again without my approval. Alright then, have it your way. The next day, bang on 2 p.m., I stepped off the bar, grabbed my stuff, and walked a few doors down to the local cafe. The server and the chef had my number if they needed me, cause I felt guilty leaving them to it, but they agreed not to let on to the manager exactly where I was, just to say I'd left if he came downstairs from his flat. Server also said she would call him in the first instance if it was busy. I don't think she ever liked someone having to hang around unpaid on principle, cause she was a minimum wage worker too. A warning text preempted his call and his mood was as you could expect. I confirmed I wasn't in the building. He demanded I return. I threw the legislation in his face and reminded him I wasn't being paid for those 3 hours, so I wasn't obligated to be on site. He wanted to go back to what I had been doing, but I told him that was off the table. He wants me there for 3 extra hours a day. I'm getting paid for it even if I've got my feet up. I told him his other option was to sign the promotion paperwork and then the law wouldn't cover me in the same way. It was signed before I got back to the bar. Not long after, I applied for a transfer. I think there's just one thing I would have done different here, and that's when the boss said that they were going to change the hours back to what they were initially, I would have asked them to put that down in writing. And if they were smart people, they'd realize that, oh my gosh, you want this in writing, I'm screwing up. But it doesn't sound like OP's boss was very smart, so OP would have come out on top in the end. Our next story today comes to us from, and F you again. I'm not eligible to use the hired cars? Okay, let's jump right in. As I read more and more of these stories, I'm reminded of some of the crazy rules at the tech startup companies I have worked at. I was traveling a lot for a startup game company back before Uber was a thing. So if you weren't driving, you used public transportation or a taxi shuttle service to the airport. I was traveling out of the country every few weeks and had to be at the airport early, so public transportation wasn't an option. My company had a private car and transportation company they used frequently, and I became friends with the owner. I lived about 50 miles from the airport, and he offered to pick me up in the early morning and take me to and from the airport for $45 each way. In San Francisco 2010, this was an insane deal. A week after the first time I used him, I was called in by my leadership, stating that the hired cars are only for executives, or else I could pay out of my own pocket and not be reimbursed. I explained that BART, Bay Area Train System, didn't run early enough for me to take it, and asked if I could use a taxi. They said no, I needed to drive myself. I told them that mileage, bridge toll, and parking at the airport would cost a lot more than what the car service was charging. I was usually out of town for at least a week. I was told again that the hired car service was only for executives. Fine, time for some malicious compliance. There was more than one way to the airport, so I made sure to take the long way, adding another 30 miles each way. Airport parking at the time was $20 per day, I believe, maybe a little less. My first trip after my talking to, I was gone for 10 days. Mileage at 51 cents per mile, $82. Bridge toll, $5. Parking, $200. This actually went on for a couple more trips before I was asked about the expenses. This was one of the few times they realized their rules were stupid and changed things. My company communicated that they were going to start contacting hired cars for early morning commutes to the airport. Great idea, boss. I had a post before about the same company, and there were a lot of comments about tax implications and proper coding of expenses, etc. Just remember, this was a tech startup growing exponentially. There were no regulations, they weren't public, and had no one to answer to at the time. They made the rules based on whose turn it was to grab the microphone and stir crap up. Back then, there was a lot of malicious compliance going on, and luckily, a lot of it resulted in better policies based on common sense and data. Geez, OP, you tried to get them to listen to reason. Do you know the first thing about management? I do love that statement of hired cars are only for executives, aka you're a peasant and you don't deserve that. Our next story today comes to us from Comrade Patrick. It just needs a stamp, any stamp will do. Let's jump right in. This happened to my buddy back in 2000. He was working in Russia but living over the border in Finland for a variety of reasons, namely security and because the company had some housing over there. So he and a few of his colleagues, all US expats, would commute over the border into Russia every morning, and then leave and go home the same way in the evening. 4 stamps in their passports each day, 2 in the morning from Finland and Russia, followed by 2 in the evening from Russia and Finland. This was post-Soviet Union but pre-9/11. So border security was strict but not particularly modernized. So for example, even though my buddy and his colleagues got to know the Russian border guards very well, the Russians would still occasionally dig their heels in about odd little bits of decorum and bureaucracy, lots of rigid manual processes, etc. Before we go any further, the one thing you have to know about Russian bureaucrats during this time period is that they loved their stamps. Everything required a stamp, and stamps were required for everything. It didn't matter what the stamp actually said, most stamps were illegible. It was more the ceremony of it, the hallowed process of obtaining it and then presenting it to someone. The right stamp could open a door for you, but the wrong stamp could shut it abruptly. The border control process was no exception. So one day, my buddy and his colleagues were on their way back from Russia, but an errand that day meant they were closer to a different border crossing, not the one they used daily, where they knew the guards. Without thinking anything of it, they pulled their car into the queue at the alternate border crossing and got their documents ready. The border control guards were young and inexperienced and very risk-averse. They were immediately skeptical about this carload of unfamiliar Americans trying to leave Russia and return to Finland. My buddy's car was directed off to the side, and Russian guards with submachine pew-pews slung over their shoulders ambled over to converse. After lots of furtive conversation amongst the border guards, they motioned over my buddy. He wasn't allowed to cross, they said, because he didn't have the right stamp in his passport. Which stamp is required, my buddy wanted to know. The guards were momentarily taken aback, but then they smirked and said, "We'll know it when we see it." Cue malicious compliance, and or possibly international immigration fraud. My buddy and his colleagues piled into their car and drove a quarter mile back down the road to a Russian gas station. They turned into the parking lot and pulled out their passports. Quickly grabbing a red Sharpie marker and a US dime, my buddy colored the reverse side of the dime, the side featuring the torch and the sprigs of foliage, being careful to leave a few areas unmarked so the wording wouldn't come through too clearly. Then they took turns mashing the Sharpie dime onto a blank spot in their passports, creating the stamp that the Russian guards would be helpless to resist. It worked perfectly. They returned to the border half an hour later, mumbled something about having gotten their paperwork in order, and presented the passports. The Russians glanced at the passports, noted the stamp, which looked very red and official and completely unfamiliar to them, and waved them through the border. They arrived home in Finland a couple of hours late, each of them with an odd-looking stamp in their passports that would befuddle and confuse immigration agents for years to come. OOP, you got nickeled and dimed by those border guards, but you were able to turn on a dime and figure it out. I wondered why you didn't use a nickel, but realized that a dime made more sense. I'm happy those border guards let you through, proving that those stamps really are a dime a dozen. Our next story today comes to us from, something lunk. You want to apply non-existent contract penalties and want support? Let's jump right in. Many years ago, I was a freelance software developer. I identified an opportunity with a local company that needed a custom application developed. I submitted a competitive price to write what they wanted in Visual Basic. I would write the code and they would develop all the reporting using the package of their choice. Despite the rest of the world using Crystal reports for VB reporting, they wanted to use a product that they thought they knew. I got awarded the work and sent them a copy of my standard terms and conditions, and they sent me a purchase order for the work. My contract specified that there were no penalties for late delivery, but I would provide support for the code for 6 months from delivery. Their purchase order stated penalties, but no support. I made a mistake of not getting signed off requirements before I started working, and scope crept, as it always does. They also found that the Windows version of the reporting tool was significantly different than the DOS tool they were familiar with. They decided to seek my advice on what to use instead. Of course, I suggested what the rest of the world offered. Halfway through the project, the managing director of the company changed. The new guy was not as amiable, and when the project finally got delivered, mainly because they kept changing their requirements, he decided to invoke the non-existent contract penalties. I said, my contract says no penalties, and he replied that his PO had penalties. I was angry and walked out of that meeting without handing over the code. Overnight, I thought about it and returned the following morning to hand over the code as we agreed. I did not want to give them an excuse to take me to court. I walked in and handed over the code. We then got to talk about the payment. He wanted to deduct 20% from the full cost. So I pointed out that if he wants to deduct 20% as per his PO, then he would not get any support. He asked me how much it would cost for the support. Being a reasonable person, I said 20% of the original cost. I walked out with my check for the full amount. In case there is not enough malicious compliance in the above, the support terms were that I would get informed of any issues by 5 p.m. Friday. I would then have the weekend to look at the issue and inform them on Monday if it would take more than 14 days to fix the problem. Otherwise, I had to fix all bugs and return the fixed code 14 days after they were reported. If they missed the 5 p.m. deadline, I would have another week to fix. Invariably, I fixed all the issues the weekend they sent them to me and then sat on the fixes for 14 days before sending them back. If I were in OP's shoes, I'm not sure which way I would have gone on that one, but I'm thinking I might have just said, okay, pay me based on your PO and you're getting no support. Bye now. Because if we judge by this one situation, is this a company you really want to be tied to going forward? And is the 20% really worth the hassle of continuing to work with these people? Our next story today comes to us from Monolim. Bank forces me to use his ATM? Okay, sir. Let's jump right in. So this is a new thing started this week, very unexpected and so much better than what I thought it would be. So in these days in my country, most payments of products and services are regularly paid on bank branches with a reference code that is linked to the business account and automatically identifies who is paying. Before COVID, which now seems like a decade ago, people would carry cash, go to the business, and pay their products and services there. But having forced to do it online, by email or WhatsApp due to COVID, they started issuing payment instructions to pay at the bank or online. But people being people, they like to use cash and are not very fond of using their electronic bank to make all these payments and generally don't trust the company's website to pay due to a higher number of card details being stolen, and most websites not being very user-friendly. So people will now line up in the bank to make these payments, making huge lines of old and new customers and making the old customers complain about it. My bank started to buy ATMs that would also take money to make payments. Before you could see one in each branch for 3 of the regular ones, but now they upgraded to 3 of the new ones and 3 of the regular ones to keep up with demand. Up to here, that's fine and was very welcomed. Now onto the problem. A couple of weeks ago, they issued a directive saying from October 15th, no more services payments would be accepted in the branch, but only through the ATMs that take money. Use that or use the company's issuing the payment instructions website, or take your money elsewhere. That for me was a huge problem. I receive from 3 to 10 payments of different companies every day. I'm a middleman in my business, and people like to come to me to hire the company's service and pay me for it as I'm authorized to do. Me being a good customer of this bank with my account, credit card, house mortgage with them was an issue. Taking my money elsewhere was no easy task. Cue malicious compliance. I talked to my accountant and asked if I could deposit this cash into my own account and pay it with my own credit card without getting in trouble with the IRS. Surprise, surprise, as I have such authorization as middlemen to receive the company's money, as long as I spend exactly what I enter into the account, that's fine. So now, I go to the bank, deposit into my account, and pay with my credit card. And yes, now I get 0.7% in cashback for all payments done with my credit card. So now, I make an extra $100 every month on them. Thank you so much. This is actually quite interesting because here in Canada, and I'm sure in the USA, this is called commingling of money. It's illegal to mix business funds and personal funds here. This can result in an audit, and that's not a fun thing to go through at all. I'm sure if OP's accountant told him to do it though, that it's okay in their country, so I'm just talking out my butt, which is what I normally do. You guys are used to it by now, right? Our next story today comes to us from Adam Jadam. Little to no regret. Let's jump right in. So I was recently, about 6 months ago, hired by a big company to do IT. During one of the training sessions, we were told to do 10 to 25 tickets a day. The tickets took a minimum of 3 minutes to answer if it was an easy case, as most of us had replies written up that we used over and over. So one day, I did 31. Another day, when I was being lazy, I still did 27. Boss's supervisor was thrilled at me. One of my higher-ups was not. I was clearly making her look bad because, like I said, minimum per day was 10 and she's a skater. So she decided to spend all the free time she clearly had combing through my replies to tickets with a fine-toothed comb, tearing apart every word and reply as much as she could. 2 days after I was told my work was great, I was informed that all work had to be submitted to a higher-up and approved before being sent in. I was like, WTF? 2 days ago, you said all was well. But I just smiled, said no problem, and then was handed a printout Excel spreadsheet by a pissed lazy higher-up detailing her shredding work. 3 minutes into reading, I decided to go hunting. None of her responses were bad. All she did was reword things, some of which I didn't even write as I had used replies that my trainer had been using for years. So I had asked at some point how to know how many tickets I do, and boss's boss had sent me a link into her account, where not only could I see what cases I had done, but everyone's cases. That's when I discovered why lazy higher-up hated me. I was putting her at risk of being fired by running circles around her. So since lazy worker had been there longer, of course she was listened to. After a heated senior staff meeting, boss's boss took all us newbies aside and said we all had to get our work approved by a higher-up before sending it out. Now, I had shared a lot of my shortcuts with my coworkers, so we were all doing more work than our superiors got done. That must mean we're badly trained, right? Well, let me tell you the stupidity of that instruction. You see, I worked Tier 1, so anything I didn't know, I was already asking people about, as were my coworkers down on Tier 1. But by not letting us submit anything at all, work came to a more or less standstill, with our higher-ups run ragged going back and forth, proofreading all our tickets before we could send them. This meant that they couldn't get any of their own work done until after all us temps left for the day, which meant our already painfully slow ticket response time was 10 times slower, with us noobs only able to submit 5 to 10 a day, instead of the 20 to 30 we were doing just a day before the new absurd mandate. And the upper levels had no time to do tickets of their own after having to approve all of ours all day, every day. It's really hard to explain how pleasing it was to watch lazy higher-up running around, because of course, we all asked for her feedback since she clearly didn't agree with her fellow upper-tier people's emails that we had to work with. So she and she alone could truly tell us how to word things, right? After all, I had a printed Excel sheet, page after page after page, of her tearing apart the replies her coworkers at her level had been using, and all our jobs were on the line over this as we needed to show immediate improvement. This lasted a whopping 3 days before we were all fired. That's right, fired. Because if the managers had to read and approve our responses, clearly we were not cut out for the job. You told us to get them approved, remember? But honestly, I don't care. It was the most entertaining 3 days I ever spent in tech support. I do feel a little bad for lazy workers' coworkers who were also worked to the bone doing our jobs as well as theirs, but since none of them spoke in our defense, clearly my sympathy for their plight is limited. Funnily enough, my wife and I both got fired from a call center for doing something that our boss told us to. In fact, our whole team got fired because our boss told us to do something that the company didn't like in the end. So they fired our whole team, they fired the boss, and they fired the site director. Yeah, cleaning house. So what did we do? We got a paralegal, we went after them, and they ended up paying us severance, although they didn't take responsibility. OP, I think you could come back on them for an unlawful termination here. You seem to be in pretty much the same circumstances I was in. You were told to do something by your boss, so you did it, and they fired you for it. That's not right. Our next story today comes to us from Bodad. It's just an air filter. Just get me an air filter. Let's jump right in. I've been reading a few of these stories for a while and having a chuckle. However, one has reminded me of a buddy of mine who used to work for a popular car parts store. I'm not the best at telling this story, and I only ever witnessed it firsthand once, but here goes. He was working at the parts store 1 day a week on the weekend while studying at uni. At least once every other shift, he would have someone come in and ask for an air filter for their car. No details as to what make, model, year, etc. Just get me an air filter, they are all the same. So one day, he was looking through their system and had someone try this on, and it got him thinking. He found the most expensive air filter he could get his hands on. From memory, it was a Cat diesel bulldozer or something. Retail, the thing was like $1,200 and stood about 1 meter tall and about 200 millimeters round, 39.4 inches tall. The thing arrived during the week and coworkers had to hide it from the branch manager as they were told of his plan. Took about a week before someone came in demanding an air filter for their car. Sure, what kind of car is it? Just get me an air filter, they are all the same. Cue malicious compliance. Bear in mind, a standard bench is 0.9 meters tall. He slams the 1 meter tall filter on the desk, scans it in the system, and acts rather surprised at the cost. Sorry sir, it's a bit expensive. Retail says $1,200. Don't think I'll be able to do any discount on this one. Now, as I said, I only saw him do this once, and I don't know how he would keep a straight face, but the next words out of the customer's mouth was always, "But last time I only paid $40. His answer, "Well, this here is the best filter we got. I don't want to sell you rubbish and have you come back complaining to my boss about me not doing my job." They would always then give the details, and he would get them the filter needed. This filter was at their store for probably 2 years before the branch manager figured out they had a ridiculously priced filter that they couldn't sell for something they don't ever get asked for parts for. He found it and had it sent back. Meanwhile, at least once a week, someone working at the store would get to use the filter for some malicious compliance before the customer would give them their card details. Part of this isn't really adding up for me because I know that stores like this do an inventory probably about every 8 weeks or so. And so that thing would be sitting there through each one of these inventories. It would have to be accounted for. They would have seen it way before 2 years. So OP, I think there's a little bit of a hole there. I hate calling people out, but you gotta do it when you gotta do it. Our next story today comes to us from Cream Cheese Wonton. Ew. Get fired or go to the doctor. Let's jump right in. So I work at a minimum wage sandwich place. My probation period was 90 days. I was 8 days away from being done with the 90 days. However, today I was doing dishes and my elbow knocked over a glass, which proceeded to shatter on my foot and cut me in several places. My first instinct was to turn and grab paper towels, which then led to me also stepping on the glass shards. As I sat on the floor bleeding, crying, and picking glass out of my foot, I called my job, boss, and coworker since no one was picking up first. I sent my boss a picture of my bleeding foot with glass still in it, tip and bottom. His reply, "It doesn't look that bad." I told him, "I'm bleeding and in pain. I'm going to the doctor." He then called me and said, "Look, you've been calling out way too much, so if you don't come in, you won't have a job to come back to." I said, "Are you serious? I didn't do this on purpose." He said, "I'm not going to argue. Either come in or you don't have a job anymore." This after yesterday telling me I took too long doing my work duties, despite the fact I finished 2 hours into my 4-hour shift, and then get sent home early. Now, this was my second job, so I sent him a message. "Thank you for the opportunity of working there, but I'm going to go to the doctor and take care of myself. Wish you all the best." Cue my coworkers texting me I need to suck it up and work. They need me. I just said, "I'm sorry, but I'm not putting myself in severe pain and discomfort for a minimum wage job that doesn't care about me." For context, I have called out 4 times in the last 3 months. 1, I got exposed to COVID and had to get tested. Gave me a doctor's note. 2, was vomiting for 8 hours straight. Thought it was food poisoning, turned out to be a stomach ulcer that was about to burst. 3, mom had a seizure and I wanted to make sure she was okay and get her to the hospital. He requested I just leave her there and go to work. They let me in with her because she doesn't speak English and I translate for her, so I couldn't just leave her. 4, today, when I had to pull glass out of my foot and was bleeding on both sides. Regardless of my excuses, because I was in my probation period, he could fire me for any reason or no reason at all. Luckily, I don't need that job, but I know they needed me, but I'm not going back. I would honestly go back to the job after and see if you actually get fired, because if you get fired, you might actually qualify for unemployment, but if you quit, well, that's just not gonna happen. OP did mention that they have another job though, so hopefully the other job can give them some extra hours and they can just cut out the toxic place altogether. Our next story today comes to us from I'm Your Huckleberry 84. 1 balloon per person, you say? Alright then, I choose this one. Let's jump right in. This happened a couple of years back on my coworker's birthday. I ran out that morning to the party store to grab a small balloon bouquet. Wasn't going for anything fancy, just 1 Mylar birthday balloon with 2 or 3 solid colored latex balloons to match. A fairly standard arrangement. It was a little after 10 a.m., the store had just opened, and I was the only customer in there. I walked up to the counter to order my balloons, and the woman working there asks me if I had pre-ordered. I told her I hadn't, and she informed me that she couldn't do it for me. Apparently, if I didn't pre-order, it was their store policy that they could only do 1 balloon per person per visit. I looked around. I am still the only customer in the store. Now, I would totally get why this would be something the store would have to enforce if there were other people waiting. But again, there was nobody else there. And filling up 3 to 4 regular balloons would maybe take about 2 minutes tops, and it was pretty obvious at this point that this lady was really just being lazy. I apologized and explained that I wasn't aware of their policy and would remember to call ahead in the future, but asked if she could help me out because I was trying to get them for my coworker whose birthday was that day. She answered me abruptly with a, "Sorry, store policy." I think about it for a second and tell her to hold on for a minute. If I can only get 1 balloon, I would like to pick a different one. I went back to one of the birthday party aisles and found a package for a full-bodied Mickey Mouse balloon. Now, if you've never seen one of these full-bodied character balloons, you'll know that it's made up of multiple parts: head, arms, body, legs, feet, etc. that need to be individually blown up and then assembled to create the character. This is then completed with putting weights and rollers on the feet so your balloon can walk. It is technically 1 balloon though. I went back and handed the package to the lady at the front counter, shrugged, and said, "If I only get 1 balloon, it might as well be a good one." I then proceeded to watch her struggle to figure out how to assemble it for the next 15 to 20 minutes. I can't say I've ever spent $20 on a single balloon before, but it was totally worth it to watch this woman angrily assemble my single balloon, when if she'd just done what I had originally asked for, I probably would have already been back at my office, I only wish I could have watched her watch me as I left, walking hand in hand out the door with my freshly created Mickey Mouse balloon. That would be an absolutely epic story for the birthday party later on, and telling the coworker just how they came about having a Mickey Mouse balloon. It would be a good story for the office for a long time after. There were absolutely a lot of ways this one could have gone though. You could have walked out and phone called and said, "Hey, I have an order to put in, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Or you could have bought one, left, come back, bought another one, left, come back, and bought another one. Our next story today comes to us from Brother P. You'll be calling your lawyer? Just what I want to hear. Let's jump right in. As a former school board privacy officer, I dealt with many FOI requests from the public that dealt with anything from salaries of senior employees to values of contracts awarded to emails about routine business. Occasionally, someone would submit a very complex request that would require a lot of time to complete. So it was with one parent who wanted thousands of emails, committee meeting minutes, reports, and the personal notes of a dozen different school board employees. The reason? She had requested that her children's bus stop move from the entrance to the cul-de-sac she lived on to right in front of her house. While the difference was only about 100 meters, 109 yards, the request was denied because the circle at the end of the cul-de-sac was too small for the bus to turn around. After working on the request for more than a month, she grew impatient and demanded to know what was taking so long. I tried to explain I was a one-man operation, but she started making accusations that I was part of a conspiracy against her. She demanded that I produce all the records immediately or I will contact my lawyer. Now, I'm smart enough to know that anyone who says, "I will contact my lawyer," doesn't have one, especially not one who specializes in freedom of information requests. But playing along, I said, "Oh, we don't want it to come to that, I'll finish this today," and hung up. So I did. The legislation requires that we charge $7.50 per 15 minutes of search time for records, plus $7.50 per 15 minutes of preparation time, redacting personal information, eliminating non-responsive info, etc., plus other incidental costs, copying, printing, etc. Because I had to have ICT help with the emails and computer records, the charges added up rapidly. I called her back the next day and told her the first batch of records would be ready by the end of the week. Then I asked how she'd like to pay the cost. "The cost?" she said. "What cost? How much?" $4,870, I said. "As I'm sure your lawyer will explain, 50% is payable up front before we proceed any further with the request. Then we can start on the next batch." Dead quiet on the other end of the phone. "You haven't heard the end of this. I'm calling local news," she shouted and hung up. It's now 3 years later, still waiting. I'm sure that OP has had to explain this to people in the past, that freedom of information means freedom of restraint on access, not free of cost to access. I would have just sent her a bill that says payable now at the top with a penalty for late payment, like standard. Our next story today comes to us from This Just My Opinion. Petty had never tasted so good. Let's jump right in. So this time last year, I was working at an agency, and I had been working for my highly demanding client for over 1.5 years by then. I had already spent a whole pre-COVID year traveling several times a month while still working 60-plus hour weeks. When the world shut down, I thought my workload would be a lot easier because our overall team's workload was halted for a few months, and I wouldn't need to travel for or plan events. I was very naive. Instead of scaling back our work when everyone else stopped working, our client wanted my team to ramp up our work by planning for the post-pomegranate world. This wouldn't have been as big of a deal if it wasn't for the fact that we all knew this was busy work and that none of our plans were ever going to be brought to fruition. So we had spent all of the summer wasting our time, instead of taking a much-needed break, using the time for continued education, or reorganizing our team structure, which we had asked for months, but we never had time for it. All this to say that by the time we had a very big launch, all of my team was already burnt out and feeling completely demoralized. Come launch time last year, our workload became exponentially harder than it had ever been, because we know how to find alternatives to everything we had ever done before since we were working in a virtual world. Also, around that time, my already incompetent leads had decided to really not try and give all of their work to myself and my teammates because we had less work to do since we weren't traveling anymore. My work had gone from 60+ hour weeks in the summer to 80+ hour weeks. It got to the point where we would have to sit on 8-hour calls with the client every Friday to do the work that my bosses didn't want to. I even had to still attend calls while my dad was in the hospital. Since this was quickly spiraling out of control, I constantly pushed back because I was getting to the point where I didn't have enough hours in the day to do everything that was asked for all of me. One of my managers eventually called me one evening and basically spent 30 minutes calling me unprofessional, cursing me out, and saying that I was lucky to have the job I did. He also stated, "I don't even know what you're working on, so you can't say no when I give you new work." I explained to him that he was CC'd on every project request sent to me. We had meetings twice a week to talk about our workload, and I was doing his work on top of that. But he said that doesn't explain why I was working as much as I was, and that it wasn't his job to track my hours. He said that if I wanted to be able to complain about my workload, then it was my responsibility to make sure he knew exactly what I was working on and for how long I was working on it. Obviously, this triggered my pettiness, so I decided to give him exactly what he asked for, and then some. So I started tracking my work down to the minute, but I didn't stop there. I also tracked who my requests were coming from. All of them were direct orders from either my bosses or my client. Time wasted on unnecessary calls, delays due to incompetent information from my bosses, and marked which work was done because my bosses didn't want to do the work. After a few weeks, I had a breakdown of every single minute of my very long work days, which clearly showed that my long days were because of my leader's incompetence. I sat on this file until my manager decided to yell at me again a month later, spouting the same, "I don't even know what you're working on for so long, so you must be doing things you're not supposed to." Mind you, I was salaried, so I was not going to waste my own time by doing crap I didn't have to do. So I told him that I had been tracking my time, and if he wanted to see it, I could send it to him. He smugly told me I would love to see it, probably expecting to be proven right. I told him I'd send it, and he said he would schedule a call with me after reviewing it so we can talk through my inefficiencies. So after the call, I sent him the file and never heard back from him about the file. I did eventually ask him if he wanted to set up a call to review the file, and he said there was no need. My workload never got easier, but at least I no longer had to put up with his late evening calls, cursing me out. I did end up quitting early this year, and then over the next 3 months, my whole team quit one by one. So I definitely got the last laugh by getting paid more to do less work, and making my bosses scramble to replace a team of 7 who they then had to train, while not knowing how to do any of the work. I want to read a couple of the comments down below this one because there was a phrase here that I'm absolutely going to add to my repertoire. First comment comes from Varnigma. "I've been a salaried IT professional for over 20 years. In return for a paycheck, I give my employers 40 hours a week, period. Sure, I'll help out on occasion in an emergency, as long as it's not expected of me and doesn't become the norm." OP replied to that one, it says, "That's my mentality now that I work in-house. I sit down and act my wage." Now, I've never heard that one before, act my wage, and I absolutely love it. It's something that anybody who's on a salary needs to learn and needs to use when they're sitting in a meeting with their bosses. Why did I only put in 40 hours this week? It's because I was acting my wage. If you want me to work more, pay up. Our next story today comes to us from Master Maniac. Is mayonnaise a gift? Let's jump right in. Double malicious compliance time here. This happened a few days ago. So my manager is something of a goofball. He's exactly the kind of weirdo that I like to work under, and is always joking about something, even when he's in a bad mood. Luckily, he's also willing to take care of business at work when necessary, and is exactly what my workplace needed. We have a group chat app specifically for our workplace, where every employee of our store and every supervisor above us, up to the franchise owners, can see. On a weekly basis, my manager posts our week schedule to the group chat so that everyone has access. And those who don't use the app or have a smartphone use the paper copy that's posted in store. Right on time, my manager posts the schedule and a bit of text, joking about being a benevolent overlord and that he demands gifts in exchange for this week's schedule. to be deposited in a box in the manager's office at the beginning of your next shift. Of course, we all knew he was joking, but I had to ask what everyone was thinking. Is mayonnaise a gift? He responded with, "Put it in the box, OP." I bet. See, my manager knows me well enough to understand that I enjoy shenanigans. However, he didn't expect me to actually bring him mayonnaise as a gift first thing in the morning. After a long discussion in the group chat about possible delivery methods for the mayo in question, with suggestions such as coating the bottom of a Lego brick and then freezing it out of spite, and mayonnaise cake, except instead of cake with mayo in the batter, it's a loaf of bread with an inch-thick layer of mayo, I decided on my plan. Before work, I stopped by the good old Golden Arches. I grab breakfast from there fairly often, so I figured that was my best option. I pulled up to the window to pay for my order and asked the poor lady for a strange favor. And the way she looked at me when I asked if I could pay them to fill a small drink cup with mayo was priceless. And I was a bit defeated when she offered me packets. I considered momentarily asking for it in an ice cream cone, but I decided to take what I could get before she called the police. I arrive at the store and immediately approach my manager and try to hand him dozens of packets of McDonald's brand light mayo. He tells me to take it to the office and put it in the box, which I do. We have a laugh and get on with our day. Well, toward the end of my shift, it's time for a secondary malicious compliance. He's at the front behind the counter, and the store is completely devoid of customers. He loudly yells that he needs me to feed him a packet of that mayo, because he's got his hands full and can't do it himself. I bet. I walk my happy butt to that manager's office, snag a pack of mayo, and rip the corner right off that mother effer. I can hear him at the front, laughing and being a goofball, having already forgotten what he had ordered me to do, and his eyes got real big when he saw me approaching with that mayo. I told him, "Open up." To his credit, he did, and I poured that entire packet of McDonald's brand light mayo directly into his mouth. And for our coworkers that weren't present, I posted in group chat, I can finally say that I fed my manager a pouch of mayo like the world's most terrifying baby bird. Got a few laughs, felt nice. On to the fallout. Nothing super terrible, thankfully, but my manager had a meeting with the franchise owners the next day. Had been planned for long before the mayo conversation took place. He returned from that meeting and pulled me aside and said that the owners had asked him to talk to me about being professional in our group chat, and that my comment about feeding him mayo like a baby bird was inappropriate, and that it probably shouldn't happen in store again. He wasn't being seriously reprimanded, as they were laughing too, but dang, it was great to hear that even the owners were getting in on the fun. I wish everybody had a chance to have a manager like this at one point in their working lives, because when you have one like this, it makes you realize just how bad all the other ones are. Also needed to add in that I don't really consider this one malicious compliance. It was compliant, sure, but I didn't really see anything malicious about it, because there was no intent to harm. Let me know what you guys think though in the comment section down below. Our next story today comes to us from Ramen and Kalashnikovs. Okay, I will add spicy non-vegan sauce to your vegan burrito. Let's jump right in. Hi guys, first time posting here, English not first language, though I think I do alright in it, but apologies for any mistakes. This happened today, not to me personally, but to another customer that was the next in line at the food place I was at. To set the scene, this place is much like the famous Tex-Mex food joint in the US that serves burritos, burrito bowls, etc. You know the place. There are ready-made options, which come with a set configuration of food items, and there is also the option to build one yourself. All the options are written down on 3 big banners on top of where the employees make the food, as standard. I ordered my food, and I'm waiting for the next employee down the assembly line to finish my burrito with the condiments. An older woman who is carrying herself with that "I am better than you" attitude, and who definitely looks like someone who does not enjoy fast food often, and looks down on those who do, orders a vegan burrito, one of the preset choices. The employee has to ask still the type of tortilla, white or whole grain, and the type of rice, white or black. The woman is being very lazy with her response, looking down at her phone, and taking her sweet time with it. The first employee makes the burrito base and passes it to the girl down the line, for whom I am waiting to finish my burrito, and who is also going to finish the woman's burrito. The woman asked if she could have any sauce with the burrito. The employee then explains that they do not put any sauce in the vegan burrito because the sauces are not vegan. She says that they do put in salsa verde, which is technically a sauce, but counts as a topping in this store, not a sauce. The woman does not reply, looks up quickly, and asks for the red chipotle sauce, as there are pictures in the banner corresponding the sauces. At this point, there are two sauces with very similar names, Explosive Chipotle and Creamy Chipotle, one being significantly more spicy than the other one. The creamy sauce is orange in the photo and the explosive red. Neither sauce is vegan as the base is mayo. The employee is now trying to tell the woman two things: that the sauce she is asking for isn't vegan, in case the woman is, since she ordered a vegan burrito, and that the red sauce is very spicy. Now, maybe this woman knows what she's doing, and she just likes the vegan burrito and can handle her spice. However, from my point of view, that was not the case. The employee says again, "Ma'am, this sauce isn't vegan and it's very spiced," only to be cut off by the woman, who's saying with a very pushy tone, "Can I please just get the sauce?" I think the woman understood that the employee was not allowed to put extra sauce in the preset burrito options. You only get what's in the description. It was probably a long day for the employee, and she just stood there for a brief moment with a clear face of FML and asked, "Are you sure?" The woman promptly and annoyingly said, "Yes, I am sure." Cue malicious compliance. The employee added the salsa verde, which is already a bit spicy, and then grabbed the squeezy thing where the explosive chipotle sauce was, and gave that woman a very generous amount, zigzagging the entire burrito. She then looked up and said with a smile, "Is that going to be warm or cold?" She then rang us both and the lady left. I wish to God I could have seen her face eating the burrito, but then again, maybe she loved it. We'll never know. Our next story today comes to us from Hero911. Chemist Malicious Compliance. Let's jump right in. So this was my first job after university. I got my bachelor's degree in chemistry and was lucky to find a position in my field right off the start. The pay was substandard, but it was required to put something on my resume. Since I was a new graduate, they thought that I was not going to be any real help to them. They said that I will just be doing some analytical work, and if I had time for it, there was some research and development on a new compound they were working on. It was a very strong biocide, but the papers done on it only yielded around 25% efficiency, which made it not feasible to be used on a large scale. I was the only chemist who worked in the lab, and the company was very top-heavy, lots of managers. Once I had the analytical synthesis work they wanted me to do worked out, I wanted to work on the R&D project to be able to put something significant on my resume. I read all the public research papers on the compound and worked pretty hard testing out different methods to increase the yields. I had tried everything from combining the different known methods of making the compound to adjusting the quantity of chemicals with no significant improvement. After about 6 months, I had the poof moment and instead changed the rate of addition of one of the compounds, and after some work, got the yields up to above 95% using a method which could be done in large scale. The company was ecstatic, made a press release about the new product, and started looking at FDA approvals, etc. We also needed to patent the new method. The company decided to hire a PhD chemist who would give the patent and FDA approvals more merit, as I only had a BSc, which is honestly seen as very incredible in the science world. I didn't mind. After a while, this person became my manager. I had really liked the manager I had before, and was hoping that this person would be good to work with too. With her experience in X-ray diffraction, I was also hoping to get to know more about that as well. The thing is that I had worked on this compound for so long that I had read a ton of literature around it. In addition to that, I had done a ton of experiments from start to finish, from procedure to write-up, and had a solid grasp of what I was doing. The first meeting was about the direction we wanted to move forward, and had the CEO and all the managers in on it. The CEO had asked the PhD chemist a question on what would be a good direction to move forward. She responded with an opinion which lacked information from a few papers I had read. In a very polite way, I had said, in this paper and this paper, they discussed this and said that it would not be possible to do, then suggested what I would do to go forward. The CEO liked my plan. I was not trying to whip my pecker out, but did not want to waste months doing research which would not get us going forward. After writing that, I was going to say it was a big mistake, but I'm now thinking it is more appropriate to say it was a significant learning experience for testing the water to see if someone can't handle being wrong. After this, I got to see a whole new side of her. Any tiny thing she thought I did wrong would go into this notebook. It came time for my performance review. Most people who worked in the lab had roughly half a page of items which needed to be discussed. I had 8 full pages. It was a joke. I recall this one adventure where we ran out of DI water, so we had to get water from the university. When I got into her car, the tape cassette started playing. You must listen to your husband, as listening to them will make them feel like you care. She was embarrassed, but I felt so incredibly bad for the person who she married after seeing how she handles relationships. Anyway, on to the defiance. With my knowledge about the compound, she still wanted me to write the procedures and carry them out. I would briefly discuss what we wanted to achieve, and most of the time she agreed. The thing about science is that you don't know if things will work. I guess if we did, we wouldn't have to do experiments. So this experiment has completely unexpected results about halfway through it, and I changed the procedure to try to get the best information we can out of the time we put into it. The next day, I show the report to the PhD and she gets pissed. She says, "You did not follow the procedure which I approved. You are being insubordinate and I am going to report you." Her next steps were to the CEO, to which I am asked to go have a chat about 30 minutes later. He says that I have to follow her directions no matter what. I am like, alright, this won't happen again, and just bided my time for the exact same thing to happen. A few weeks later, we purchased a bunch of equipment to make a very large-scale synthesis of this chemical. The ingredients were about $2,000 alone. I wrote the synthesis according to our previous experiments and she signed off on it. The synthesis would take 12 hours, so I was there for a pretty long day. Needless to say, something didn't go as planned about halfway through, something which would have been easily correctable. I was like, nope, I'm going to follow the procedure no matter what. And absolutely nothing made sense for what I was doing. I was just throwing chemicals randomly at this point with no rhyme or reason. Surely enough, the next day rolls around and she asks how it went. I responded, "Well, I'm happy to say that I followed the procedure to a T." She says, "Great, where's the product?" To which I pointed at this black blob of a mess. The product is red crystalline. She goes ballistic. Her face goes red and she yells, "Why didn't you just correct the procedure?" I responded, "You remember the chat I had with the CEO? I am just going to follow the procedure from now on." She blew up. It was wonderful. I just sat there with the smuggest look on my face. So at this point, I was looking for another job, as there was no room to move up and the pay was garbage. I found a great job which paid 3 times what I was making there and was happy to quit. Yes, let's put somebody with a higher degree but absolutely no understanding of what's going on into a management position, making decisions over those people who actually know what they're doing. Smart move. I thank you for watching. I hope you have a wonderful day, and we'll see you tomorrow.